100% Nation, hey, welcome to the first ever virtual conference. I'm super excited that you're a part of this. I'm telling you what, you do not want to miss a minute of this. I've been secretly thinking about doing this for a very long time. I love putting on an event. I love bringing value to insurance agents all over the country. I love helping people succeed. The theme for this virtual conference that thousands of agents have registered for, and thank you for doing that. The theme is, if you don't quit, you can't fail. With everything going on in the world right now, a lot of people are thinking about quitting. A lot of people are not pushing forward like I personally believe they should. Some are thriving during this. I want to remind you that if you do not quit, you cannot fail. I want these speakers' stories to actually resonate with you, where they're sharing things that have happened in their personal life and how you specifically can learn from those. So that's the big reason why we're putting on the virtual conference, right? It's to bring awareness to the fact that this is the greatest industry on planet Earth. You can make a ton of money. It's amazing. You can help a lot of people. And right now is a good time to hunker down, to focus, and to remember to not quit, all right? I appreciate you being a part of this. We're gonna be actually streaming all these speakers all day today. I'm super blessed that you're here. We're gonna have 17 different speakers that have messages to bring, songs to sing, if you will, that are gonna be bringing it hot all day long, all right? First off, I wanna mention that Vegas is still happening. 100%, most people would say, well, maybe we'll change something up. Maybe we'll do something different. Maybe we'll retreat. Maybe we'll, maybe we'll move backwards. Instead, this year, what we're doing is we're doubling down. That's only fitting for Vegas, am I right? When you got a good hand, you double down, right? You don't fold, you double down, right? So because of that, we're giving you the 2 V's this year. Virtual, right now, live with me. And Vegas, all right? Vegas is 100% happening. Okay, we have dates for the end of July, and you need a ticket, especially due to the fact that it is happening, okay? So we're gonna post several different coupon codes that you can use to buy your seat today. I have personally invested tens of thousands of dollars in myself attending events, and I'm telling you, nothing has changed my life more over the last 2 years than attending events, than spending money on myself, to getting out of my own comfort zone, in my own office, in my own studio, and going somewhere that I can spend time learning, developing, improving, getting better, and thriving, and wanting to see myself grow as a person. I'm telling you what, I personally, my drive, as Coach Burt may talk about later, my drive is influenced by getting around big time people. When I get around big time people in a room and you feel the energy and everyone's yelling and everyone's excited and everyone's learning, everyone's taking notes, I'm telling you, the experience will change your life. The theme, if you don't quit, you can't fail. If you don't attend events, if you don't invest in yourself, if you don't push forward, you are choosing to quit, whether you believe it or not. So Vegas is 100% happening. And because of that, I'm gonna be giving you different coupon codes and ticket deals throughout the whole conference today, so make sure that you take some notes and write these down. The first one that I want to mention right out of the gate, which I think is an absolute steal, is our BOGO on VIP tickets. The coupon code is VIP BOGO. VIP BOGO, buy one, get one. You pay for 1 ticket, you get 2 for only 297 bucks. You want to own a ticket. We're gonna give you several coupon codes that you want to take advantage of today. We're gonna incentivize you to take advantage and buy your tickets today, right now, all right? So thank you for being on this virtual conference. I'm about to bring you several speakers. This is our most insane speaker lineup ever. So what I encourage you to do, sit down like I am, focus, take some notes, be coachable, and realize that you can improve. And if you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards, right? And so the first speaker I'm about to introduce is my father. We did an interview that I could jump to right after this previously, all right? My father, Cody Askins, owner of Secure Insurance Group, has an incredible story. He's my dad. He's someone that I've learned a ton from. He's the hardest working dude I've ever met. His motto for me growing up was, Cody, never let anyone out hustle you. And I'm telling you what, he's about to share some specific stories of things that he has went through and that our family has went through over the course of the last 30 years. And I promise you, you do not want to miss what is about to come next. You're going to hear some stuff about him and some stuff about me as I interview him that you have never heard before. So I'm super encouraged and super excited to welcome our very first speaker to the virtual stage, my father, Mr. Brian Askins. What's up, 8% Virtual? Hey, we're continuing to talk about the topic, you can't fail if you don't quit. And I've got my father, Brian Askins, most of you know him, owner of Secure Insurance Group. I feel like you are the example of if you don't fail, you can't quit.
I've had a few situations in my life to where obviously I had an opportunity to quit, but it's just not in me to quit, and I hate failure as much as I hate anything whatsoever. So
you're also probably even more competitive than me.
Maybe, probably so.
Right?
Probably
I mean,
so.
what can we not do that together that we can't, you know, compete, or that we can't bet each other some money on the golf course or something, you know?
I'll tell you what, probably one of the best and worst things is how competitive I am, and I'm a very sore loser, and very sore loser, and I kind of wish that maybe I wasn't quite as sore of a loser as I am, but when I lose, boy, it hurts, and I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to get better at that, and I keep telling myself that every year, and it just doesn't happen. But
it's gotten better over the years.
It's gotten better.
From what I've heard, the stories I've heard.
Yeah, it actually has gotten better, but it still needs some improvement. So
yeah, I don't think the like desire to win has gotten better, because I don't think you really want it to. But I think the attitude afterwards probably has. You know.
Yeah, it's improved some, and it still needs to improve a little more. I don't know why. I've just always been an individual. I have to win, and I just have to win, and you know, I'm not sure if that's a.
Where do you think that comes from? Because I think that's something good to talk about. Because I think a lot of people in the insurance industry we didn't plan on talking about this at all, but I think people in the industry can relate to that. You know.
I think it has a lot to do with the life that I, you know, my growing up. My dad died when I was 5 years of age. And so we had a very tough life. You know, my mom worked 3 jobs. My mom is probably the hardest working person I've ever known in my life.
Yeah.
And she works 3 jobs, and you know, she's now 70 years of age, still working. And so it's a situation to where just seeing her work ethic back then, seeing all those things, it really instilled in me to that how important that truly was.
Yeah.
And just seeing what she went through, and all those years, and just me growing up, those type things really motivated me to. I just wanted a great life, and then when I was 9 years of age, I was diagnosed with a hip disease in my hip called Legg-Perthes, to where the doctor told me I never would never walk again without crutches or braces, some type of support. And this was, many years ago. Back, modern technology now has come a long way, but this was back in 1978. Wow. And so not only did I walk again, I played baseball, throughout the years, and would play baseball with braces on, and one of my leg completely immobilized, and to where just basically dragging it. But I just love the game, and so I've always been one to where I can situation to where I always look at my situation and but I always know there's someone in a worse situation than me, and I've just never been one to complain about anything. Yeah. And I've never, as you know, growing up, I never let y'all complain about anything whatsoever. Nope. And complaining just infuriates me, and we don't complain. Whatever our situation is, we make the best of our situation, and regardless of what that is.
Totally true. And a lot of people always wonder, like, where I got some of those traits, and obviously Now you know, if you didn't already know, you know. We are, I've been told 8 million times, I'm a spitting image of you, you know, and that we are a ton alike. We have our, you know, differences, you know, but overall, we are a ton alike. One of the things that I think is super valuable to mention in a setting like this, on a virtual live with thousands of agents watching, is how your integrity, your ethics, honesty is the best of anyone I've ever seen. I personally embody that and have tried to live up to that as well, just because I know how important it is. Well, there was a story as a kid with a ball cap that I don't know if you want to share that, but I think it's a good life lesson to share.
I can. Yeah. Back when I was 12 years of age.
Not something you're proud of.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm actually glad it happened, though, because it probably taught me more in life than any individual situation has ever taught me. Yep. Back when I was 12 years of age, I had a couple of buddies, and we would go to the same convenience store every single morning, and we would buy Little Debbie cakes, or, you know, and we'd split them. You know, back then you could buy a whole package of Little Debbie cakes for, you know, 70 cents or whatever, a quarter a piece. And there's three of us splitting a whole pack of Little Debbie cakes, and I've always been a huge Dallas Cowboy fan. So we're in this convenience store, and we were always daring each other stupid stuff. And one of the buddies had dared me to steal that Dallas Cowboy ball cap. It was a baseball ball cap, and so I said, well, if you distract the attendant, I said I'll get it. And we had done some stuff that, you know, we shouldn't have done. But anyway, so I reached over and I grabbed the ball cap, and so on the way out the door. My two buddies went out in front of me on the door. The lady, and it was winter time, so we had, you know, jackets on. Yep. And so I'd stuck it underneath my jacket. And out the door, the lady grabs me by the arm, and so anyway, and she says, "I need you to stay here." And so she calls the police, and so the police come down there, and I had already taken it out of my jacket, stuffed it underneath the counter and all that. By the time they got down there, and but I was guilty, you know, as guilty as could be. Yeah. And so anyway, my mom was called, and so I got to meet a lady by the name of Eva Kreger, which was
it's crazy you remember her name still today.
I still remember her name. And she was a juvenile delinquent officer.
It's been almost 40 years.
Yeah, it has been, and almost 40 years. And her name was Eva Kreger. And so we're sitting in a room, and she tells me, she's telling me she's sending me to a boys' home. Jeez. And she's scaring out of me. You know, everything you could dream of that's in me, she's scaring it out of me. And that I, you know, she's taking me away from my mom and, you know, everything else. And, you know, and I love my mom more than anything in this world, you know. And so anyway, so she's telling me all this stuff. And, well, what I didn't know is my mom had okayed her to just scare the daylights out of me. And so we get out, and so Eva says that, long story short, she fined me $360 for this $5 ball cap. And so I had to pay $360 for this ball cap. Well, my mom wouldn't pay it for me. My mom says, and it was the only year I ever missed baseball. And so my mom says, you know, because I love baseball more than anything in the world. Back then, that was my life. And she says, well, you're not playing baseball this year, and you are you're going to work at your grandpa's gas station. He owned a gas station to where they did, you know, change flats, pump gas, you know, did oil changes and things of that nature. And so my grandfather picked me up every day for 12 weeks in a row at my house at 6:30 a.m. and brought me home at 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Jeez. And I made $30 a week, and I did that for 12 straight weeks. I never got a single penny, and that $360 went to pay that $360 debt that I had owed. And so needless to say, that's the last time I've ever stolen anything, and it was a lesson learned. So
wow. And to learn that at 12, you know, is obviously got your attention, was good at the time, you know?
It got my attention, but it also made me realize that's not who I am, and that's not the person I want to be, and you had mentioned kind of earlier, you know, the integrity and so forth. You know, I always want to be that individual that, you know, they can say, you know, that they don't like me or whatever reason, you know, but they can never, no one can ever say I'm not fair. No one ever can say I'm not honest.
That's right.
No one could ever say that I don't have integrity. They may not, you know, agree with everything that I say or do or whatever, but no one can ever, ever question my integrity, my honesty, and in my intent to always do right in every situation with every person involved.
Right. And I know we're going to share some more of your story at 8% in Vegas later this year. So I don't want to share all of it. I think those key stories, there's some things that you really haven't told that really embody who you are, and I think they're important. What are some things that along the way that you've learned, and some things that have helped to get you where you are? Maybe some tips that other agents can learn from. Maybe it's business related, maybe it's insurance related, maybe it's life related.
I learned several years ago that I've always prided myself being the hardest working person there is, and that's just the way I am today. And like at our office, you know, not arrogance. It's got to be me, and just because I have to be. But I'm the hardest working person in our office, you know, even today. No one works more hours, no one works harder. But I think it's a lot more than just working hard, because I do, you know, I work hard, and you know, if you ever come to my office, I'm not talking, I'm not playing. I am, you know, focused and driven to succeed. And so I think the biggest thing is that I heard this many years ago, and I mean early in my career, and it's something that's always stuck with me, I've never forgotten. Success is very simple. It truly is. Success is very simple. And the reason success is so simple is this right here, is if you have a successful Monday, have a successful Tuesday, have a successful Wednesday, have a successful Thursday, have a successful Friday, you've had a successful week. You put enough successful days together, all of a sudden, and put enough successful weeks, successful months, you got a successful career. And that's always driven me, is every day has to be successful. You know, and so every day I go into the office, I always have you know, if you don't have an intent, and this is just if you don't have an intent to have a successful day, the easiest thing to do, there's two easy things to do, is blow money and waste time. You know, there's hardly nothing easier to do than to waste money and waste time. And so kind of talking about the time here, is there's so many people that's their office for, you know, 10 hours, 12 hours a day, but are they truly successful? Are they truly doing what they need to do? And so you have to have a purpose and an intent to get something accomplished. If every day, and I'm serious when I say this, and I know you've heard 1,000 people say this, but it's a true statement that I know. If every single day you, on your ride home, if you truly ask yourself, what did I accomplish today? What did I get? What did I do today that made a difference? And if you're honest with yourself, if you're truly honest with yourself, you'll surprise yourself.
Yeah, you will.
You know, and because, you know, I've always joked, you know, and I've hired, you know, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of agents and hundreds of employees over my 30 years. And I always joked with everybody. Every agent I ever hired, I had this one statement. I said, and I always tell them, I said, you know, if you work for me, all you have to do is work half days. And they look at me like, what are you talking about, half days? and I say, well, you choose any 12-hour period you want. You just choose which half you want to work. Any 12-hour period, and I truly believe that. And
that's good.
Because if you work 12 hours a day, and I'm not saying everybody has to work 12 hours a day, but
sure,
I do. And you are focused, you're driven, and you have a purpose, and you know what you're going to get accomplished. You've got to go in there with an idea of exactly what has to be accomplished today. And so a situation to where if there's no chance of failure. Yeah. So, but the thing about it is that if you have enough successful days, you can turn that into a successful career. So
yeah, you definitely can.
But if you're hit and miss, you know, successful Monday, a bad Tuesday, bad Wednesday, successful Thursday, you're going to be a roller coaster for your entire career, and your career is just going to be an up and down situation instead of having that, you know, just that curve that continues on the upward bound. So
I love that. I love that. And you know what? I think that I mean, there's two things to really that's happened that you've said or that have done in my life in some way that literally back and support that up. The first one is your motto. You know, I've said it before. A lot of the agents listening probably heard that. You know, never let anyone out hustle you. And you know, before practices, games, work, school, didn't matter. You know, as a kid, that was the motto. That was the saying. That was, you know, something that came to life time and time again. And the other thing was, I remember when I was about to go to work. I don't know if you ever heard me tell this. I don't know. Maybe you have. It was 3:30 p.m. On a Friday. I was supposed to go to work from 4 to 10 p.m. part-time at a little Apple Market in Rogersville, Missouri. Supposed to work for 6 hours. And about 3:30, I'm throwing up. I don't feel well. I don't want to go to work. You know, and I come to you and I'm like, hey, I don't want to go. You know, I'm puking. I don't want to go to work. I don't feel well. And you said something that day that I still remember today, which just forces me to show up whether I feel like it or not, which is, you said, you do whatever you want to do, but you know what I would do. And that has woke me up then. And obviously I went to work that day. You know, well, what do you do after that? But I've never seen you miss a day of work, you know.
Fortunately, I've never missed a day of
Very
work.
fortunate.
And ever since the day I turned 16, I started working the day I turned 16 in a meat department. And on my 16th birthday, I started work. And I've never missed a day of work since that day. And I've been fortunate. And, you know, like with you throwing up, I know a situation to where, you know, we just got through, you drink a lot and, you know. Yeah. So now today, obviously, if I were contagious or something, I would stay home. But,
sure.
You know, in any way. But fortunately, I've never missed a day of work in my entire life, and due to sickness or, you know, illness or anything of that nature, and it's just, you know, I'm thankful that I haven't done that. So,
yeah.
And hopefully I can, you know, continue that and for many, many, many years to come.
Why insurance? Like, you know what I mean? Because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing any of this.
Well, I tell you, whenever I started. There was a gentleman in our church by the name of Ron Duncan, and so Ron Duncan is he owns several furniture stores, and so we're in the same church together, and so Ron is needing some salespeople, and I'm fresh out of high school, and I'm in college at this time, and so Ron says, hey, if you want to earn some extra money, you can sell furniture for me. Well, I'm thinking I'd go to his store, you know, put on a tie, wait for people to come in, and I said, I'm very interested. He says, okay, come meet with me, and so we met, and he gives me a box. He hands me a index card box, and so I open the index card box, and there are pictures, and they're categorized: living room suites, dining room suites, mattresses, appliances, you know, just categorized pictures of these, you know, different household items that you could purchase. And I said, okay, so what do I do with this box? He said, you go out and knock doors. And I'm like, I do what? And he says, you go out and knock doors. And he said, and you sell this furniture. And I said, well, how much do I make? And he says, well, on a living room suite, he said, our cost is $400. So everything you sell it over $400, we split. And he said, there's always a 300% markup in furniture. He says, so if you sell it for $1,200, you'll make $400. I'll make $400, and we'll pay the $400 to the manufacturer. And I said, okay. I said, it sounds like a pretty good deal. So I go out, and I just start knocking doors like crazy. I'm making a lot of money, selling furniture door to door. Just basically knock on the door. Hey, I'm Brian Askins. I'm with Duncan Furniture, and I'm out here today to see if you have a need for any furniture at all, any appliances, living room suites, bedroom suites. I've got pictures of all the things I have to offer, and I would get in a lot of houses. And the funny story is, I did that for a couple of years, and anyway, I did so well. I ended up training his son. His son just got out of high school, and he wanted me to train his son. So I went to Mississippi to train his son. I went to Mississippi to help him open up a furniture store called Furniture Factory Outlet, or I can't remember the name of it now, but something like that. But he had stores in Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee, and so I would go around and help train some of his people. But the funny story is that so anytime that, you know, because most of these individuals didn't have great credit, so the credit applications, they were getting higher interest rates. And so anytime that, and we had to keep it on the books for so many months, and I don't remember the number of months, but anytime that some person faulted on the payments, we had to go repossess the furniture. So not only was I the salesman, I was also the person who had to go repossess it. And I owned a little S10 truck back then. And so I would go and, if they didn't make the payments, I'd have to go take the furniture back out of the house. And so, I repossessed furniture also, and nothing fun, but it's just part of the business, part of the deal. And so anyway, so that was something that was very interesting. It was a very, very interesting little deal. And so,
think about all the lessons about business and sales and building value and selling a product they can't even see. They're looking at a freaking picture, and warming people up and building relationships with people and getting them to know, like, and trust you pretty quick. Gosh, most people would never want to do that, or would, and about 99% of people would fail at doing that. But man, think about the valuable lessons you learned from doing that. That's awesome.
I made a lot of money, learned a lot of valuable lessons. I think that really kind of taught me how to sell.
Yeah.
And
you can sell furniture out of a box. You can sell pretty much anything.
And so I, and I remember, asking Ron. I said, "Who's your top salesman?" And it was a guy down in some part of Mississippi. I think it was Sardis, Mississippi, or whatever. I can't remember exactly, but anyway. And I said, "How much does he sell?" and so forth. And my goal was just to beat him. Yeah. And I did. I've always been very competitive in that situation. So. But it was a great lesson, and one thing Ron Duncan told me back then, and I've kind of heard the mentors in my life, they've always said something that kind of stuck with me, and this is kind of it's a crazy thing, but I've always thought it even today. He said, "You may tell you the character of a man." He said, I can tell you real quick how to find out the character of a man. And I thought it'd be something really in depth and something. Yeah. And I said, "How's that?" He said, "Just look at his shoes." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "If his shoes are clean, he has great character, and he's going to, and he's an individual that cares about himself. But if his shoes are dusty and dirty, that's an individual that doesn't care about himself, and is somebody that you probably don't want to be a part, don't want to mentor with." And so little things like that, and like Milton Brock, which was also another mentor of mine. He said something when I became the general manager at Mutual of Omaha after Milton had retired, and I was a district sales manager with him, and I was replacing Milton. Milton hadn't retired, I'm sorry. He'd went to AAA Property and Casualty out in Northern California. He'd retired shortly after that. But one thing he told me, he said the key to success, and I remember him saying this. He said the key to success, he said, is always take care of the people. And so anyway, so anytime someone tells me something like that, I never forget these little things. Yeah. And he said, always take care of the people. And whenever whenever he left and I took over, and I opened the desk drawer the very first day, he had a note in there, and I still have it in my office today. He had a note written on just a notepad, and it says, always take care of the people, Milton Brock. And awesome. And so, one thing that, I really pride myself on is really taking well care of our people, our staff, our agents, and doing all we can and for those individuals, because and Milton also told me, he said one of the keys to success, he said, is surround yourself with the right people. He said, if you surround yourself with the right people, you can't fail. And so good. Little things like that, and I remember those things.
That's awesome. That's awesome. This has been good. This has been some stories. It's been mixed with some stuff I've personally. Some of the stuff I've heard, some of it I haven't heard. Wow, it's been really good. What do you think about as we wrap up? What comes to mind with the phrase? Because that's the theme of this virtual event. You can't fail if you don't quit. I see so many insurance agents quit every single day, and they only fail because they chose to quit. I believe success is a decision in this business especially, and if you just choose to keep pushing, even when it gets hard, not quit. What comes to mind when I say that?
Probably what comes to mind most is every one of us are going to have situations in our life that don't go the way we want them to. There's a lot of heartaches in life. Life is hard. life is tough.
Yeah.
And there's so many people that when life gets hard, life gets tough, they give up. And instead of, like I never let y'all children complain about anything. You had, you were blind in your left eye.
Yeah.
You were, we're not sure if you were bit by a dog when you were very young, and then you got hit by a softball bat when you were very young. So we're not sure which one of those did that. But I never let you use that as a complaint at all. My daughter had the same hip disease I had, and I never let her use that as a reason not to succeed. There's lots and lots of things that happen throughout life, and to where we could easily just say, hey, I give up. And I understand it. It's hard, and the easy thing is to give up. But I don't care what happens in life. We've got to keep pushing forward and got to make the best of every situation. One quick story that I could probably tell you that when Mutual and I parted ways, I was the number one general manager with Mutual Hall at the time, and this was back in 2014. And when we parted ways, and it was not a pretty departure, it was, it was not, and most people would just kind of crawl up in a ball and feel sorry for themselves, but I knew without a shadow of a doubt that this was an opportunity for me for my children and my wife and so forth, all my friends and peers and et cetera, could see I can bounce back. And so I immediately, when that happened on February 3rd, on February 4th, I had already applied for a new LLC, Secure Insurance Group. I had started contacting carriers for contracts, and I didn't let the dust settle. And to where, most people have taken off for a month or 2 months and try to figure things out. I didn't do those things. I did not want a part of corporate America ever again. And so I chose, I knew I wasn't going back to corporate America, and even though I had many, many, many opportunities,
totally,
and with substantial amounts of money, just did not want to be a part of that again. And I wanted to have control of my own destiny going forward. Didn't want anybody ever to have control of my situation ever again. I wanted me to have control, and so I knew that I had an opportunity here to teach my children. I don't care what happens in life, that you have an opportunity to make the best of the situation. And now, 6 years later, I'm not glad it happened the way it happened, but I'm tickled to death it happened.
Yeah.
And because I'm happier now than I've ever been, because I don't have to answer to corporate. And it's, the great thing about it is that once I did this, my wife was telling me to go get a corporate job, and how can you turn down that type of money? And we used an enormous amount of our savings that we had saved up to start Secure Insurance Group, more money than most people ever dream of. Used an enormous amount, but I knew, and people were like, well, why are you taking that risk? Yeah. To me, it wasn't a risk. I knew insurance. I knew how to build an agency. I'd done it, and to me, it wasn't a risk per se. It was, and I knew that we would be, where we're at today. And I know we got a long way to go. We'll get there. I'm very, very confident of that. So once I did that, my wife got behind me 100%. She was my first employee, as far as the staff person, and she's still with me today. And just tremendous woman. Couldn't have a better partner in life.
No doubt.
And
she's awesome.
So there's so many things that happen in life that we could easily take the easy road and just,
it's true.
Not push on. But regardless of what happens in life, we have to just make the best of every situation. And because, like you said earlier, if you don't quit, you can't fail.
That's it.
And You've never seen me quit at anything, and I'm never going to quit at anything. It's just not my nature. You know, like I tell people all the time, I've told you 1,000 times, I am not the most talented individual in the insurance industry. There's a lot more talented people than I am. There's a lot better salespeople than I am. But there's few that match my work ethic and so forth. So
it's true. I love it. You bet on yourself. You're someone that will never give up. And I appreciate you taking a few minutes. Thank you so much to share that with 8% Nation.
Thank you very much.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Askins. All right. How about that first interview of the day with my father and I? I told you would hear some stories that you've never heard, especially in relation to him, and a story about my left eye that most people never know and that I typically never, ever share. Thank you, my father, Brian Askins, for dropping it like it's hot to kick off the virtual event. Okay, so unbelievable interview. I love starting it that way. Also, there's a little emotional connection there, right? So you got to see him and I go back and forth for a few minutes, which was a lot of fun. Absolutely excited to have him in Vegas on stage again. I mentioned the VIP BOGO. Before I go to the next speaker, Todd, I'm going to actually share with you a Premier BOGO coupon code, Premier, P-R-E-M-I-E-R, BOGO, B-O-G-O, for 2 Premier tickets for $497. I'm also going to offer some extra things along the way today to encourage you to grab your 8% Nation Vegas ticket today. Again, go to 8%nation.com to grab your seat. I'm going to give away some ridiculous incentives to get you to buy today, because I'm certain that you should, you're certain you should, and we're both certain that you will. Am I right? Okay, so I'm going to give some additional things away today that I promise you want to take advantage of, like maybe a free month of Success Society, I don't know, like maybe a strategy call with me, I don't know. Okay, continue to watch this. At the end, Mr. Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street, I'm going to interview him, ask him some crazy questions. It's going to be a blast. Have a ton of fun. Can't wait to see you in Vegas. Here is the next speaker, Mr. Todd Turnwald. I met this gentleman a couple years ago up in Ohio. I went up to help him and train his team. And I'm telling you what, not only does this dude care, he has a massive heart. He's one of my best friends in the industry. He's someone I trust. He's someone that's doing big things. He's someone over the last several years has like leveled up faster than anyone else I've ever seen. And you want to know why? It's because he invests in himself. He invests in his team. He has a mentor. He has a coach. He's speaking. He's training. He's hiring people. He wants to get better. The dude is committed, right? We saw each other at 10x3 in Miami because he brought him and his team there. He believes in conferences. He believes in events. They changed his life. He's confident they're going to, that this one and the Vegas one is going to change your life as well. Okay? So I'm excited to welcome my good buddy, and I'm excited to bring him to the virtual stage. Here we go, Mr. Todd Turnwald.
8% Nation, hey, what's going on? This is Todd Turnwald. I'm the CEO of United Senior Professionals, as well as a co-owner, co-founder of our newly formed Max Your Income Academy, which we're really, really excited about. But, you know, first and foremost, I just want to let you guys know that I'm extremely honored, humbled, and very excited to be a part of this platform, to share this platform with literally some of the best speakers in the entire country, which is absolutely awesome. But to not only do that, but to share this experience with, you know, a really, really close friend of mine, a guy that, you know, kind of took me to another level a few years ago. And that's my guy, Cody Askins. So the things that he's doing, this whole conference it's nothing short of amazing. And he's just done a phenomenal job. So to be able to share that with him, more than anything means a ton to me. And he's just got some great people there that he works with that are pretty awesome people. But I feel I do have a few different experiences in my background that I can relate to a lot of different people. And so really my goal here is to try to bring as much value, as much help as I possibly can in a time of crisis, okay? My background, I coached high school basketball, like I said, for 20 years. Had some great seasons, had some not so great seasons. But it did give me a hard skill set of coaching people, leading people, and handling tough situations. I also was a co-owner in 2 companies that was in the housing industry, okay? And we had some adverse times. One of those, we had 2 companies, 2 buildings, about 120 employees, about 100,000 square foot buildings. 2 of those where a few years back, a tornado came through and completely wiped us out. And I'm talking millions of dollars of inventory, millions of dollars of machines, and completely leveled. And I'm talking where you could walk across an entire building. 2 buildings, not just one, but 2 of our companies leveled them to the ground, both around 100,000 square feet. Very adverse time, extremely adverse. The second time was the recession of '08, where we, in one company, we went down from 60 employees down to 13. Almost not making it, okay? But in both situations, both when I experienced the tornado, my partner and I and all of our employees, and the recession, here's what ended up happening. Both times, we ended up having explosive growth, okay? And when you face adverse times, kind of like what we're facing right now, you basically have a couple choices, right? You can either quit, and typically when you quit something, you can pretty much tie that in with failure, right? Or you're hit with adversity, you're looking at square in the eyes, and you can fight. You can dominate. That's really your choices. You can quit, fail, or fight and dominate. In both of those situations, and I can speak this from experience, so this isn't me telling you from something that I heard from someone else. This is my own real life experience, okay? And when the tornado came through, we got completely wiped out. The easy thing would have been just take our insurance check and go home, and you would have felt a little failure, but we could move on to something else. Well, we had a lot of eyes to look at, our employees who also had families, right? And this is no exaggeration. We literally, not just myself, not just my partner, but there was several of us. Our office, guys, was Bob Evans' restaurant. We had no office. Our first meeting, like the day after, was in Bob Evans. We had no office, right? And we worked, and I'll never forget this till the day I die, we literally worked 16 to 18 hours a day, every day, almost 7 days a week, until we got up and running again. And we did it in a very short amount of time. At the time, it seemed like forever. But we had clients, we had employees, we had people that were counting on us. So quitting was not an option. And what was neat about that is we had so much buy-in. We had so much feeling of togetherness that once we got through that, our business started spiking. Okay, we had some excellent growth. Okay, we hit the recession. Okay, we hit the recession of '08. A lot of adversity. Okay, about knock you right to your knees. It wasn't fun. If you're in the housing industry in '08, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There is no exaggeration there whatsoever. And for all you young folks out there who were just messing around yet at that time, you didn't experience that. But it wasn't fun. We literally, we were really close to losing everything. But here's what we did. there was no more market share, okay? There wasn't more of a market share to get. So we had to think, what else could we do in a home that way when we got back, when they're started to get some business back, what else could we do in a home? We had to start diversifying a little bit, right? We had to start looking what other opportunities are out there, but stays within what we're doing. You know, we didn't decide to just all of a sudden get into something completely different while doing what we normally do, right? But we had to diversify. We had to look for opportunities. We had to look to see who else could we strategically partner with, right? When the recession of '08 came, you had a choice. You could quit and definitely fail. That would have been failure. Definitely quit. Definitely fail. Or you could dig in, you could align with the right people, and you can now start putting yourself in a position to dominate. Guys, in times of crisis, again, you can quit or you can fight. And not only fight, you can dominate. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a part of anything with myself or the 8% Nation family, which is pretty much tied into one, we're not going to let you quit. You're going to learn how to dominate. You're going to learn how to fight and dig in and really battle through this, what we're going through right now. Okay, that's a commitment I'll make to you, because quitting is not an option. And right now, what we're going through, okay, what we're going through is not a time to contract. It's not a time to contract. Right now is separation time. All those people out there who are pretenders, and I know in our industry, people kind of exaggerate their numbers sometimes, maybe sometimes say that they're doing a little bit better than what they're really doing, right? I think we all know a few of them people, good people, but just exaggerate a little bit. Well, times like this, you know who's stable, who's sound, who's got a plan, who has experience in hitting adverse times. People that have know this is separation time. You're either a contender or a pretender. That's it. You're one or the other. Okay? Guys, I went from an industry, nothing to do with insurance. I was making great money at the time. I got through two major adverse situations. Okay? Bought in at 30, sold at 37, became a seven-figure earner at age 37. I started an insurance agency. Guys, I knew nothing. I could barely spell insurance, right? I knew nothing about the industry. All I knew is it looked good. I liked what I saw, liked what I heard. I jumped in with both feet. Nothing was guaranteed, right? Started from scratch. Nobody built a team for me. Now I had some great partners and some great guidance with Cody, my current partner, Waylon Archer, and Innovative. Those guys have helped me a ton. You don't build anything big by yourself, right? Here's what else I can tell you. When you go through tough times, you want to make sure that you are surrounded by people that have their stuff together a little bit, right? Because now is not a time to hide. Now is the time to dig in and to fight. So I jumped into this industry and I gave up a bunch. Our business at that time was doing outstanding. We were doing almost 20 million a year in sales, but something wasn't quite right. I got into insurance, doing pretty well. Bang, crisis hits again. Coronavirus, right? And right now we have a lot of people, like our industry, you should be thriving right now. But we have a lot of people out there contracting. They're scared. They don't want to spend any money. Maybe they don't have any, right? This is now my third major crisis that I've been through. Tornado, recession, coronavirus. Three major adverse situations that looked me square in the eyes, right? In our agency, March and April, we've had explosive growth. We brought on, and I don't bring on groups of people. I would love to, but I've never brought on groups of people It's all basically done by me and a couple of our managers. And I can honestly tell you, we'll have close to 80 agents that we brought in to our agency in the last 60 days during a very tough time. But I've been through this before. And I know for a fact when adversity hits, when crisis like this hit, quitting is that's not even an option. This is the time to dominate. This is time to step out and dominate and triple down, not double down on yourself, triple down on yourself, triple down on your marketing. That's where it's at. If you want to have explosive growth right now, you find a way. You align, you strategically partner. And when we're out in Vegas at the end of July, because I know we're going to be there. We're going to be there. We won't, Cody, no one will put you in a bad situation. But I know we're going to be back in a position where we can have a conference, all right? And I will tell you exactly how to have explosive growth out in Las Vegas, because I've experienced it now 3 times, and all 3 times in 2 different industries, I've had explosive growth during a crisis. So this isn't my first rodeo here, all right? And I'm not trying to say that I'm better than anyone else, because I'm certainly not. We can look on this entire panel, and we've got some outstanding people here, way smarter than me, all right? But I do have experience in this. I've got the numbers to back it up, and I do know how to handle adverse situations and how to dominate and explode and penetrate during times of crisis. And if you can handle that, guess what? You can handle anything. And you can be as close to recession-proof as you possibly can. And I'll gladly share that. And I'll go a step further. If you have an agency out there, this isn't going to be a speed dating program out in Las Vegas where you really need to, whoever you came with, you go home with, right? This isn't a big recruiting pitch out there. And that's coming straight from me, right? I'm not going out there to try to recruit agents. That's not even on my radar. If I can help some people get through and show them how to strategically partner, how to handle times of crisis, that's all I want to do. Okay, and I'm really excited to do it because I've been there now 3 different times. All right, so I know I've got a track record to put people in a good situation during a tough time. Okay, so guys, there are so many good speakers out there, and I can honestly, wholeheartedly say I've been to a lot of different conferences, some big ones, and going to 8% the first time when I walked out of there, I said it then, and I'll say it again now. It was literally one of the best conferences I've ever been to because you actually got something out of it. All right, it wasn't a bunch of people just trying to promote themselves. They were trying to help you. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, is there things that you can get to help yourself from these people? Absolutely. Absolutely. But the intent of everybody coming out here is, I can promise you, to bring value and opportunity to yourself, to answer any questions that we possibly can. Again, you'll find out in Vegas how normal I am. Right? I'm very normal. Okay, there is nothing extravagant about me at all, but I will share some of the things that allowed me to have explosive growth, and I mean explosive in 2 different industries. Okay, and if I can do it, I know you can as well. No doubt about it. So get your tickets. Okay, I don't care where you sit. You can get front row, last row, it don't matter. There's pricing there for everybody. What I am going to tell you, you will get your money's worth. I promise you. You will get your money's worth. You will learn more in those 2 days than you probably do the entire year. So get in, make it happen. We're going to see you in July. And if you want to learn how to handle adversity and dominate and create more opportunities, can't wait to share it with you in July.
Awesome job, Todd. If you don't quit, you can't fail. That dude is not a quitter. He's never going to quit. He is someone that is focused and determined like nobody you've ever met. Unbelievable job. Thank you for being a part of this, Todd. Can't wait to see you speak at 8% Vegas. All right, the next speakers that I'm about to bring out in a second. Before I do, I'm going to bring them from out behind the studio, and they're going to walk in. Before they do, they may not. But before they do, I want to remind you that 8% Nation in Vegas is going to be at the Palms in the Pearl Theater. You want to grab your hotel. I've got the non-weekend nights as low as $75 a night. Weekends at about $170. A ridiculous deal for Vegas. You do want to grab your hotel. You go to 8%nation.com. You can scroll down and actually book your hotel today. Okay, so I told you I was going to encourage you to grab your seat today. If you grab a ticket that's VIP and higher today, and today only, for the first 100 to do so, we're going to add Success Society for free for 1 month. Now, Success Society is an unbelievable coaching program. I'm spending time with people. I'm doing weekly accountability calls. It's a coaching program where you get me every single week. You get a secret Facebook group. You get a private party at 8%. Success Society, something I'm super jacked up about. Every Monday I jump on and help agents, and we're live, and I motivate you to kick off your week. I'm going to give you a free month of Success Society for grabbing your seat today, only for the first 100. Again, we've got thousands on right now. Okay, we had close to 10,000 agents register for this event. Unbelievable. And for the first 100 that take action today, I'm going to keep incentivizing you to do something that you know you want to do anyway. Okay? I'm prepared to bring out and ready to bring out the next speakers. The insurance soup. Big bowl of soup, man. Best tasting soup in the insurance industry. My good buddies Michael McCormick and Taylor Dobby. Unbelievable dudes. When I say unbelievable dudes, I really mean it. I really, really mean it. I got the pleasure of meeting them a couple years ago when I first started wanting to put on the conference. And what they don't know is having them a part of it was a huge blessing and help to me. Okay, they made me a moderator of their Facebook group, The Insurance Soup. They're just freaking amazing guys. I don't know why they do so much for me. You know, I want to keep doing more for them. Like that's a mutual relationship that you want to be a part of. And I'm telling you what, the Insurance Soup guys are unbelievable. They don't realize this, that several years ago, I would say 3-4 years ago, I was like, man, if I could ever get my business to where I'm like rolling and doing well, like the Insurance Soup and this massive Facebook group and all the amazing things they have going. I'm like, I would love to meet these guys. It would be incredible. But what I didn't know is I would actually be introducing them on a virtual stage right now in front of thousands of insurance agents, and I didn't expect it. They didn't know that I was thinking about them and talking about them before we even met. Okay, and I'm blessed to know them. Unbelievable guys. They truly care. They shared how to generate Facebook leads live at the last 8%. Okay? If you don't quit, you can't fail. These dudes will never quit. Great dudes. Excited to bring them out to the virtual stage. Mr. Michael McCormick and Mr. Taylor Dobby of the Insurance Soup.
Welcome back to another presentation here in this virtual summit that we are in the middle of. My name is Mike McCormick, and with me to my left or my right, depending on how this ultimately shakes out during editing, is my better-looking, better-bearded brother from another mother, Taylor Dobby. We are the co-owners of Insurance Soup and all of the Insurance Soup brands. If you're not familiar with Insurance Soup, we are the largest community on social media for insurance agents, brokers, and team members. And we have a very thriving community where the action is just absolutely nonstop. We're talking good, bad, and ugly in the industry all day, every day, while providing some infotainment and a number of really kick-ass and badass products and services to the industry at the same time. So all that being said, when we speak at 8% Nation, and we've been very fortunate in the last number of years to continue to be invited back, we make it a point to always rain value down on you guys. We want to make sure that when you leave this virtual conference, when you leave this summit, that you have something actionable that you can go back into your agency and implement to get those registers ringing. All that being said, I am going to pass the baton over to Taylor here, and we are going to start to dig in and provide that value to you now.
Awesome. And before we really dive in, I promise Mike and I are at least 6 feet apart, as he's in New York and I'm in Texas. So don't let the brick walls behind us fool you. But we are limited on time compared to what we normally would be, you know, standing on stage having an hour. So we want to dive right into a couple actionable items you can take back, apply, and benefit from. So we're going to go into EdgeRank in general, and then I'm going to pass it back to Mike. I'm going to really how to segment the audience on Facebook so you're staying in front of who you want to. But when it comes to Facebook EdgeRank, we've all heard about the algorithm. You know, this secret formula that Facebook uses. And what EdgeRank really is it's your social credibility when it comes to Facebook. So if Mike and I didn't communicate at all whatsoever, Facebook is going to recognize that and say, okay, if they're not communicating, they're not liking, engaging, commenting, sharing each other's posts, then we don't want to waste spot on their timeline because they must not be interested with each other.
Well, Taylor, why don't we back that up a little bit and explain why they're picking and choosing whose content to show you on the platform, because I think it'll start to make a lot more sense for people if they understand why Facebook is choosing who to showcase and who not to showcase. You know, once you understand like the logistics of the why, you'll understand why getting the EdgeRank and why understanding of how to take advantage of the algorithm is super important.
No, absolutely. So Facebook, we all know it, it's a money-making machine. And the way that Facebook makes their money is by serving ads in your newsfeed. If you were to scroll through your newsfeed, you'll see about every 3 to 4 posts is an ad. So Facebook, in order to pay their shareholders, they serve ad. And by serving the ads, they're taking the advertisers' money. So they want to keep you on Facebook for as long as they possibly can so that they can serve you as many ads as they can. They can collect those ad dollars from the advertisers and make money, pay their shareholders. All in all, that's how Facebook makes their money. So the EdgeRank is very important to keep you on Facebook for as long as possible. So if you view your timeline as, prime real estate, Facebook wants you to be scrolling through your timeline and engaging and staying there for as long as possible. And so that's where the secret formula of algorithm kind of comes into play. So if Mike and I didn't communicate, Facebook recognizes that and says, okay, there's no interest there. We're not going to waste up that prime real estate and show Taylor Mike's post or Mike Taylor's post because they're just simply not interested. Now, if I were to start engaging on Mike's post, I start liking, commenting, sharing, Facebook recognizes that, says, okay, they've been friends for 10 years. We hadn't really shown any of their posts to each other because they weren't interested. Now they're engaging. They've got some similarities. We're going to start showing them more and more the more that they engage with each other. So that's why if you go through your timeline, your newsfeed, you'll see it's the same people that you engage with, that you're seeing day after day after day. And you look back and go, man, I've been friends with Sally for 10 years and I don't see any of Sally's posts. And if you were to go back and look, it's because you're not engaging with Sally. So what Facebook really recognizes is, the likes, the comments, the shares. But there's a couple other, formulas built in. You may notice that if you were to reach out to Sally on Messenger and send her a message and y'all start talking back and forth there in the Facebook Messenger, now Facebook recognizes, even though it's not on the timeline where you engaged, but you engaged in part of their platform, Facebook's going to start to serve you up some of Sally's posts and Sally some of your posts. Now, the more that you engage, the more that you see each other's, interactions. Also recently, Facebook has incorporated more in the algorithm. Any marketer, anybody out there that says they know the algorithm, one, that they're full of it. No one really knows the secret formula. But what you'll see is, the topics right now is a big one. Facebook is always making changes to the algorithm. And if you post a topic right now, Facebook is going to show your post to others, on your friends list that show interest in that same topic. So if you were to post about your high school, even though you haven't engaged with a lot of friends from your high school, they're going to show the friends on your friends list that you went to high school with that post because there's some similarities there. So there's multiple different ways to kind of manipulate the algorithm. And that's really what Mike's going to dive into to make sure that you're staying in front of the right people at the right time to always, pull the opportunities from Facebook as often as you can.
Yeah, so, Taylor just brought up 2 very concrete ways for you to kind of make sure that you're getting in front of exactly who you want to be speaking to, while you're on the social platforms. you know, like you just mentioned, you can start to engage them in their messenger, and in turn, you'll start being fed their content and vice versa. And just like you also mentioned, if you are topically bringing up stuff that that is of interest to people on your friends list, then Facebook will begin showing those topical posts to people that would, you know, that have previously engaged on other posts or other content on the platform around that topic. But there's a third way that that we've been using, we've been teaching for, I mean, geez, this is the strategy that we're sharing on this one. It had to be kind of quick and super simple. So this is one that we've had pretty much from the very beginning before we were even doing ads. This is a pure organic strategy on how to build a nice little army of potential referral partner prospects, and that is done by creating your own friends lists within your friends list on Facebook. And this is something that the majority of people out there don't really know that you can do. So I'm going to walk you through that right now. So all you need to do is you need to go home. Actually, first thing you need to do if you're not part of Insurance Soup is join. We got 31,256 members in there as of this recording. And everything that we do in there is solely around the topic of insurance in the industry and everything good, bad, ugly, and in between. But shameless plug over. What we're going to do now is we are going to go to the home screen here. And from the home screen, and I apologize for anything that is not appropriate that is showing up in my newsfeed right now. That is not my content. But what you're able to do is you're able to, right here where it says Explore, if you click on See More, you're going to see a little tab here that says Friends Lists. And now I would go out on a limb and say the majority of people on Facebook are not fully familiar with the fact that this even exists, but it's a very powerful little feature that is buried here under the Explore tab. So what we're going to do is we're going to click off on Friends List, and what you're going to see here is the ability to create your own little subset of friends lists within your own personal Facebook account. So what you're able to do is you're able to isolate the people that you want in different categories for whatever, you know, for whatever your purpose is. So right now you're looking at a number of different lists that I personally have got on my Facebook. Most of these are client-based at this point. You know, you see CAC marketing, agency elephant users, et cetera, but the way that I used to use it when I was an agency, and the way that Taylor used to use it when he was an agency, and the way that so many CAC clients are currently utilizing it in their agencies is like this. What we do is we create lists of people that we want to have as potential referral partners. So what you do is you go to create list, and it's just going to ask you to name the list and start plugging people in here. So let's just say, for example, you are looking for more loan officers, more real estate agents, more accountants, more attorneys, whatever the case is. A couple of things that you're able to do is you know, start reaching out to people on the various social platforms. I would recommend, if you're looking for people that are profession specific, to start on LinkedIn, find their profile on LinkedIn, and then try and find them on Facebook. Send them that friend request on Facebook first. If they don't accept it, shoot it over on LinkedIn, and then, hey, let them know, hey, I shot you a friend request over on Facebook as well. I always find it better for you know, potential referral partner relationships, you know, for us to kind of know each other on a little bit more of a personal level. And what you're able to do is you're able to put together these lists of people that all fall into you know, whatever category you've put together. Now, why would you want to do that? One of the easiest ways for you to get yourself in front of a new potential referral partner is by building a social relationship with them online first, by building some social currency. And the way that you go about doing that is by liking their stuff, commenting on their stuff, sharing their stuff, you know, basically giving them the warm and fuzzies and letting them know and feel that the content that they're putting out there resonates with you and that there's a lot of commonality. So what you'll wind up doing is you'll create a list of loan officers, or a list of real estate agents, or a list of whoever it is that you're trying to get yourself in front of and keep yourself in front of, local business owners, you know, what have you. And you'll have this list that you'll be able to dig into each and every day. So I'll click on this one right here, Soup Admin and CAC Coaches. There's no harm, no foul in here. And what you're going to see is you're going to see everybody who currently has an admin or moderator spot with us in Insurance Soup. and I'm able to keep up with the content that they're putting out on a daily basis. These are my coworkers, they're my employees, they're my closest friends and colleagues in the industry. Of course, I want to engage with them as frequently as possible and let them know that, hey, I'm thinking about you throughout the day. Hope you're thinking about me the same way. But from a referral partner standpoint, what this does for you is it creates little environments, little ecosystems within your personal Facebook that you're able to jump into throughout the day and make sure that you're not missing a beat on any of the people whose trust you're looking to earn.
Let me chime in here real quick, Mike.
Please do.
The reason this is so important, and we're all guilty of it, is we'll add someone on Facebook or they'll add us and we'll engage them, and then life, gets in the way and we forget. It's a new relationship. So it's not someone that's on, you're thinking about or you're laughing about your last engagement. It's someone that's very new, to that Facebook world when it comes to that friend. So when you add them, it's a place to where you're easily able to go, oh yeah, let's go check on what Johnny is doing because he's a new friend. When you add them to this, they don't disappear. This is only going to show you who you put on that individual little news feed.
Absolutely. And if we're being completely honest and we're calling a spade, the majority of the referral partners that you're adding to your Facebook, you're not adding to your Facebook because you've got this overwhelming desire to get to know them. You're adding them because you've got this overwhelming desire to potentially do business with them, right? You're going to get to know them during that process. But when you are just adding potential referral partners, to Taylor's point, it's not in your mind to be constantly checking up on their social media so that you can like on their stuff, comment on their stuff. And until you've established that good edge rank with them, until Facebook has recognized that this is someone who, when they put content out, you personally, the end user, you, the agent, want to see that content. Until Facebook's established that that you're looking to see that content type of relationship, they're not necessarily going to continue to feed you each and every post that the people that you're looking to earn as referral partners is putting out into the wilderness. So all that being said, what you're able to do by creating these silos is you're able to stay on top of these referral partners that you're looking to earn, and you're able to continue to like their stuff, comment on their stuff, share their stuff, so that when you do build that social currency to a point where you feel comfortable reaching out and introducing yourself, and please, 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 I beg of you, please, do not start reaching out to these people until you've started building social currency. If you reach out to them as a total stranger and ask them for a cup of coffee, anyone who's making money in whatever industry they're in is going to tell you no, and anyone who's not making any money in that industry is going to tell you yes and waste your time.
So Mike, you're saying that the best strategy isn't to add the referral partners as a friend and then immediately spam their inbox?
That's a much more succinct way of saying it than I was just saying. But what I am begging of you is to not just go out there, grab new referral partners, add them to your friends list, and start spamming and bamming them. What you want to do is you want to add them. You want to build that social currency through some of the methods that we've talked about today, whether it be through maximizing edge rank, whether it be through creating silos within Facebook so that you're able to stay on top of them and build that social currency. And from there, once you've established that little bit of back and forth, and a little bit of reciprocity with them. Because what you're going to see, and I promise you this because I've done it a million times, is as you start to engage with them, the law of reciprocity starts to kick in, and they're going to feel the need to start to kind of chime in on your stuff too, particularly if there's a good vibe there. If they happen to wander over to your stuff because you've liked the last 4 or 5 posts, hey, who is this Taylor Dobby guy that likes all my posts? Now they wind up on your profile and they see, oh, you like hunting. Oh, you're into this, you're into that, and you have some commonalities. Now you're cooking with gas. And now that new referral partner who you were a virtual stranger to just days before is now seeing all your stuff and realizing that there's a lot in common here. And when you do reach out for that very first time, after you guys have kind of, volleyed some likes and comments back and forth on some posts, it's not going to be weird. It's not going to be awkward. It's not going to be spammy. It's going to be, hey, Taylor, just wanted to reach out and formally introduce myself. We've been kind of liking and commenting on each other's posts for the last month or so. We seem to have a lot in common. I figured I'd just reach out and say what's up. I appreciate you here on, I appreciate the stuff that you put out on Facebook, and boom, now you're off to the races with a normal human being conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to before you do business with anyone or anyone does business with you, they want to know, like, and trust you. So what social media allows you to do is really bridge that know factor and that trust factor. Mike and I, before the first time we ever met in person, I could have told you his kid's names, his wife's name, where he lived, what his interests are, everything about Mike because of Facebook itself.
And what happened when I walked out those airport doors at Dallas Fort Worth the very first time we met?
I was a high five, a hug, and it was like we've hung out 100 times.
You hopped right out of the car and we hugged.
Yeah, I mean it allows you to bridge that gap. So when you're engaging and you're interacting and you're letting them kind of see into your life and you're seeing into theirs, when you do have that conversation, there's something to discuss there. You've got some similarities. There's that interest. They know you. They like you, or else they wouldn't continue to engage. And now that trust is being built, so that now you can get to the business side of things.
Absolutely. So all that said, we're a little bit pressed for time here. This isn't a typical presentation from Insurance Soup. So we are going to start to wind down here. If you are not already a member of Insurance Soup, do a search on Facebook. Just type in Insurance Soup and you'll see our group pop up. We've got a little bit over 31,000 members here, and every last member that joins the group is just as important as any other, because you bring your own individual and unique insight and experience to the table, and that helps keep the soup nice and hot and full. If you are not already in Soup, again, we appreciate and look forward to you becoming part of the family. If you are in Soup, well, here we are again. You're used to seeing us. But either way, we have recently, as a way to kind of drive and fuel the industry the best we can from behind the scenes, we have recently created a mini course that we are literally giving to everybody in Insurance Soup right now. The point of the little education that we put together was to help agents who are transitioning from an office setting to home. So it falls right into theme here with this virtual conference of you can't fail if you don't give up. We wanted to make sure that we were giving everybody in Insurance Soup a number of different strategies and tools that they could implement to get through this hard time. A little bit around organic marketing, a little bit about automation. Make sure that when you join Insurance Soup, you check the announcements and snatch that up.
Yeah, Mike, show them real quick, since you have it pulled up, where the announcements are and the actual post for the announcement.
So all you're going to do when you join Insurance Soup is click announcements right here. In an ideal world, it'll be right at the top. It probably isn't. A couple of blog posts. Here's the conference. Got to find it.
And also, if you're doing it from your mobile, then it's just going to be the top post. You'll be able to click and drop down. You'll be able to find it. If for some reason it's not in the announcements now, we'll make sure that it is here shortly. And, take what you've learned on this call and take action. The theme of you can't fail if you don't quit. When it comes to social media, it's being persistent. You can't hop on once a month and put a little bit of effort into it, or reach out to that referral partner, once every 6 months and try to create any kind of credibility or relationship there. You've got to be persistent. You've got to, dive in. Me personally, I dive into my little, personalized news feeds, the segmented audience. I'll go into the morning and some engage, and then in the evening I do the same. With Facebook, there's prime hours of the day. The morning and the evening are going to be where you get the most activity, where that engagement's really going on. So that's when I like to do it. I don't just hop in randomly throughout the day. To me, it's a system. It's a process. It's a way of doing business. And so I treat it as such. You have to do it consistently, though. Don't give up because you're not seeing results right away.
All that said, some of the stuff that we talked about today are great ideas for you to begin laying down a foundation for when the future rebuild or reemergence of when your business is really banging is going to take place. Fortunately, a lot of agents have been able to continue moving forward, but I know that there are a lot of agents that as they move to home have found themselves technologically a little bit stuck. Struggling with having family around, struggling with homeschooling and all that kind of stuff. Right now, if you're a little bit slower or you find yourself on social media a little bit more than you normally do, what you've got the opportunity to do right now with these little strategies that we just laid on you guys today is begin to plan for the future by establishing and building those referral partner relationships, so that when your doors are open, when you are public facing again, and all these new referral partners whose relationships you've been building over the last number of months have begun to blossom, you're going back to the office with a horde of new referral partners that are looking to help you build your business. All that said,
hope you enjoyed the last 20 minutes with us. We are short on time, so hope you enjoy the speakers ahead, and look forward to seeing you in Insurance Soup.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys, and look forward to the next speaker. They're going to be awesome.
I told you they'd be good. And they're freaking hilarious. Thank you so much, Insurance Soup, for doing that for us. Michael and Taylor, I love it. Thank you for being a part of this. Can't wait to see you on stage again in Vegas, doing a PNC panel, doing a PNC breakout session, a part of the lunch. Everything we got going on, the experience is going to be leveled up from a PNC perspective because of the Insurance Soup. Awesome job. Thank you guys for being on this. If you don't quit, you can't fail, right? That's the theme. I'm going to keep saying it over and over because I don't want to see you quit. 92% of insurance agents fail. 8% Nation was born because most of you fail. And you can't fail if you don't quit, right? And I don't want to see you quit. Okay, so that's why the next speaker that I'm about to bring out in a second embodies this. She's unbelievable. She is way more talented than she even realized at this point. Like, she is one of the most impressive females that I've ever met. And I mean that. Okay, before I get there, I'm going to give you another reason to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and get your ticket to Vegas right now. I'm going to add, and this is going to go quick. So when I say this, I'm telling you, this will go out over the next several minutes. You got to get to aprilstation.com and do this as soon as I say it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. For the first 50 that buy tickets to 8% Nation Vegas today with these coupon codes, VIP BOGO, Premier BOGO, you can get bulk orders. You can get 4 VIPs for $493 with 4 VIP $493. Okay, for anybody, the first 50 to take action, I'm giving you a free strategy call with me. So actually what you're going to get, if you're in the first 50, super exclusive group, super small percentage, you got to take action right now. Some of you are already running because you're like, dude, I don't even know what I'm getting, but I know it's first 50, so it's freaking crazy and I need to do it. And you're right. You're getting tickets, you're getting 1 month of Success Society, and you're getting a free strategy call with me. Again, only for the first 50. Go to aprilstation.com and claim that right now because we got thousands on, and it's only for the first 50 once again. So go do that at aprilstation.com. All right. For the next speaker, again, she's unbelievable, uber talented, phenomenal team builder that is absolutely great at training and empowering and developing and helping insurance agents succeed. She's a super success in her own right. She's been successful in multiple different types of industries. I'm talking real estate, insurance, doesn't matter. She's a powerhouse. She's a part of Senior Life Services, which I'm a massive fan of down in Vero Beach, Florida. I love those guys. I really, really do. And Jennifer Walker is, again, one of the most talented people I know. She's got celebrity friends that you don't even know about. She's like, she drives an unbelievable supercar. Like, she is amazing. Let me introduce you, for those that don't know her, I'm telling you what, she embodies the theme, if you don't quit, you can't fail. She's incredible, and I'm super excited to have her, SLS, Henry, Grant, Rory, and James, everybody over there, a part of this thing. Super excited to bring to the virtual stage right now. Is she ready? Let's bring her now. Jennifer Walker.
Hello, 8% Nation. When Andy contacted me regarding this event, the very first thing that came to my mind was, how is my stylist going to do my hair and makeup from 6 feet apart? But the second thing that came to mind was I was very honored to be a part of this and get together with Landon and the crew again, as well as supporting Cody's vision and representing myself and SLS for 8% Nation. Now, for some of you, I may be a new face, so I wanted to say hello. My name is Jennifer Walker, and I'm originally from San Francisco, California. Now, I'm not from the part of San Francisco that most people think about. Yep, nope, not from the part where you have the cable cars and the Golden Gate Bridge and Fisherman's Wharf. No. I am from the part of San Francisco where all of those folks that were housed in Alcatraz, yeah, they probably came from my hood. So many people don't know that that part of San Francisco exists, but I'm here to tell you it does, okay? I grew up in it. But, you know, growing up in that area, my mother and father, they wanted to make sure that we were different, that we did not intertwine in that type of environment. And so we went to private school as a child, but then when my parents divorced when I was 12, I had to go to public school. So even though my mom did everything that she could for us as we were younger, she still had to go to work in the evening. So at that time, I would probably have to say as a teenager, I probably stuck my nose and toes in places that probably were not the best thing to do. And by the age of 16, I knew so many people that have died, people in different parts of the hood. And my mom had told me I've been to more funerals at age 16 than she's ever gone into her entire life. So it never was a situation where I could wake up one day and not have anything go on in the hood. It was always either shooting, it was police chasing, you look out the window and see drug deals going on. So it was a really bad environment. At that point, I just had to make a decision on whether or not I want to be a statistic. Do I want to fulfill someone else's prophecy of what a brown girl from the hood is supposed to be? Or did I want to change my life? And so I decided I didn't want to be that. And I had a friend of mine who had introduced me to an organization called the Omega Boys Club of San Francisco. And she asked if I wanted to join. I was like, yeah, do I want to go to a place that have a bunch of smart and cute boys? I'll go. But when I got there, I realized that this place was much more than that. It was a place that took inner city children that were less fortunate, that wanted to have a higher education, and was able to send them to college. And they were also going to the juvenile facilities and helping those guys get on track. And their motto was, look, we're gonna take you from the jailhouse to the schoolhouse. And they were able to do that. And I was able to be a part of a college tour that they sent us to historical Black colleges in Atlanta as well as in Alabama. And at that point, I set my sights on Atlanta. I figured this is a place that I want to be. So at age 17, I moved to Atlanta, and I'm moving to a place that was very, very different from where I'm from. So being from San Francisco, it was like a melting pot. So I was around a lot of different cultures. Atlanta was not like that. It was a predominantly African-American city where it was a lot of successful people that looked like me. So I was, it was exciting. It was an exciting time of my life. So I decided to attend Clark Atlanta University, and I ended up graduating from there with a degree in mass communications, radio, TV, and film. And so at this point, I had to decide, what am I going to do with my life? And so I ended up getting a job at the hottest record label in Atlanta at the time. It was LaFace Records. It was the home to Tony Braxton, Tony Braxton, Usher, Outkast, Pink was on the label, TLC, like it was a major rock star label. And it was great. Everything was great. The energy was electric. I really felt that I was part of a place that I belong, except I was doing an internship. So I was not getting paid. And yeah, I'm like, I'm spending all this time. And that was my first lesson in the entertainment industry was, you need to be willing to do this job for free because there's so many people that want to be where you are. So I took on the challenge. It's fine. But as I was working at the label, I heard rumored of the video commissioner. He was looking to start his own production company. So here I am. That's what I have my degree in. Hey, maybe I go approach him and give it a shot. So I mustered up the courage to go up and talk to him, and I let him know that I would love to be a part of his company and help him grow his business. And he said, okay, well, sounds good. Give me your resume. So I provided it to him, and a couple weeks went by, and at that point, he had already moved out of his office, and the interns were designated to go clean the office to get it prepared for the next person that was moving in. So as I was cleaning his office, guess what I found? That's right, my resume sitting right there on his desk. He never even took it. He probably never even looked at it. So at this point, I said, well, I guess my dreams are deferred a little bit about working with this company. But a couple weeks went by, and I was at a club, and in the parking lot, guess who I see? So I'm trying to decide at this point, do I go and approach him and give it another shot, let him know that I do want to work with this company, or do I just accept the fact that maybe he's just not interested in me working with him? So I always believe you have to go after anything that you want. And so I felt like It didn't hurt anything. I'm going to go for it. So I went up to him. I reintroduced myself. And when I tell you guys, I had the best pitch. Here's what I can do. Here's how I can help your company grow. I mean, I was proud of myself. I was like, yes. And so he said, okay, all that sounds good. But the person that you need to speak with, he's right over there. So I looked. By the time I looked back, this guy had dipped off and went into the club. So I'm like, all right, at this point, I guess I'm doomed. But I'm only doomed if I quit, because I can't fail if you never quit. And so I even with all of the reasons that the world would predict my failure, I was not going to fail myself. So I took the time and I went over and I introduced myself to him. And believe it or not, him and I hit it off. We hit it off so well that we were literally in that parking lot for about 2 hours talking. And he said, okay, well, why don't you give me a call and we'll have a formal interview on Monday. And so I called and I was able to speak with him and his other business partner. And they said, okay, well, we like you. Everything sounds great, but we're moving the company to LA. Would you be willing to come? And I'm like, Hollywood? Of course I'm ready to go to Hollywood. So 2 weeks later, I packed my bags and I was gone. And now here I am thinking, you know, this young girl from the hood of San Francisco is now getting an opportunity to sit on production shoots of now. We're doing videos for Celine Dion. We're doing videos for Britney Spears, Toni Braxton, TLC. We're doing videos for Gloria Stefan, the Backstreet Boys. I mean, you name it, I was on that video shoot. And it was an it was really an electric experience. I truly enjoyed myself. And at this point, I feel like, Mama, I made it. I'm in Hollywood. And so this is going to give me the opportunity to live the dream of working on movie videos. On movie sets. And so everything was great. I'm working with the hottest video director in the land. And then I get laid off. So I'm thinking, wow, here I am, you know, jobless in a city where it's the most expensive place to live in America, and I don't have a job. And at this point, I knew I could call my mom because she's always had my back, but I didn't want to do that. I felt like at this point, I'm a big girl and I just need to accept it and try to find a way to pick up the pieces and move on. And so I ended up going to another industry function. Yes, it was a party, okay. And I just want to tell you, that is how we did business in LA. In order to network, you had to go to the industry events. So I went and I ran into a director who knew that I was working with the other guy, and I let him know that we were no longer working together, and he literally offered me a position right then and there. So now I am the agent to music video director. So now all of the relationships that I acquired from working with the other guy pretty much set me up in a great position to do this job. And now I'm able to circle back to all of the connections that I had and now utilize those connections with the current directors that I'm working with now. So I brought on some directors that I knew in Atlanta, and now I'm flying back and forth to Atlanta. And we're shooting now the hottest, Southern hip hop artists at that time. And, life was great. I'm traveling back and forth and, we were doing pretty well. And then my directors at that time, they got offered to do a movie. So now I'm thinking, okay, yes, my dream to work on the movies are finally coming to pass. And then they decided they no longer needed my services. They needed an agent now to represent them for movies, so they no longer needed an agent for video directors. So now, once again, I found myself in this place, and I said, you know what? I don't understand. I'm a hard worker. I'm a go-getter. I'm dedicated. I'm loyal. Why do I keep finding myself in this position? And I just realized that, basically I'm pretty much helping everyone else fulfill their dreams and not really fulfilling my own. So that day I made a decision. That's it. I'm not working for anybody else. There will be no one else that will dictate my worth. And I became an entrepreneur. And my girlfriend, she had said, well, I know that you licensed with real estate. I ended up getting my real estate license while I was in LA. And she said, why don't you come to Atlanta and utilize those connections that you have, all of them are moving to Atlanta anyway. I was like, yes, what a great idea. So I packed up my things and I moved to Atlanta. And now I'm selling to many of the video directors and the commissioners and the artists and the managers, all my connections that I had in the entertainment industry. I was able to sell them their dream homes as well as investment properties in Atlanta. And so now I set my sights on a new dream. So my new dream was to be the agent of the stars. And I said, I need to get one big major artist. Like, who would that person be? And fortunately enough for me, I was friends with a young lady who was marrying one of the top multi-platinum artists at the time. Yes, Usher Raymond. And so I was able to help them find their dream home together, as well as providing a commercial property for him as well. So that was great. And the market was booming. And now I feel like I really made it, because within my very first year of doing real estate, I was able to double my income. At that time, I felt like, you know what, I should have sent those guys a thank you card, because that was the biggest blessing that ever could have happened for me. I was able to buy 4 homes that same year. I'm driving 2 BMWs, and now I'm living the life. So things are great. We're moving and shaking. And then the market softened. So we all know what happened in the year 2007, 2008 is when the real estate market took a nosedive. And so a friend of mine, he had said, well, you know what? I know that you're a go-getter. I have these guys that I want to introduce you to. He said, I don't quite know what they do, but I know that they're very successful. I think that they'll be a good business partner for you. So I ended up connecting with them. We met at a restaurant right outside of Atlanta, and the meeting went very well. So after the meeting, we decided to drive to their office. They said, let me just kind of show you what I do, show you what we do. And so as we pulled up, I mean, all these guys had brand new Mercedes-Benz just parked out in the front of their office. And so I was a little bit surprised. Now, I wasn't overly impressed, only because I'm used to being, you know, around global superstars as well as A-list celebrities. So I'm used to seeing things like that. But I did not know that these things existed in the insurance business. So as we pulled up, I entered their office, and they had a 10,000 square foot facility. And I asked the guys, like, I mean, is this all from insurance money? And they were like, yes, yes. And so one of the partners, Henry Stewart, he pulled me to the side and he said, you know what? I see that you're a go-getter. I know that, you know, you're doing very well in your business. But he said, do you see what's going on in the market? You know, the market is headed for a crash, and you might want to have something else to have behind you. And so reluctantly, I listened, and I got my insurance license. And so I just realized that partnering up with these guys, they had exactly what I was looking for: stability and success. And so I did it. And, you know, we had a great partnership. We were doing Medicare Advantage initially, and then we decided to sell insurance over the phone. And so everything was just working out great. My lifestyle really did not change that much. I was able to pretty much sustain it. And I'm really glad that I had listened to him too, because at that time, there were 2 people that foreclosed in the subdivision that I live in, and both of them were real estate agents. So they stayed on that sinking Titanic way too long. And so I'm just glad, you know, I'm here doing very well. And then our call center got shut down. And it only got shut down because the FCC stepped in and they stopped the robotic call. So it pretty much killed the way that we were selling over the phone. And so at this point, I said, that's it. I'm done with insurance. I need to find something else. Does this mean I now have to go back and get a job, something that I swore off that I'll never do again? And Henry Stewart, and this is what I appreciated about him, he was always the type of person that always found something else for us to do. So it's like, hey, if this doesn't work, do this. If this doesn't work, we got this. So he always had a backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan. And so that plan was for us to go to a company that was called Senior Life Services. So the things that he were telling me about Senior Life Services really just sounded too good to be true. So he's telling me about a company that's going to offer us free leads, training, support, good money, incentives, and they're going to fly us down to Florida. I'm like, now, why would the company do that? But I said, okay, you know what? I just ended up going. So here I am, finding myself on a plane headed to a city that I'd never even heard of before, Vero Beach. Never even heard of that. And by the time I got there, though, I realized that, you know, this company was a real deal. I was able to meet the top CEO of the company and all the executives. And this was really, it was the real deal. But I said, there got to be a catch here somewhere. So the catch is probably in those leads. So then when we get back home to our home state, and I worked the leads. And within 6 months, I was able to win President's Club. And so now President's Club was an exotic trip that you take and you're able to bring a guest. And now here I am sitting on the sandy beaches of the Bahamas with my feet in the sand, drinking my martini, whatever it was I was drinking. And I felt like, you know what? I made it. I felt like this was a company that really had my back and they had my best interest at heart. And now, not only that, I'm fulfilling myself emotionally and spiritually, because now I'm helping families on that final day that, you know, they can give a gift to their loved ones. I'm helping them fulfill that. And it really made me feel good to be able to do that. And like I said, I'm a part of an organization that really care about their agents. And so here I am, 10 years later, still with the company. And now I'm in a position where I'm the first African-American female divisional builder in the history of the company. So I'm so blessed to have all the executives behind me and supporting me. And now it had led me to this place. I am now so glad that I met 8% Nation, because in January of this year, we had one of the members of the executive team, James Whitley. He had said to me, he said, you know, we're going to have a guest speaker at our meeting. And I was like, well, who's coming to our meeting? He said, Cody Askins. I said, you mean the Grant Cardone of insurance, Cody Askins? He said, yes, he's coming to our meeting. So I'm excited about it. And I had a couple speeches that I had to give to our sales force. And I look out in the audience and I see Cody. So I was a little bit nervous to speak in front of him, but when I got off stage, he approached me and he said, you know what? I really was impressed by what you said. And I was like, wow, thank you. I was very honored that he would say that to me. And next thing I know, a few months later, I'm a part of 8% Nation. Yes, mama, I made it. And I'm just very grateful and I'm honored to be a part of this great company. And I'm so proud. I know that we all are practicing social distancing right now, but hopefully this will all be over very soon and we'll be able to bump elbows in Vegas, and I'll be able to share the stage with Tim Story and Coach Bird and Cody and all the list of other great speakers. And I'm just honored that, you know, for you guys to take the time out to listen to little old me, little girl from San Francisco that just had big dreams and been able to fulfill them. I'm just very, very grateful. So I will tell you that everything that you want in life, it really does live one step beyond how far you think that you can stretch. But it's well within your reach, and you can only get it if you believe it. So I will tell you to don't give up, and I look forward to seeing you all in July. Take care. Bye-bye.
She's got a song to sing, am I right? Jennifer Walker, unbelievable job. Thanks for being a part of the first ever virtual and being part of 3.0 in Vegas later this year. Awesome, awesome job. Again, huge thanks to Jennifer Walker and SLS for being a part of this thing. All right, so before I bring out the next speaker, who's been at every 8% so far, who is a monster in his own right, who has too many books that I can't even keep count of, who is one of the best coaches in the world. I've gave him tons of money. You guys have gave him tons of money. And he keeps bringing it strong and over-delivering and bringing value, because everybody needs a coach in life. All right? Before I do, I know he's going to want you to be a part of 8%. Again, get your ticket right now so that you can be involved in the whole experience. Free strategy call for the first 50. Free Success Society for the first 100. Again, and for the first 1,000 during this, those coupon codes will work. But again, those coupon codes will not last long and they will not be active even tomorrow. This is the last chance to take advantage of these coupon codes. I guarantee it. Okay, so super excited to bring out my good buddy, my good friend, a good mentor, and a great coach to me. You know him as America's coach. You know him as an author. You know him as a speaker, someone that travels the world and speaks all the time. He's a good dude, good friend of mine. I've absolutely loved getting to know him. And I'm telling you what, he has revolutionized my business by bringing it and by being honest, by being real, by being transparent, and by trying to help others grow their business. Welcome to the virtual stage. My good buddy, come on now. Come on, Coach. Coach Michael Burt.
A person of influence is interested in how many people they can impact on the planet. So they're living a fascinating life, they're going to fascinating places, they're hanging around fascinating people, and they're really becoming people of influence that are attracting large amounts of opportunity to them.
The difference between big-time people and small-time people is big-time people get scared just like everybody else does. They just don't contract. When I coach big-time people, when they get scared, they do not contract and retreat. What they do is double down. Good coach have conversations with you that you don't want to have. They'll make you do some things you don't want to do, but they will help you become something you did not think you could become. Do you have a person in your life right now who will have hard conversations with you that you don't want to have? Challenge you to do things you don't want to do. Push you beyond where you currently are. Because if you don't, here's what we do. We contract. We get static. Now, I can't help you until you commit. But once you commit, I'm not going to let you fail. So are you in or out? I challenge people, but I do it in a positive way. What good is it to have skill with no desire? That's body with no heart. What good is it to have heart with no skill? What good is it to have knowledge with no confidence? If you believe work is just work or a job, then you and I don't believe the same things. My work is my mission. Take people from all walks of life, get them trained and coached up, push them through a pipeline, pop them out the other side. I tell people when you work with me, it's not going to be a game changer, it's going to be a life changer.
Hi, I'm Coach Michael Burt, and man, I'm excited to speak at the 8% Nation Conference in July in Las Vegas. And the theme of what we're going to talk about today is just some raw material from me about my life and my story, really around a central theme of you can't fail if you don't quit. And as I was thinking about this concept of failure in life, I think about this concept of our mindset of it's going to be a fight, but man, we're going to find a way to win. For years of my life, I've had that mindset. And I never could articulate it to people when they would ask me, well, tell me about the way you attack. And I just got a message from Tim Grover, who wrote Relentless. And he said, man, I know you just pursue and push so hard. And I go all the way back to early in life. I was raised by a single mom who had me when she was 16 years old. She had a very high prey drive. She taught me we don't whine, we don't complain, we don't make excuses, right? We dress up, we show up, we grow up. I remember leaving the house. She would not let me leave the house unless I looked like somebody, unless I acted like somebody, unless I really just went out into the world. And it was hard for me to understand as a child, like, why do you push me so hard? Why do you want me to push toward this perfection? Like, why is nothing good enough, right? But later in life, it would really come in handy, that conditioning, that mental toughness that she instilled in me. So at 15 years old, I get a phone call. I was a little basketball player on the basketball team. I was a point guard. My whole life, I kept hearing, you're a coach, you're going to be a coach, you're going to be a great coach. And when you hear something enough from other people, it is affirming and validating a talent in you. See, you can't see the picture when you're inside the frame. So many people from 6 years old to 15 kept saying to me, the way you think, you're always directing and thinking and scheming and studying, and you're going to be a great coach one day. So at 15 years old, I get a phone call from a junior pro basketball coach who used to be my Little League baseball coach. And he said, would you help me coach this junior pro basketball team? I don't know anything about basketball. Will you help me coach this team? And I'm like, well, sure, I'd love to. And I remember the passion that I had for coaching. I used to sit down and write each of the players' notes about their performance, and I charted. This is 9 to 12-year-old kids. I charted how many points they scored and how many steals they had and how many mistakes they made, and then I would send it to them after every game and write a little note, and I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with coaching people. I fell in love with helping a person elevate their life and their performance. I fell in love with potential, which is just kinetic energy that's stored until activated, until utilized. And when I fell in love with this, I knew at that moment I wanted to be a coach. See, so many people try to find their purpose or find their why or those type things. I actually think your purpose finds you. When you are in the pursuit of doing, like you have an interest, it's not been well thought out, it's not been refined, it's just raw instinct, and you move towards something, and in the process of moving towards something, you go, man, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, this is it. I am using a primary skill, what I call a hard skill or a talent. I am distributing that skill through the distribution channel of my work, and the world is rewarding me in the form of love and money and recognition and referrals. And so the minute I started coaching, boom, I knew this is the business I'm in. I want to be a master of human potential. I want to be one of the greatest coaches in the world. So at 18 years old, I went to a coaching summit that Don Meyer, the great Don Meyer, who was a coach who went over 1,000 games, put on free for coaches. And 600, 700, 800 coaches would come to these. And he said, if you don't read another book this year, read The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And I read the book, and it changed my life. I was now intrigued by personal development. I now started studying Covey at a very high level. That is where I learned the whole person theory. The body, the mind, the heart, the spirit. And I went to my elementary school, and I learned my first sales job. It's my first sales job, right? Like, I want to be the head boys basketball coach at this school. I got a dominant aspiration, a definitive purpose, as Napoleon Hill would say, and I'm not stopping. And I literally went, I want to say 7 to 14 times, or 14 straight days, to the principal until he gave me that job. It taught me the persistence of working a muscle. It taught me the drive that it takes to open a door in life and to get in and then be good. It taught me that every day at your current job was an interview for your next job. So I dressed up in a suit and I coached those kids, and in the very first year we won a championship. And now I'm a championship coach, right? I'm 18 years old, I'm going to college, and I get a call one day from the second largest high school in Tennessee, Riverdale High School. A guy I really didn't know that well, named Keith Short. He had watched me bring my team down to his tournament. He was a high school coach. I was an elementary coach, and I brought my team down to play at his little, grammar school tournaments and whatnot. And he liked me, and he saw my energy and enthusiasm. And he said, man, I was wondering if you would come down and be one of my assistant coaches. And I'm like, well, how much does that job pay, right? I'm making $199.50. Like, right? I'm already making a lot of money. You may not be able to afford me. And he said, kid, we'll pay you $2,000. And I'm like, $2,000, man, I will come tonight. And I went down there, and from 19 to 22, I attacked that job. I attacked that opportunity. I showed up early. I stayed late. I swept the floor. I drove the bus. I coached the kids. I babysat his kids. Like, there was no job beneath me, because behind every great number one is a great number two, right? And remember this concept: you can't fail if you don't quit. You can't fail if you don't quit. Well, I showed up every day, man. Part of working the muscle, irrespective of what most people tell you, a good percentage of winning is showing up every day, even when you don't feel like it. It is the difference between an amateur and a professional. The professional shows up every day. The professional works the muscle. The professional appreciates the reps that you're taking. The professional gets the job done. The professional is reliable. They're dependable. They fight through. They find a way. There is no quit in them. Like, it's not even an option to them, right? It's going to be a fight, but we're going to find a way to win. And so I'm learning the 7 habits. I'm learning the whole person theory. I'm coaching the kids, and then at 22 years old, I graduate from college on a Saturday, And the next Thursday, they named me the head coach at that high school. And to put this in perspective, I was 22 years old. I was the youngest coach in Tennessee, head coach, and I was at the second largest high school in Tennessee. And I made every mistake you could make the first 3 years. I motivated through fear, consequence-based decision making. I mean, I didn't have a rhythm, and I got beat when I was 25 years old, and I went home that night discouraged, and I sat on the back patio of my apartment, and I made a decision. I got to change me. I got to become intense and positive. Up until that point, I'd been intense and negative, and it didn't work. Like there was a cap, there was a ceiling, like there was no championships, there was no right. Like I needed to go to work on me, and I wrote a book called Changing Lives Through Coaching. And I said, I believe a good coach can change a person's life, a belief I still have to this day. And I wrote that book, and my team went 28-3. I became a coach other people loved playing for, and from that point forward, I never won less than 20-something games a year, 22, 23 games a year. Until finally, right, I figured out how to win a championship. I remember the years preceding winning the championship, getting to a sub-state game and getting beat by someone and going home frustrated. And I just kept thinking, what got us here won't get us there. But it was stubbornness. It was pride. It can't be my fault. It's got to be their fault. And then I sat down. I became totally humble and teachable. This is why you need to come to conferences. This is why you need to get around big-time people. After 6 years of thinking we should win a championship and not being able to win one, I literally sat down with 6 coaches who had done what I wanted to do. You need to get in the presence of people doing what you want to do. If you want to make $1 million a year, you need to get in a room with people making $1 million a year. If you want to build a successful business, you need to sit in a room with successful businessmen or businesswomen. You need to get around the action. You need to learn the tactics and strategy. And they told me immediately, this is what you're not doing. And one of them said, like, you're not going to like this, but it's true. He said, you're more interested in winning games than winning championships. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you play easy teams. You beat those easy teams. Right? Then your team gets battle tested and they lose because they're not tough enough. You need to schedule tougher people. And you're going to get beat by some of those people. But you got to do it. And I'm like, you're right. I schedule these soft teams. We win 20 games a year. We go home. A lot of coaches still do this, by the way. And I would tell them the same thing. You're not interested in winning championships. You're interested in winning games. You're interested in saying you won 20 games a year. Who cares if you win 20 games? If you don't win a championship, the whole purpose is to win a championship. The whole purpose of the business is to create profit, is to create wealth, is to create time and freedom and energy, right? And so I go back and I schedule this tough schedule, and we did lose some of those games, but guess what? My team got tougher because they had been battle tested. So fast forward the next year, guess what we did? We won a championship. Now I've written 4 or 5 or 6 books. I've won a championship. I am producing books out there in the market, and I'm becoming known in the world. So I retire from athletic coaching, and I spend the next 12 years of my life coaching people. And with a mindset, we don't whine, we don't complain, we don't make excuses. It's going to be a fight, but we're going to find a way to win. It all goes to 0 at midnight. We go to bed tired and we wake up hungry. There comes a time when winter asks what you did all spring and summer, right? Like there's no quit in this. You don't fail unless you quit. And too many people, too many Americans, when it gets tough, they contract. You need to find a way to win, okay? No matter what you have to do, you have to find a way to win, but it all starts with your mindset. So when I come to the 8% Nation Conference, this is the 3rd time I've spoken at that conference. When I come, I'm going to bring mindset of toughness, a mindset of winning, a mindset of production, a mindset of we will work every angle we have to produce new revenue. We will work every angle we have to become sustainable. We will find a way to win. And if you will come and be coached by me and all the other great people, I guarantee you, you're going to go back from that conference with a new thought process. A new result requires a new preparation. You can't get a new result with an old way of thinking. Every significant breakthrough we've ever had was first a break with an old way of doing business. See how I had to break with my old thought patterns of pride and thinking I knew how to do it. I had to break with it and become humble and teachable and coachable. So I want to encourage you. It's going to be a fight, but dadgummit, we're going to find a way to win. You need to be at 8% because you need to be sitting on that front row when I'm coaching people, and all these great people are coaching people, because you're going to pick up something that's going to reinvigorate you. It's going to reactivate your prey drive or activate your prey drive. You're going to get a tactic. You're going to get a strategy. You're going to walk out of there with a muscle to work, and you're going to be so glad you did. I'm Coach Michael Burt, and I got a basic belief. You can't fail unless you quit. I see you at 8%.
Coach Burt, dropping it like it's hot, bringing it strong on the virtual stage. Thank you so much, buddy. Unbelievable job. That dude's got some drive, some passion, some energy, some enthusiasm. Am I right or am I right? Is that good or is that good? It was phenomenal. Thank you, buddy. I love it. Okay, so one other thing that I got to mention is if you're not sharing this on social, I'm going to pick a couple of people today that share this out on their social media, Facebook, Instagram. You tag me, video, story, picture, doesn't matter. Tag me, tag at 8% Nation, and I'm going to choose several of you to do something special. You may end up with some swag on your doorstep for sharing this thing out on social today, okay? So also remember, VIP BOGO, grab your seat. You don't want to miss Vegas, 8% Nation, Vegas. Has this been good or has this been good? The theme again, if you don't quit, you can't fail. I want to instill in you. I want to remind you. I don't want to see you quit. I want you to push harder than you've ever pushed for the rest of 2020. And I want you to experience the incredible learning that's going to take place in Vegas. And then I'm going to spend time with you in Vegas. And we're going to get to shake hands and hug and all this stuff that you can't do right now. And I'm going to be doing it. I'm telling you. And I'm excited to spend some time with you guys in Vegas. All right, so super excited to bring my good buddy, Mr. Brandon Clay, to the stage next. Again, author, Medicare man, incredible at cross-selling, incredible at building a six-figure renewal income, unbelievable speaker. He's one of the best speakers in the insurance industry. He really is. Some think he's the best, you know. I'm trying to get better and level up, so maybe I can get on his level, okay? He's phenomenal, good dude, knows a ton about this industry, has been everywhere in this industry, and is now a part of Heartland Financial Group and One Life America. Good dude. Super excited to have him a part of it. My good buddy. Come on now. Bring him out to the virtual stage, Mr. Brandon Clay.
You can't fail if you don't quit. My name is Brandon Clay, strategist, storyteller, and coach. And I've been given the awesome opportunity and privilege by Cody Askins and the 8% Nation to address you guys in these times of challenge, but also in these times of opportunity. Everything's about perception and how you see it. This country, the world, the global community has come through far greater things than this. Not to minimize the times we're in, but this too shall pass. And you can't fail if you don't quit. So I want to take a few moments to give you my perspective on how things are right now and what you can do to actually regroup, re-engineer, and redefine your life and come out stronger on the other end. So there's a few things I want to put on your mind. Number one, don't panic. I know right now these are serious times. Look, I had the flu a little while ago, a few months ago, and now I've been thinking in my mind, did I have COVID-19? But it's amazing as you're being inundated in the news and in other media outlets that this is starting to get inside of our psyche and starting to control our psychology. A few weeks ago, I literally had to say, stop, no more. While I don't want to be inundated, I want to be informed. I want to make sure that I govern myself in my mind because that's my greatest weapon. So as we talk about the psychology of getting through and getting to your goals and dreams, I want to share with you 3 core concepts, and I'll lay them out for you now. And that's to plan, that's to prepare, and that's to execute. In this time where we're all sequestered, we all should be thinking about what we want in life. We should be thinking about the things we want mentally, spiritually, socially, physically, and financially. We should be planning those things out almost like it was the new year, because it will be a new you. First, you've got to be ready and willing to plan. Certainly now, whatever plans you had in effect may not be relevant in this current environment. So you've got to regroup, redefine, and re-engineer those plans. But at the core of your objectives, it should be what you want out of life. What do you want mentally, spiritually, socially, physically, and financially? The Fab Five, as I like to call it. Don't redefine your target just because of the circumstances. You may have to redefine how you get there, but don't allow the changes in the environment to make you change your core goals. So it's what you want comes first. Then it's why you want it. And these are usually emotionally based, something that gives you satisfaction, fulfillment, that fulfills your purpose in life. But as you determine your what and your why, if your why is big enough, you'll be able to endure the how. And the how becomes the strategy, the tactics, the things you're going to do in order to reach it. In the industry I'm in, technology adoption has been compressed. What we thought might have taken 12 to 18 months for people to start engaging in is now happening at the speed of light. Why? Because people know what they want, people know why they want it, and the how has to evolve based on the circumstances. In my life, I was sharing this with Cody. When I was about his age, in my mid-early 20s, I tried to do some great things relative to speaking and getting out in front of people. I had booked this really large hall, and I had actually sent out invitations. There was no email back then. I was on a radio show and had lots of listeners, and they were all listening in. And I'd spent all the resources we had as a young couple with young kids. And when I showed up that day, the RSVPs had been fairly light, and it was even worse when I turned the corner. Ultimately, I had 500 empty seats with 10 people in front of me. But I engaged those 10 people like they were the most important 10 people on earth, and quite candidly, they were. And what I didn't know is that 30 years later, that same energy has allowed me to get in front of groups of thousands of people and speak. But my plan didn't change, my objectives didn't change, my goals didn't change. I continued to develop myself, continued to write books, continued to read books. So in this day of sequestration, you've got to be willing to invest in self-development that are targeting you and leading you toward your goals, your dreams, what you want, why you want it, and how you're going to get there. The second phase is to prepare. I talk to people all the time that are constantly getting ready, which is just another form of procrastination, which is usually rooted in self-doubt, fear, anxiety. But I say, don't get ready, be ready. There's a thing you can do today, even without the perfected vehicles, where you can get started on your hopes and dreams and goals for your future. You know, the Bible says, put on the whole armor. It says, get dressed, be equipped, get dressed for where you want to be. Think about the things you want to do. Engage with people who are doing it. Because if it can be done and someone else is doing it and it is being done, then why not you? But you've got to focus energy, and instead of getting ready, you've got to be ready. But as you put on that whole armor and you're ready to stand, make your principled stand. Stick to your goals, stick to your dreams, because if you don't quit, you won't fail. And then finally, execute. Success has a price. Achievement has a price. Are you willing to pay that price? People want excellence and success to be cheap. It's not. That's why the get-rich-quick schemes seem to be so prevalent and seem to be so sought after, because people want it without work, people want it without labor. But there is a price to pay. And if you can pay that price, just like any investment, you put the seeds of capital in first. The capital is your mind, the capital is your vision, the capital is your resources, but ultimately action is the delineator of faith. When you begin acting as if you're going to receive the thing you're seeking, then it's going to start making its appearance. Not immediately, not overnight, but in a progressive, iterative way that allows you to see the marks of progress. Look, as I think back on my own life, even as I alluded to what happened to me some 20, 30 years ago with one of my first speaking engagements that I tried to book for myself, that I realize now, looking back, that that was one of the greatest learning experiences I could have ever had. But it also demonstrated to me that if you don't give up, you won't fail. That you've got to keep moving and keep inertia working on your side. We try a few things and then it fails and then we stop. But I'm telling you now that the way to build momentum is to get started and to get going. Sir Isaac Newton's law says that an object at rest stays at rest. An object in motion stays in motion. But there's something about motion and inertia and momentum that generates an effect that ends up getting you greater and higher than you ever dreamed possible. So planning, preparing, execution. These are the three core tenets of my life that have allowed me to have a level of success. And look, I started out first in struggle like many of you might be right now. I worked my way to success. And then I realized that success was not enough. That I wanted to evolve into significance, that I wanted to write books and leave a legacy, which is my ultimate goal. But I want to encourage each one of you today to dust off any dreams that you've allowed to gather dust. To get introspective in these times of quiet, in these times of solitude, in these times of isolation. If it brings you back to yourself, isolation has done a wonderful, marvelous thing. Think about all the gifts that you've been endowed with and think of how you can use them in service to mankind. I look forward to seeing all of you at the 8% Nation, and until then, be safe, be blessed, and be successful. Thank you.
Dude, is that dude eloquent with his words and one of the best public speakers vocally that you've ever heard? Or is he one of the best? He's unbelievable. Brandon Clay, awesome job. Thank you, buddy. Super excited to see you do your thing and do your dance and work some magic on stage at 8% in Vegas. We're doubling down, virtual and Vegas, the two V's this year. Thank you, Brandon Clay. Unbelievable job. All right, so I want to remind you, if you got a team, if you want a bulk order, if you want to get some friends together to take advantage of a bulk order, you want to get an insane discount on bringing 6, 8, 10, 12, 100, 2,000, 4,000 people to Vegas with you, whatever the case is. Massive bulk, little bulk, medium bulk, extra large bulk, whatever it is. Call the number on the screen right now, 888-855-3225. Again, 888-855-3225. Or email events@8%nation.com to grab your bulk tickets today. The next speakers, man, have they built some freaking businesses. And I got a little highlight reel to show you in just a second. They built some businesses, plural. Judge Graham and Matt Monero, good dudes. When it comes to business building, business entrepreneurship, business structuring, business scaling, they got some crazy stuff they're going to share with you at 8% Nation Vegas. Judge Graham has I believe he's sold a company for like 160 million. I think maybe he sold 2 9-figure businesses. Matt Monero currently owns and operates like a $180 million company. Like when it talks about, when I talk about a formula for success, steps that you can take, that you can duplicate to become great and to freaking blow up your brand, they got it down, man. Do not miss what's about to come next. I just added them over the last 30 days, and I'm super excited to have them in virtual and in Vegas. My good buddies, you're going to want to take some real notes on this one. Mr. Judge Graham and Mr. Matt Monero, welcome to the virtual stage. Here we go.
Matt Monero and Judge Graham are sick and tired of watching small businesses fail. 50% of small businesses will fail within their first year. 82% of businesses fail because of cash flow problems. 90% of all businesses will never make it to their 5th anniversary. And the scariest stat is that small businesses account for 99.7% of all businesses in the United States. We are on a mission to fix millions and millions of small businesses by teaching them the proven roadmap to success. We get small business out of chaos by creating predictable, scalable, and profitable businesses that have the ability to be sold at any time to the highest bidder. Why now? Why us? Because the schools don't teach real business. Neither do the wantrepreneurs on social media. We are real, hard-hitting, and successful business guys with real track records of building and selling 9-figure companies. We use battle-tested yet simple strategies and frameworks to help companies build growth cultures, scale with speed, increase revenues, increase profits, and reduce organizational chaos. It's time to stop playing small. It's time to commit. It's time to burn the ships.
Welcome, 8% Nation. Matt, we're here. We're here with everybody. My name is Judge Graham. This is my business partner in your lower right-hand screen or left, depending on how this is being transcribed, Matt Monero, and we are super excited to share a few minutes with you on this 8% Nation virtual event. So before we get started, want to dive into what Matt and I are going to cover. And right now, we think it's so important. Your survival is the value you produce now. Listen, your survival is the value that you produce now. So we're going to dive into what that means and how you can survive right now during this crazy COVID crisis. So if you're not familiar with who myself and Matt Monero are, let me give you a quick snapshot. Again, I'm Judge Graham. Both Matt and I have built and sold businesses for hundreds of millions of dollars. Matt currently runs a 9-figure business. We've both managed hundreds of employees, won national awards, international authors, written books, and we're both proud husbands and fathers and live in the great state of Texas. My specific background has been in digital media and marketing. So I've been through the whole build side, growth side, and exit side in multiple acquisitions along the way. So I bring a really good business acumen to understanding how do you play business at a big level.
Yeah, my experience is in the equipment financing business. I started a company from scratch 25 years ago. We went through the startup phase. We went through 9/11, 2001 and 2002 in crisis mode. We went through 2008 and 2009 in crisis mode. And then some people may also know that in 2015, I torched our company at the $100 million a year level and rebuilt it based on company culture and mission statement and a value system, a core value system. So Judge and I are partners in Burn the Ships and are good buddies. And we are both proud to be here today and give you insight on how you're going to get through this crisis by proving out value and requiring value of everybody on your team.
So key. Matt, you always do such a more eloquent job of the intro than me. So anyhow, guys, I hope you are getting familiar with Matt and I. I mean, the part of the reason we're doing Burn the Ships is, listen, we're both real seasoned senior business guys that have done it. And our purpose is to help give back, right? To take that business owner, that entrepreneur from, wherever they're at now to, hey, it is possible to get to 9 figures plus. And that's part of what today is.
So here's what you're going to learn today. There's 2 primary focuses of what Judge and I want to work with you on today. The first is why you and your employees are stealing your cash during this time of crisis. And the second thing is the 3 things that you must do to ensure that you will not only survive this, but that you will thrive. So why did we pick that you and your employees are stealing? Well, we wanted to cover a broad audience because not everyone is an entrepreneur. Not everyone does have employees, but many of the people on the virtual event today do have employees. This covers you in both situations. If you work for someone or you have people working for you, we're going to dig into why you and they are stealing your valuable cash right now. So, Judge, let's get started.
Let's go.
The first thing that I want to talk about is really vital to understanding the psyche of how we as individuals and also as leaders and entrepreneurs and employers are having to deal with our employees and our family members and our friends through this crisis. I break it out into what I call the 3 phases of crisis. The first phase is denial. And I went through this phase as Corona started. And I began to say things like, oh, it's not going to be so bad, or not me, it's not going to happen to us. And then I actually went into a little bit of a victim mode, which was like, how is this happening for us? Like, we didn't do anything wrong. It's not our fault. I began to deny what was in front of me, both as an individual and as a business owner. And your people are doing it too. Many people have not woken up to the fact that Corona will impact your economic future deeply, both as an employee and as an employer. The second phase of managing through a crisis, of the 3 phases of the crisis, is what Judge and I refer to as fear. And you know the look that I'm talking about. It's this sort of dazed look in people's eyes. You can even see it when you go to the store. People are like, what's going on around here? How did this happen? What's the future going to be? Or am I going to make it through this thing? And they begin to contract and get paralyzed by fear.
Matt, I love this when you have still wearing PJs and not shaving.
Dude, what's going on with this stuff? I mean, I'm seeing posts where people are like, post pictures of your beard. You know, who's growing the longest beard during this? What are you talking about, growing beards? What are we talking about? Like, put the damn flip-flops down, get out of your PJs, shower up, get yourself out of denial and out of fear, and begin to stop doing less and start to do more, which takes us to the third phase of a crisis, which is what I refer to as gumption. And this is where Judge and I really begin to pat ourselves on the back. Judge and I are wartime CEOs, where the 3 phases, we get through the first 2 very quick because we enjoy the third phase: gumption, toughness, preparing for a fight, tapping into your fight, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, preparing yourself on a daily basis for battle, removing the denial and the fear from the situation, and you begin to make the decision. You draw the line in the sand that says, I'm going to win through Corona, and I'm going to maximize the upside on the other side. Here's what happens, though. People aren't in gumption. They're still in denial, and they're still in fear. And that's where you and your employees are stealing from you. That's because you no longer have recognized, nor have they, that for every dollar you as an employee or you pay as an employer, you require a return on that investment. And most people are getting 50% on every dollar. So you as an employee have forgotten that you need to generate 150 cents for every 100 cents that you're taking out of your employer, your boss, your paycheck, the company you work for. And as an employer, you need to require that your employees bring you 150 cents out of every 100 cents.
So Matt, let me frame that, right? Because I think this is such a great topic, man. And I freaking love the word gumption, right? I mean, people, pause this and go look that word up because it's such a great word, right? It's this idea, Matt, of the business owner or the employee going, hey, it's all going to be good. I'm just going to turn the email off. I'm not going to get on that Zoom call. I'm in denial that I believe, hey, all my people are working at home. It's all good, dude. I don't need to check in. They know it's scary. And, I'm just going to turn it off. I'm going to go watch freaking Tiger King. and I'm going to check in, a couple days, and, they're going to get on and they're going to tell me everything's great. And, oh, this account, it's a little bumpy, but, we'll get through it. Dude, bullshit. It's not. It's bad. You have to get out of this stage of denial and fear and get freaking gumption.
So, Judge, what about, hey, did you follow up with that customer? Yeah, I sent him an email a couple days ago. Dude, I don't want to hear about your emails. I don't want to hear a couple days ago. I want to hear that you picked up the phone, that you sent the text, that you sent the email, that you called and called and called and called and called and called until you have to apologize for calling so much. That is gumption. It's when your back is to the wall and the only way forward is forward through massive action, through planning, through preparing for battle. And that is the third phase of crisis that you, whether you're an employee or an employer, have to get into. Enough with the denial, enough of the fear, time for gumption. And I want to give two last takeaways of what is a requirement of you in the gumption phase. You have to begin to pull other people with you through spreading positivity and recognizing that they may be in denial and fear. And because you're in gumption, you have the strength and the power and the leadership and the vision to begin to pull people with you and pull them out of denial and fear. Because if they are in it, it's like being on a ship getting ready to crash onto the shore, and the people, maybe even you, aren't even reaching for the damn steering wheel.
It really is that saying, Matt. This is leading from the front.
Leading from the front with power, with grit, with intensity, with deep level of requirement that everyone, including yourself, must produce value greater than the compensation being received or being paid.
Awesome. So let's move on. So Matt just framed up, right? And I loved how you framed that up, how you're stealing your cash flow. They're stealing if you're not understanding where you are. If it's in denial and fear, that's just how it plays out. You got to get to this gumption piece, right? And I think Matt did a great job of showing you those phases and how a leader brings that out, right? They pull you through denial, they pull you through fear, and they get everybody in this gumption phase. Okay, and when you get to that gumption phase, dude, that's when you become a wartime CEO that just plays offense, right? I love this visual. Listen, I mean, we're in war right now, okay? You are fighting for the survival of your family, the fiduciary duty of your company and your employees every single day. And if you don't get into this mindset and the behaviors that Matt just went through, that gumption, it's going to be a problem. The good news is Matt and I, we've outlined, right, the three things you must do now to ensure that you don't only survive, but you thrive. What wartime CEOs do is what we're about to share with you. It's offense all day, every day, baby. We're at war. It's wartime. These are the things you must do. These are the things that everybody that is in denial and fear is not doing. When you have gumption, this is it, baby. First one, innovation. Okay? What I mean by innovation is, dude, don't go in the corner and cry and go, well, I can't sell anymore. My product's not virtual.
Nobody's buying right now. I mean, nobody's interested.
Nobody's going to buy. Nobody's interested. Bullshit. Innovate your product and service. Well, Judge, I can't do that. Quit saying I can't. Okay? Can you take your core product or service and alter it, or come up with a new ancillary product or service that's core to your business? But you have to innovate.
Or do all the things that you kind of knew you should have been doing anyway, but things were just kind of good and cushy and comfy, so you didn't have to. What's an example of that? Listen, man, if you're in the restaurant business, you better get on the curb with a big sign that says 2 for $1 entrees. just pull your car up and we'll deliver it to you. You need to get people coming in and hearing you and having an interest. I see so many people, Judge, with these signs for restaurants that say we're open for business. Dude, I don't care that you're open for business. Strike me a damn deal.
Right. Innovate. Bring it to my house. Deliver it. Come, you know, whatever it is. You know,
Olive Garden just came out. Buy one entree, get a second entree free, and a bottle of wine. Well, guess what? People are going to take Olive Garden up on that. The totally different way to innovate what's going on at Olive Garden than just saying we're open for business. Dude, I don't care that you're open for business.
I know what Matt's having for dinner tonight.
Value. What is that?
I said, I know what Matt's having for dinner tonight. Olive Garden. All right, listen, innovate how you work. Okay, so if it's pivoted and you have a new product or service, in Matt's example, now you're doing curbside pickup or delivery, dude, you got to innovate that. What does that look like? You got to change. And dude, you can't change like, you know, in a little while, like now. Just create the change. Create how you work. Innovate the customer experience. Okay, listen to that one. Innovate the customer experience. What are you going to do now that things have changed to ensure it's the best possible customer experience ever? Okay? Think about that, right? What are those things you can do that you've innovated now that affect the customer? You know, I'm watching car dealers now saying, listen, no problem. Pick it out online. We'll drive it to your house. We'll sanitize the whole car. We'll bring you 3 or 4. We'll go away. We'll let you drive them. And then you tell us which one you want to buy and we'll get on a Zoom and negotiate. Dude, that's innovating. Dude, that's innovating the customer experience. Second, invest. Invest. In wartime, everything usually is 50% on sale. Okay? That means you can get amazing deals on advertising and marketing. Facebook ads are 50% on sale. If you have the cash, freaking invest. Play offense. Invest in great people. Now is not a time to fire great people. Now, it's a time to evaluate if you don't have some good ones to let them go, but what you got a great one or 3 or 4, dude, you want them in the foxhole. You got to invest in those people. And the flip of that is, who's that person you could have never imagined being able to hire? Okay, but now, because of this crisis, they lost their job or they're interested in a different opportunity because they're scared. You can go invest and get them now.
Hey, Judge, when we talk about this investment phase, a lot of people say, but I don't have the money to invest right now, right? Business is contracting. Look, things are different now. This is a very different crisis than it was in 08 or 09. The banks have money. The government is putting trillions of dollars in stimulus. Go get your hands on the PPP money. Go draw down on those lines of credit that you may have at your bank, maybe even on your house, and maybe even on your credit cards. And some people might think that's crazy. No, we're not saying spend it. We're saying get your hands on it so you can craft the right investment strategy and then now have the cash to deploy it intelligently. But if you're sitting there wondering, I'm just burning through my cash flow, this thing doesn't look good, go get your hands on some new cash so you can invest.
Absolutely, right? I mean, invest in your business. Take advantage of investing in all these amazing government-funded opportunities, okay? The last piece of this is intensity, okay? Intensity. Intensify your communication. When Matt talked about this denial and fear, dude, the opposite of intensity is, hey, I believe my people are probably doing a good job. I'm going to have 1 call a day. I'm going to have bi-weekly calls. I'm going to have a call on Monday and Friday. Bullshit. Frequent communication. 9 a.m., noon, 4 p.m. Constantly very well organized, very accountable. Who's doing what? What are we accomplishing? How can I help as the leader? What is the challenge? What is the struggle? What is the fire? How do we freaking win? Okay? Intensify the communication. Second, intensify your accountability. Dude, Matt's example earlier, yeah, boss, I emailed out a proposal and I'm gonna keep. Yeah, no, dude, no. Where are we on the freaking deal? Send a carrier pigeon. What are we doing to ensure we're holding you accountable to what we need to get done and accomplished? Now more than ever, you have to listen. If you feel like, well, my people aren't going to like it, it's micromanagement. I don't give a fuck. You need to dive in, and we're at war. And you got to hold people accountable to delivering results, or you're going to look up and you're going to stay in denial and fear and not get to this gumption, and you're going to lose.
Hey, Judge, let's make sure that people aren't missing what we're saying and only saying that this applies in management of employees. This applies in managing of yourself.
Amen.
If you work for a company, everything we're talking about is relative, specifically in this segment of intensity. Intensify your communication. You know what you do? Boss, I'm kicking ass and taking names. Boss, I made 100 phone calls. Boss, I sent out 20 proposals. Boss, here's what I did. Maybe your boss didn't ask for that level of accountability, but you intensify your accountability and prove out your value to the organization that for every dollar you're getting paid, you're bringing in $1.50. Now is the time for you to shine.
Totally. And then my favorite, Matt, we talk about this. Matt and I even have a product called the Money Sheet. Right? What are the 6 to 8 things you're doing today to generate revenue? Listen, right now, the focus, revenue solves everything. Whether you're an employee, yourself, you own the business, you're a manager, you need revenue. Okay. Post, 60 days ago wasn't an issue, right? As much. Right now, everything has to be focused on revenue. Okay, there's no flex time or room to do non-revenue activities. Okay, what are the 6 to 8 things you're going to do today that you can accomplish that moves the ball forward to either receiving or getting closer to receiving revenue? And every single person that you manage or as a part of your company, or if it's just yourself, you hold yourself to the highest level of accountability to focusing on the revenue. Matt and I have a saying, where is my money? Where is my money?
You say it. Where is my money? You say it out loud now while you're watching this.
Say it out loud with us. Where is my money? Got to follow the revenue, okay? And then the last piece is you got to intensify your effort. I use this analogy right now. Let's say 70% of America is scared. Right? They're in denial. They're in fear. And we got 30%. They're in this gumption phase. Okay. That means you've got 30% of people that are still buying. And the good news is you've got 70% potentially of your competition that's in denial and fear and is sleeping at the wheel.
They're in their jammies saying, no, we can't work. We're under quarantine.
Yeah. They're in their freaking Crocs, watching Tiger King. Listen, if you intensify your effort, you're going to find that 30% with less 70% competition, and you're going to freaking win. Okay? So if it used to take you 50 phone calls to get a lead, it may take you 200.
Yeah.
You must intensify your effort. Okay? So I'm going to recap this. How do you win in this environment? You got to have the gumption. Okay, innovate, invest, intensity. Take a screenshot of this. Please put this into practice. Matt, anything else to add on this one?
I hope people take it seriously. There is no guarantees that anything is going to play out to the positive here. So hope for the best, plan for the worst. Gumption gets you through it.
Okay, we are super excited. One, we're part of this virtual event. If you're just getting to know Matt and I, awesome. We are super excited to speak. Look at the guest lineup here. It's amazing the speakers we're going to have here. We look forward to seeing you in person at the Vegas event. Right now is great virtually, but we can't wait to get back and surround in an environment with a lot of people. So one, we want to thank 8% Nation and tell you we're looking forward to seeing you in Vegas in person. The other thing is between now and then, if you want to keep up with Matt and I, myself, Matt, and Glenn Lundy have put together this amazing, it's a one-of-a-kind show. It's online. It's free. It's the #1 online business growth show. It's every Wednesday live on Facebook at 7:30 Central, and that's at Lions, Sharks, Bulls. Matt, anything to add to the show?
Come on, if you really want to see a great show that's entertaining, that's tactical, and it's also unbelievably well produced, because Glenn Lundy is the host of Rise and Grind, one of the most popular morning shows on the internet. Join us Wednesday, 7:30 for Lions, Sharks, and Bulls. Go to Facebook, like the page, connect, and we go live there. It's free. It doesn't cost anybody anything. There's no membership. We're not even asking for your email. We just want to pour into you during this time of crisis. Lions, Sharks, Bulls. Glenn's the Lion, Judge is the Shark. I'm the Bull.
You see the shark teeth in the back here, right? Okay. The other thing, Matt and I, we have 2 amazing books. They're both international best-selling books. Scale with Speed is mine. Matt's is You Need More Money. Both of them are so applicable right now. If you were going to want to read any books right now during a time of crisis, how do you scale with speed and how do you get more money? Both of these, all you got to do is search for us or the titles on Amazon, and you can get those books. And we want to end on this, right? The whole idea and theme of this 8% Nation virtual live stream is, if you don't quit, you can't fail. Okay, let me repeat that. If you don't quit, you can't fail. Like Matt said earlier, it's about gumption. If you were to look up gumption, you don't quit, you don't fail. On that note, Matt, anything else?
Hey, Judge, how about we count it down? We'll say make it happen on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Make it happen.
Did they blow your mind? Because I know they blew my mind. I'm sitting here like, holy crap, how fast can I take notes? I mean, it's crazy. Good news is they're going to be actually doing something longer together on stage in Vegas. So even if you missed some of the notes, or even if you're like, man, I want to ask some questions in the hallway, I want to corner them in the party, I want to ask 42 questions, I want my business to be worth 100 mil. You can do that at 8% Nation Vegas, all right? So unbelievable job, Judge and Matt. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The next speaker, before I bring them out, I'm going to give you another special coupon code for a bigger ticket. A big ticket. Say, maybe you're a big boy, maybe a big girl, maybe you want to spend some dough, you know? Maybe you want to sit close. Maybe you want the ultimate experience. Maybe you want to meet all the speakers. Maybe you want all the lunches, all the parties, all the special stuff. Maybe you want to sit on the floor and walk out of a tunnel to enter the event. I don't know, but that's where I would want to sit. I know that. Coupon code Level Up. Again, Level Up. And I'm bringing this up right now because my good buddy Ryan P. Palomini has Level Up Advisors Academy. So what better way to bring it up than right now? Level Up, buy one, get one half off, even on the big dudes, even on the big tickets. I always sit front row. Like I sat second row at the 10X4 this year, and I'm like, gosh dang it, if I would just bought a little sooner, I would have to look at this dude's bald head in front of me the whole time. I should have sat closer, and I was second row, and there was 12,000 people there. I promise you, you never go to an event and then leave and say, I wish I wouldn't have sat so close. And it's never happened, and it ain't ever gonna happen. Okay, so remember the coupon code, Level Up, buy one, get one free, buy one, get one half on the big tickets. Okay, so Level Up Advisors Academy, that's what made me think about that. My good buddy Ryan Palomini, the dude wrote over $8 million worth of annuities on his own last year. The dude's gonna be speaking about it on stage at 8% Nation Vegas. He's gonna actually be doing a breakout session in Vegas about it as well. Everything that these speakers have learned, I am putting them in a headlock and making them give you everything that they know, because I want you to succeed, because you can't quit, you can't fail. But if you know a lot and you learn a ridiculous amount, you're guaranteed to succeed, am I right? Okay, so I'm excited to bring, I've known this dude for a couple years. Good buddy of mine. He was a part of the first 8% Nation in Nashville at Nissan Stadium. First ever. He was the fastest to commit to being a part of 8% Nation. The dude commits, he goes all in, and he makes a good amount of money too. Let me welcome to the virtual stage my good buddy, the $1 Million Man, Mr. Ryan Palomini.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan Palomini. I'm the CEO of Top Rank Advisors. I could not be more excited to be a part of 8% Nation 2020 in Las Vegas, Nevada. There are going to be so many incredible speakers, so much incredible content for you to build your practice. Look, I know that everybody comes to these events to get better. Everything that you do is being progressive in your business. And so being a part of 8% and coming to the 8% conference is going to let you elevate your financial game, your sales game to the next level. And I know I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of you there. I'm looking forward to see a lot of your success. I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I started off like most people in 2009. Not the greatest of times to get into the financial industry, but I started with mortgage protection, final expense at an IMO, and really learned a lot about the industry. And so probably a lot of you watching this, or a lot of you that are part of the 8%, are in that field, the mortgage protection, final expense, maybe Medicare. And these are all phenomenal places to start your business. I mean, again, I really enjoyed it. I did it for almost 7 years straight, and I could not be more happy. I learned a ton about sales, learned a ton about leadership, but I want to take you back to where I started. When I did that, I was 21 years old. I knew nothing about the financial industry. So probably like a lot of you guys getting started, I knew nothing about it. You know, I was just coming out of college, I was looking for a job, and truthfully, when I got involved in the financial industry, at first it was all about the money. You know, I'm not going to lie, I was all about the money. I just needed to make money. We had college debt. You know, I was trying to make it on my own out there, and I struggled really hard for my first year. So again, I know you see these success stories where people are like, you know, I came out of the gate, I made $100,000 my first month. Like, congratulations, but that wasn't me. Like, that didn't happen to me. I'm sure it probably didn't happen to a lot of you guys. And so for the first couple of years, I really struggled in the business. I mean, I was always able to go out there and make sales, but I learned a lot along the way about growing as a person and growing my practice. And so as you progress through this business, you know, you're going to learn a lot of things that I learned. And again, number one is what happens in tough times. You know, we're going through one of the hardest times that we'll ever go through in our lifetimes. But here's what I know. I do know that if you don't quit, you can't fail. And I think it's really important to understand that, especially going through these times, because when I came in 2009 and started my insurance business, man, it was easy to fail at that point because nobody was buying mortgage protection or final expense insurance. And you really figure out your true character when you go through these tough times. And so going through these tough times is going to allow you to build a backbone that will help you build your financial business for the rest of your life. Now, when I started, you know, again, being a part of the mortgage protection final expense business, I was always looking for the next level. And so, you know, going through my journey, I built an organization of over 250 contracted agents in over 14 states in under 4 years. Now, it sounds great, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed, you know, building downline and mentoring and coaching people. That really was one of the best moments of my life for that period of time. But I got burnt out. I'm not going to lie. I really did. I got burnt out, and I was always looking for the next level. So probably a lot of you guys that are coming to the conference, you're looking to elevate your game. You're looking to stay where you are right now. You're looking to get to that next level and then keep progressing on top of that. I think it's really important that as you go through this journey that you find a system that allows you to be progressive. So the agency that I was with at that time didn't really have the next level. And so in 2015, I made a really tough decision. I made a decision to walk away from a passive six-figure income, walk away from my agency, because I wanted to find the next level in my business. And in 2015, you know, what I did was I took a year off. I took a year off of building, of being around organizations, and I really just studied the industry. And I think sometimes we have to slow down to speed up. And what I mean by that is I had to take a step back because I knew I wanted to get to this level, but I didn't know how to get there quite yet. And so I had to slow down a little bit to speed up. So for a year, all I did in 2015 was sold mortgage protection on the weekends and nights, and I went out there and I became a student of the business. I think it's really important for those of you guys that are trying to get to the next level in your business to focus on becoming a student of the business. I know we get so wrapped up in, you know, the products and just the grind, and I get that, and I was in that grind for a long time. And when I took a moment to step aside and say, okay, what is it that's important in my business? What is it that's going to take me to the next level in my business? And, you know, the one thing I felt like I was missing was a really good mentor. And I can't tell you enough on how important a good, strong mentor or a coach in your life is. And when you find that, it'll help you expedite that learning curve. And so in 2015, I was fortunate enough to find a gentleman in this industry who was doing over $20 million a year in annuity sales out of his office and simultaneously running a $300 million IMO. And so for me, I knew that was what I was looking for, and I was so fortunate. So I remember meeting him, and he lives in Tampa, Florida. I was living in West Palm Beach at the time. And I remember coming home incredibly excited. I had driven over there, met him, and I came back and I was talking to my wife, and I said, baby, this is it. Like, this is, we have to be around this. And in a matter of 2 days, this is another thing too, make sure you have great support at home. In a matter of 2 days, my wife and I made the decision to pack up, leave West Palm Beach, and move to Tampa, Florida. And I got to tell you, that was one of the toughest decisions, because I had shut my office down, and we had to pack up our condo, which literally just moved our life. And so, but by doing that, I knew that I had to be around the heat. And so for those of you guys that are watching this, and for those of you guys that are trying to level up your business, listen, you've got to get around the heat. There's going to be a moment in your life when you realize, I have got to be around something bigger than myself. And that was for me, as I thought I was larger than life, doing all this mortgage protection sales and building a great business. But then I realized that I need to level up. I need to step my game up. But that takes getting around people who are doing more. And I've always been really big on cultures. And what I mean by culture is, if you're around a culture that talks about annuities and advanced markets and IULs, obviously you become immersed in that culture, and that's what you focus on. And so if you're trying to level up and get to that next level like I was, I had to go and just submerge myself in that type of environment, and I did. So we moved to Tampa, Florida, and I literally worked out of that gentleman's office for an entire year. And so when I say I sold mortgage protection on nights and weekends, I was doing that because during the day, I was doing nothing but sitting in his office and watching him strategically make moves, watching how he interacted with clients, watching how he built an entire retirement plan for somebody from the bottom up, from taxes to Social Security to assets under management, and all these things that really intrigued me, that I was really like, all right, I can get my head around this. I know that I can take my business to the next level by being around this person. And it took me a year to really understand how it all works. But I got to tell you, if I didn't do that, my learning curve probably would have been 3, 4, 5 years to learn what I had learned in just one short year of sacrifice. And now again, I wasn't out there killing it. I wasn't out there, I was just getting by to pay my bills. Meantime, I was learning. And from that point, in 2016, I conducted my first seminar. Now, I have never done a seminar in my life, and I've always been told seminars don't work. And so obviously I was skeptical, and so getting to the next pillar in my business, I was like, I got to do something different. Because when I was running mortgage protection and final expense, whenever I ran across an annuity, it was always my most profitable months. And so I was like, there's got to be something to this annuity game. There's got to be a way for me to continuously be more profitable, because I was looked at as a bonus, right? Because I was doing $20,000, $30,000 a month in mortgage protection and final expense consistently, so cash was there. But then you'd pop that annuity, and all of a sudden you had this big bonus check. And so what I learned was, I've got to be really smart with my money, and I got to start reinvesting back into my business. And so that's what I did. I took the last few dollars that I had, and I invested it into my first seminar. But here's the kicker. My first seminar was in Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut. I lived in Tampa, Florida. So obviously there's a cost to doing business outside of your state, and that was another decision I had to make. I had a choice. I could either take the leap of faith and start doing workshops, start doing seminars, even though they're not available in my backyard, or I could just retreat and keep doing what I'm doing and never get ahead. So, my wife and I, again, we made the decision. We said, okay, this is an opportunity for us to reinvent our business. And I think that there's going to come a point in everybody's business where you have to make a decision to reinvent yourself. If something is not working, if you're burnt out, if you're bored, or maybe just not feeling challenged enough, you have to come to that point to where you have to reinvent your business. And that's exactly what we did. My wife and I, we reinvented our business, and we said, okay, we're going to take this leap of faith. We're spending our last dollars that are available to do so, to take that leap of faith. And we did that. You know, I didn't have $3,000, $4,000 at the time to blow, and you know, the workshop was going to cost me $3,000. So I said, okay, I'm going to use my last $3,000, and I said, I'm going to buy some aged mortgage protection leads. So while I'm in Connecticut, you know, I was also simultaneously running mortgage protection, and I didn't have the money for new leads, so I was buying these old leads for like $2, $3, and I was cranking those things out while I was doing my workshop. Now, that first workshop for me was through the federal system. You know, I was doing a federal retirement. I knew nothing about the federal system. I was barely, you know, learning the annuity world. So I was trying to learn both simultaneously, and it was difficult. So we put together the workshop in Connecticut. My wife and I decided we're going to go to Connecticut and we're going to stay there for 6 weeks. Now, fortunately, we knew somebody that allowed us to stay in a bedroom, basically, you know, for those 6 week period of time and just pay a little bit of rent. And so, you know, we were fortunate enough to be able to do that. My aunt lives in Connecticut, so I used her, it was like 1992 Toyota Corolla, no AC. We did this in July. So, you know, it was literally, I remember getting in the car and driving, because where we were staying to where the workshop was over a 45-minute drive every single day. So I was doing that every single day for 6 weeks. No AC in the middle of the summer. So obviously you can imagine, you know, I used to have to bring a change of clothes to the office that I was using, the Regis office at that time. So it was just one thing after another. But again, see, these are the things that make you stronger, right? This is the part of the story that you can look back on and say, man, we did it. Like, we went through that struggle, but we made it through. And I remember when we did that first workshop, we had 58 people register for that event. Now, I'm scared out of my mind. I've never done a seminar before. I've never had to get up there and speak in front of that many people. But that was what we had. And I was like, okay, there's one thing that I've always known, and I think this applies to a lot of you out there too, is if you lack in skill in a certain area, the beauty of it is you can always make it up in numbers. So I said, here's what I know. I know that I'm not very good at this annuity thing. I'm still learning. I know that I'm still kind of picking up this IUL thing. And I have no idea about the federal system. So the good news is I've got 58 people that are getting ready to attend my event. If I were to just work with maybe 5 of them and make a couple sales, I think it would make it all worth it. Maybe if I just broke even, just make my money back. So during that period of time, I was like, we got enough people to work with. And I was so bad at my first workshop that first and foremost, I couldn't believe anybody actually listened to me while I was in front of the room. I was sweating, you know, all nervous. And, but I remember how much of an impact I was able to make in a short period of time, because though I wasn't the greatest speaker, I was nervous up there, my number one reason for being there was delivering content and educating people on how to better their financial life. And so after that workshop, you know, I had the honor of sitting down with all of those people over a, 6 week period of time. And I remember, all in all, I had about $3 million of potential opportunities in front of me from all the clients that had came in. I was so bad that I only walked away after all said and done with $500,000 of annuity production. Now you guys are going, wow, it's still a lot of production. I had $3 million plus. That wasn't even what I could have kept uncovering. I had $3 million of potential, and I blew it. Now I look at that and I go, man, that first workshop cost me 6 figures. That was a 6-figure learning mistake or learning process. And I made a lot of mistakes throughout that process, but it taught me something. It taught me that we can get through it. It taught me that this works and that I need to continue to keep reinvesting back into my business. And I remember when I got those first couple paychecks from those annuity sales, I was blown away. It was more money than I've ever had in cash in my bank account. And I said, you know what? We got to do this again. We got to do it again and again and again. And I'm telling you guys this, over the last 5 years now, I've done nothing but continuously keep reinventing my business. I think it's so vital that every one of you watching this understands that you have to reinvent in your business. I know the material things look really nice, and I see a lot of people wearing fancy stuff and all that, and there's a time and place for that. But while you're building your business, if you're trying to get to this next level, you have got to be reinvesting in your business and reinvesting in yourself. Now, there's going to be times where you reinvest, maybe in a workshop, and it's a complete failure. And that's going to happen. And this happens to me too, and it still happens. But you've got to continuously keep being consistent. And the key word here is consistency. I know, and I get to hang out with a lot of top producers. I'm very fortunate to be able to, $10 million plus producers. And I will tell you there's two commonalities that I know and I see between them. Number one is they're consistent. They're always doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. They're doing workshops. They're meeting with people. They're doing workshops. And the second thing is they outwork everybody. Their activity is here while everybody is down here. And what I mean by that is, they're seeing between 5 to 7 qualified individuals every single day. Now, when I say qualified, I mean people who have come through a workshop, that are not trying to scrape by to maybe put together a $30 a month life insurance app. I'm talking about people who have assets to invest. And there's ways to do that, and there's systems to do that. And so that's where we've built our business to. Again, I had to reinvent myself, and now, this year in 2020, we'll do over $15 million in annuity sales. But just 5 years ago, I had no money. So you can change your business quickly. And again, it's up to you. And being a part of 8% Nation, I think it's a challenge to yourself to how do you get better. I think you need to challenge yourself every single day because, again, I know this. If you do not quit, you can't fail. You can't fail if you don't quit. If you just keep moving forward, progressive, you will win. You've got to be progressive in your business. So you have to be part of a model that allows you to do that. And over the last, 10 years of my career now, 11 years of my career, I've been very fortunate. I've been able to coach and train over 4,000 financial professionals all across the country. And that passion has led me to building my coaching program, building our mentorship program, all of what I'm going to talk about at 8% Nation. But most importantly, it allows me to help people become business owners. I want you to think about this question as we wrap up. I want you to think about what's the difference between a salesperson and a CEO? What's the difference in mindset between those two? And I think if you understand that difference, it'll allow you to elevate your business and elevate your game to a whole nother level a lot faster. And I can't wait to talk about that. And that's going to be part of my keynote is the differences in mindset between an agent or a salesperson and the CEO. Because when I reinvented my business, I also had to reinvent my mindset. And when I started making the shift to thinking like a business owner and the CEO, man, you really, your vision becomes clear. And it allows you to think differently. And that's what I cannot wait to teach. I can't wait to work with people and share that. And I'm so excited to be able to share a little about my story. I hope this is inspiring for some of you guys. And obviously, I'm going to get a little bit deeper into my story at 8%. But you cannot fail if you don't quit. During these tough times, I get it. You want to walk away. I wanted to walk away a lot during my period of time. There's still come days where I want to walk away. But here's what I know. If you know where you're going, it allows you to stay on course a lot easier during these tough times. Don't give up. Don't quit. Your family's relying on you. And I tell you what, your self-image is relying on you. During these times, you get to prove to yourself that you're strong. You get to prove how you get to build character. I look forward to working with all of you guys and seeing you guys at 8% Nation 2020.
That dude knows his stuff. That dude knows annuities, ton about money. Ryan, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you being a part of Virtual and Vegas. We'll see you soon in Vegas. Unbelievable job. All right, so before I introduce the next speaker, and he's world-renowned, known by pretty much everyone, in my opinion. Could be wrong, okay? You may not. If you don't, you're about to get introduced to him. He spoke at the first 8%. I first saw him speak at 10x2, Grant Cardone's event. Before I get to him, I want to remind you of VIP BOGO. Again, 2 VIP tickets. I'm talking VIP seat, great seat, and access to the 8% party. You want to make sure that you take part in that. All right, so go to 8%nation.com, click the link in chat right now, and type in VIP BOGO. Make sure you grab 2 VIP tickets or as many as you'd like. All right, now let's jump to Tim's story. A big good buddy Tim's story, extremely well known, has coached movie stars and professional athletes and is friends with Oprah and I believe this dude is one of the best public speakers on the planet. Always gets me excited. He spoke at the most recent 10X for about 14 minutes and just unbelievable. He took us to church on a Sunday morning at that event. Unbelievable job. Please welcome to the virtual stage, my good buddy, unbelievable speaker, and someone I'm trying to emulate so I can be a better public speaker myself. You get to see him in Vegas, and now you see him on virtual, Mr. Tim Story.
What a privilege to be part of this conference again. I got to do it before, but now I get to do it again. So to Cody and to Lauren Askins, thank you guys for inviting me and your team. I noticed that when I was with you guys in person, you guys had an amazing team that really cared about all the people that were there. And I know that your vision is to see other people's vision come to pass. So we're talking about this great conference, the 8% Nation Conference, and once again, what a privilege to be a part. And today I want to talk about getting the right breaks in life, because I'm convinced that there are so many people that do good things, but it seems as though they don't get the right breaks that they need. So I want to start with a story that some of you are familiar with, and that is the story of George Foreman. George Foreman was a very good boxer, had come from humble beginnings. And it's an interesting thing about George is that he was a very angry person. You know, he talks about in his speeches now and even in his book about his life that he was just an angry person. Some of you remember that George Foreman fought Muhammad Ali, he fought Joe Frazier, and you know, he's a great boxer. But one day he was boxing and he fought a competitor where he was expected to win in over 10-1 odds, and he lost. According to his story, after the fight, he was in the back and he felt he had a visitation. Actually, he says from God, and that he felt like God said to him, "Don't be angry, George, anymore, that you're going to be happy, George." Well, it actually happened in his life where he started to make the choices to become happy George, okay? You say, all right, Tim, what's that have to do with me? Everything. Because it was many years later that he was approached to do a grill that would cook hamburgers, it would cook steaks, it could cook chicken, it could cook many things. And they called it the George Foreman Grill. Now, thank God for women in our lives, whether it's your mother, your girlfriend, your sister, your wife, because sometimes a woman has a perspective that a man can't see. So George Foreman's wife saw the grill and said, "George, I kind of like the idea, but I don't like the grill. So I think that in order for you to do this project, we need to say no to the talent fee that they want to give you, and say, if you let us put some of our ideas on this grill and become a partner of the grill, then maybe we'll do it." Well, knowing the inside story, this is exactly what took place. They wanted to pay George a certain amount of money that I know the amount, okay? It was not large, just to be talent. George's wife said, "Not good enough for us. We want to be partners." Well, here's what happened. They retooled the George Foreman Grill, and over a period of time, the George Foreman Grill, from the beginning of the grill to now, to present day, has sold over 100 million grills worldwide. So let's just suppose that he only made $4 per grill. You can do the math. That's a whole lot of money. What do I call that? That is a break. Now, there's a proverb that says this: unrelenting disappointment can leave you heart sick. And I really want to deal with this because this is a lot of my strength. I've spent so many years teaching on the comeback, now about 30 years. And as you know, many of you, that I work with a lot of entertainers, over 300 entertainers at present. And so many of the people that I work with, if they're not in a setback now, usually when they came to me, they were in a setback in one area of their life or another. So here's what I find, that this proverb is real. Unrelenting disappointment can leave you heartsick. Now, unrelenting means this: unyielding, steadfast, with determination. A lot of us have been facing in our lives unrelenting disappointment, mostly with what's happening with COVID-19. I know friends that are in the gym business, as in physical fitness, of over 100 gyms that had to close down. I know some of the biggest restaurant owners around the world closing down the restaurants. People who speak for a living, not speaking. Close people to my life, their jobs shut down in the entertainment world. All of us have been hit by COVID-19. Now, so unrelenting disappointment, which means it just keeps coming, it's unyielding, steadfast, with determination, can leave you heart sick. Now, the heart is the center of your core. And this is so important for you to hear, because it is going to still be a great year for you. You're still going to live an utmost life. That life will call you to upward moments and downward times. Do I still believe this? Absolutely. But we have to deal with the disappointment. We can't just act like it's not there. We can't pretend that it's just going to go away. You got to deal with the disappointment. So unrelenting disappointment can leave you heart sick. So the heart is the center of your core. And the reason you have to get your heart healed is because, watch this, courage comes from your heart. Peace comes from your heart. Joy comes from your heart. Gratitude comes from your heart. Generosity comes from your heart. Faith comes from your heart. So if you have been disappointed, and your heart is sick, then it's hard to manifest all these amazing things. So I believe that some of you, you are ready to manifest amazing things, but we have to deal with your core. We have to deal with your heart. The word sick there means to be ill, to be ailing, to be down. Okay? So unrelenting disappointment can leave you heart sick. But in this proverb it says, but, comma, a sudden good break can turn your life around. So I was doing some research for you guys, and I found out a little more on this word sudden. It actually means unexpected, unforeseen, immediate, quick, hurried. Wouldn't that be so awesome? That out of nowhere, something unexpected, unforeseen, immediately, quick, hurried, came and gave you a sudden good break. Just like George got the George Foreman grill, don't you think life is big enough to give you the right kind of break? Now, I'm going to give you something that I think is super, super cool, and I want you to really catch this. I was at a baseball game. I love sports. And I was watching the LA Dodgers. And I was about the third row, right by the dugout, right behind the dugout, third row. And I ended up sitting next to a retired medical doctor. He had been a heart surgeon from the area of Santa Monica. Very classy man, must have been mid-70s. Very classy wife, who happened to be sitting next to me. So she asked me what I did, and we started dialoguing, and she was very interested in what I did for a profession. And so as we were talking, we were going at it about life and turning setbacks to comebacks and celebrities, etc. True story. Don't forget, we're at a baseball game. We are on the first base side. Right-hand hitter, boom, hits the ball, veers off, it goes towards where we are sitting 3 rows back. Out of nowhere, this lady, who I later find out is 72 years of age, classy lady from a good neighborhood, reaches under the seat, okay, in front of her, pulls out a baseball glove, and goes bounding for the ball and misses this time. So I had been talking to her for about 4 innings, so I could not stop laughing. I was with a male friend of mine, a businessman, and he was laughing, I was laughing, I could not stop laughing. And I said, "Miss, what in the world are you doing?" And then the doctor spoke up, and he said, "Oh, she has been doing this for years. She brings her baseball glove to every game because they're season ticket holders for the Dodgers." And I, because I'm curious, I said, "About how many balls have you ever caught?" And she says, "Well, my record is 13. I said, "You caught 13 foul balls over the season in one year?" And she says, "Yeah, but I do usually about 9, 10, or 11 balls." And then the doctor teased, and he says, "Yeah, because people feel sorry for you and get out of your way." And I thought, nevertheless, she catches the balls. So here's my point. In order for her to catch that foul ball, number one, she had to be in the right position. Number two, she had to be prepared. She brought her baseball glove every single game. So good, guys. Number one, she had to be in the right position. Had she been sitting way in the top, okay, not the right position. Secondly, she had to bring her baseball glove every game. She had to be prepared. Number three, and this is so important, and I'll get into this today, she had to have the right posture. And I'll never forget, even though she was talking to me, she had one eye on the game. She was talking to me, one eye on the game. She had to have the right posture. Disappointment, if you're not careful, it'll give you the wrong posture. Many times I'll say to somebody, "How are you doing?" "I'm doing okay." "How's your wife?" "She's doing okay." "How are your kids doing?" "I'm okay." They're okay. "How is your job doing?" It's okay. And what's happened is they found themselves in what I call the land of okay. This lady was in the right position. Secondly, she was prepared, brought the glove every game. Thirdly, she had the right posture. And fourthly, she was patient. I believe that big breaks are coming your way. Why? Because you've heard me teach this before. It's called the law of the harvest. When you plow the ground and you plant the seed and you water the seed, what's going to happen? You're going to get the harvest. So you right now that are watching me, you've been plowing, planting, watering. You better start looking that payday is on its way. But first, I got to deal with your disappointment, because you're going to miss it if you're not in the right position, if you're not prepared, if you do not have the right posture, and if you're not patient. I'm trying to tell you guys, I've seen so many people miss big opportunities because they were in a downward spiral and didn't realize that a big break was trying to knock on their door. Let me give you an example. There are 3 D's that usually happen with disappointment. Number 1, people become downcast. And you've seen that before, where people just are downcast. And you see them in their job, they're downcast, or in their relationships, they're downcast. The second thing, and this is very important today, is they become dispirited. So to be dispirited actually means, watch this, to almost just vacuum cleaner out or take out or drain out the spirit of a person. So when you are dispirited, it's as though disappointment has sucked out the strength of your spirit. Deep stuff. So 3 D's of disappointment. Number 1, downcast. Number 2, dispirited. And here we go today. Number 3, people get discouraged. To be discouraged is to be disheartened. Number 2, to be dismayed. Number 3, to be deflated. I love sports, so therefore you're going to get some sports analogies sometimes. I remember one time as a kid, we wanted to go play basketball. It must have been about 11, and I had a nice indoor-outdoor leatherish basketball, and I grabbed it from my garage, and without even paying attention that it wasn't pumped up correctly, I got on my bicycle, my Schwinn bicycle, rode to the school. There was 3 other guys. We were going to play together with Timmy Story's ball. And the first dribble I tried to take, watch, the ball went plump. So without checking if there was air in the ball, I got on my Schwinn, went all the way to the school, and then there was no air in the ball. Why? Because it had been deflated. So some of you, listen to me, disappointment has made you downcast, dispirited, and discouraged. Discouraged can make you disheartened, dismayed, and also deflated. Dismayed, what do you mean by that? Dismayed people that even when optimism comes, they shrug, they roll their eyes, they fold their arms because they feel like, I tried that. I tried that before. I tried that. It did not work. So I want to say this. Unrelenting disappointment leaves you heartsick, but a sudden good break can turn your life around. What if your miracle is in motion? What if, while you're feeling the sting of your setback, that life is preparing your comeback? What if something huge is about to happen in your life and you are going downward when something upward is about to happen? Okay, don't ever forget this. When somebody is sick, they go singular. Okay, I don't feel good. When somebody feels well, they go plural. They want to help people. They want to heal the world. Okay, so I believe that unrelenting disappointment leaves you heartsick, but a sudden good break can turn your life around. Now, I'm going to teach this for a few more minutes. What is a break Tim story? It's an opportunity. What is a break Tim story? It's an opening. What is a break Tim story? It's a possibility. Sorry, got to give you one more sports analogy and illustration. My friend Eric Dickerson, who's in the Hall of Fame, he was a running back. I said to him, Eric, as a running back, when you're carrying the ball, I said, when the linemen are blocking, how much room do you need to get through that hole when you're running? To get some space to get past the defenders. He says, Tim, I've never been asked this in my life. This is such a great question. He said, I literally need about that much room. I literally need about that much room. He said, so those blockers are fighting and going against the defense with everything they have to try to give the running back this much space so they can come through the break. Life is trying to give you this much space for you to get through the break. I'm trying to tell you, I've seen it in so many of my actor friends. They got this much space. Do you know that even with Jennifer Aniston, with Friends, they only thought that that show would only go so far, but they were relentless in the first season. They all got together as young actors and talked about, let's work, you know, like this thing is going to be gigantic. And they got together, they banded together, and you could still watch Friends Monday through Friday. It changed their lives forever. The same thing with Jerry Seinfeld. That life changed his life forever. All you need is a break, okay, to get a breakthrough. Again, a break is an opportunity, an opening, and a possibility. All right? So let's close with this. Unrelenting disappointment can leave you heartsick. All right? So how do I deal with that, Tim Story? Number one, let it out. Let it out. Tell somebody about it. Share it with me. Share it with Cody. Share it with somebody. Share it. Hey, I'm disappointed. Things did not work out the way I thought they would. Don't share it with everybody. You don't have to take it to social media, but share it with someone who cares that can be your power partner. Every one of us needs people that we can partner with that have power. Number one, way to deal with disappointment, let it out. Number two, watch how powerful this is. You have to shift your satellite dish. I've been teaching this for 20 years. You got to shift your satellite dish to the All Things Are Possible network. You have to start looking for the good, looking for the break, looking for the opportunity. This doctor's wife brought her baseball glove every day. She looked for the opportunity. How do I get through disappointment, Tim Story? Number one, let it out. Number two, shift your satellite dish. Number three, you have to make a choice to not stay stuck. What do you mean by that? Some people love to just keep on talking about what did not work. You have to make a choice not to stay stuck. So if you've been through things like all of us have, don't nurse it. Don't curse it. Don't rehearse it. Disperse it and watch life reverse it. I believe this is still going to be an amazing year for you. Some of you, your life's going to get so great, it's going to be weird. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today.
I told you that dude could speak. Mr. Tim Story knows his stuff. Unbelievable job, buddy. Looking forward to you speaking in front of 2,000 agents in Vegas on the stage in Pearl Theater inside the Palms. Truly one of the best speakers on the planet, if not the best one. Okay, the dude is amazing. Awesome job. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next speaker. Did you get your ticket yet? The next speaker, did you get your ticket yet? The next speaker, did you get your ticket yet? I want to spend some time with you in Vegas. The next speaker is Miss Galen Hendricks, good friend of mine. I've gotten to know her a lot over the last several months. She is unbelievable. They call her the queen of the bundle. We talk about cross-selling and bundling and closing. She is the queen of the bundle. She's also, I would consider her the Medicare queen. Okay, she's super knowledgeable, super fun. People love being around her, great networker, and a really good person that has a huge heart and that will help you and wants to help everyone. She embodies the theme, if you don't quit, you can't fail, all right? She will never quit. Okay, I'm excited to have her on virtual and Vegas. Please welcome to the virtual stage, Miss Galen Hendricks.
Hello everybody, I hope you're having a great day. My name is Galen Hendricks. I am the CEO of Senior Security Benefits and also one of the original founders. We are so excited to have been asked to be part of 8% Nation this year. We're coming to you guys here from lovely Fort Worth, Texas. We know that a lot has changed in all of our lives, but thank goodness that we can work virtually and keep trucking along and being successful. One of the things that has occurred to me in the last couple of weeks while sitting here and thinking about what I would talk to you about at 8% Nation is how struggles can turn into successes. That's kind of the story of my life. I think one of the reasons why I've asked to be a keynote speaker at 8% Nation. So I'm super excited to be with you guys today, and I'm excited to share with you some of my story and hopefully what you can expect in July. As most of you know, 8% Nation has been going on. This will be the third one. I didn't make it to the first one. I made a surprise visit at the second one, and here I am going to be a keynote speaker on the third one, and I couldn't be more excited. You know, when you think about sales, almost anything you've ever done in your life has involved some type of selling. Well, my story is no different. I started out in the insurance business, believe it or not. It'll be 35 years this May. I like to tell everybody I am a 35-year overnight success. But there's been a lot of struggles along the way. There's been a lot of what to do, a lot of what not to do. But most interestingly enough, in the last couple of months, I got asked, because I'm a female CEO, if I would do a podcast on the glass ceiling situation. And I really at first was like, sure, I'll do it. And then I got to thinking about it. I don't know that I've ever really had a glass ceiling. I don't know that there's ever been something that I didn't feel like I could do. And I think that's because I've had some amazing, amazing leadership, parenting, mentorship in this business. And that's what I've tried to do. I have tried to educate. I've tried to mentor people. And some days I sit there and think about, what does CEO really stand for? And I don't believe it's Chief Executive Officer. I really honestly believe it's Chief Educational Officer. You guys every day, and gals, I just use the word guys, but it's guys and gals, you all are educators. You are trying to show people a way to protect themselves. Almost everybody at 8% Nation that I know of is involved in some type of insurance. And that's even if you're in the real estate world. Everybody understands insurance is one of the necessities of our lives. However, it's not always the easiest thing for someone to buy into because their priorities are different than ours. So it's up to us to make them feel it, make them get it, make them understand why it's so important. Again, why you're the CEO of your business. It doesn't matter if you work for someone or if you're an independent contractor or you're part of a career organization, you still own what you do. You are still responsible for your successes. And so what I'd like to talk to you today is about how to turn those struggles into successes. So for me, going back to the glass ceiling conversation, when I went back and tried to figure out what had really gone on in my 35 years, there were some definite struggles. There were times when I really didn't think I could make it. But the good thing about 8% Nation and what we're going to be talking to you guys about is you cannot fail if you don't quit. So it's up to you to keep pushing. Even when times get their toughest, if you are one of those women that may be having trouble with the glass ceiling, You know, there are so many people that will welcome you, welcome what you do. I have had the fortune of working with some of the greatest people in this business, and primarily men. Men have been a big supporter of mine. Some of my best students have encouraged me. Part of the reason I'm part of 8% Nation is because some of my really good friends introduced me to Cody Askins, and it wasn't within but a week that we discovered that Cody and I had a lot in common. We really like to help people, and that's what I've really figured out. Sales is about. It's educating, it's helping. One of the biggest struggles you will find is once you become successful, you will have people in your corner cheering you on, excited about it, couldn't be happier for you. And then there's going to be some people that end up becoming what we so commonly called as haters. People that are kind of jealous that you kept pushing, kept moving, kept going when they didn't. There's 3 important times in my life where perseverance and not quitting proved to be incredibly fruitful, and they were huge struggles, but they turned out to be incredibly huge successes. One was the standardization of Medicare, and you know, we're all still here, and you know, our company is a leader and distribution of Medicare supplements. So I'm so glad I didn't get out of Medicare supplement business. You go back and you think about the do not call list. When it came into our business, we could have easily said, I quit, but we didn't. We stayed in, a lot of other people left, and we succeeded, and we became a leader again. And then there was this little thing called Obamacare in 2010 that I'm sure you're very familiar with, but we stayed in. We didn't make money selling ACA plans, but we all of a sudden started seeing that we could show our clients 1 to 4 products in one call, become a whole lot more efficient, and our customers were much more protected. And guess what? Out of that came my new title, which was Queen of the Bundle. And I've been able to take that and educate large distributions and show them how such a negative situation turned into be an amazing gift. So what I want to encourage you all to do is to keep persevering. Don't give up when it seems like it's dark. You know, when you think about what everybody's going on in the world today with, you know, there's over 13 million people that have filed unemployment. The folks in sales, we get to keep working. And some people say, yeah, but Galen, some of my clients are in that 13 million. And I would say to you, they need health insurance more now than they ever have before. Even though the government will tell you that they're going to pay for the uninsured people, the problem with that is there's going to be a huge line. Having health insurance is really, really important. I get asked all the time, Galen, what is it that you do? And I always say, I'm an insurance agent. I didn't dream my whole life to become an insurance agent. And matter of fact, like you, I probably had dreams of being a school teacher or a lawyer or a beauty pageant queen or whatever you want to put there. But my father was a debit man. And that basically means he worked his tail off for very little money, but he was an amazing provider for our family. And what he taught me in all of that is that sometimes people don't look out for themselves, so you have to look out for them. And sometimes that means making them incredibly uncomfortable, you being incredibly uncomfortable as the salesperson. But in the end, what you're planning on doing is getting that customer very comfortable. There's a lot of people out there that say the word I was taught by my very first boss at 17 years of age, not to say can't. She said, use any curse word you want, but don't use the word can't. And over time, I learned why. A lot of people will tell you that they can't, when really what they mean to tell you is they won't. You have got to get that client understanding why what you're offering to them is so very important, not just to them, but to their family. When you offer insurance products or any product that you have to educate your client on, it's up to you to keep moving, to keep being that educator, to keep being that public servant, and know you're going to have struggles. Know you're going to have people that aren't pulling for you like they once did. You will have issues that come up that will cause you severe indigestion, severe frustration. But what happens is after you get through it and you move through it and you get to see how you came out on the other side of that, or when your client calls you and says, hey, my husband passed away. I need to figure out how to get that life insurance money. Just think about if you weren't that agent that got really uncomfortable with them originally and sold them that insurance product or that life insurance, how worse off their life would be. You know, I'm a big proponent of cancer insurance policies because of my personal story. You see, my dad was diagnosed with carcinoma of the stomach at 52 years of age. He was given 6 weeks to 3 years to live. He lived 5 weeks and 5 days. What killed my father was financial stress. Because he had life insurance, he knew that we would be taken care of, and he just wished the death would come sooner. With cancer policies, my customers get to have a living benefit, because my hope is that when I show a client a product, they understand what that will do for them and their family. It's like a story that just happened to me recently with a client, not a client of mine, a client of someone else's. I serve as a director for the Ronald McDonald House here in Fort Worth, Texas, and she needed help getting a claim paid. I was able to call some friends at some insurance companies that have been very good friends, and they were able to move that along for her. She asked me what I did. I said I was an insurance agent. She said, what products do you offer? And I said, I have a cancer plan. I wished I would have gotten to you sooner, but here's what it does. If you're a client and you get a lump sum amount of money, you get to live off that money. You get to use it for treatment. You get to do whatever you want with it. And she said words that still pierce me to this day. And it makes me sad that I didn't get to her insurance agent before he sold her a plan. And what it simply was is this. She said, how come I don't know about those plans? It's up to us as salespeople to always educate our clients on the policies that we have. It's a struggle, but it will turn into success. My desire for each and every one of you who are watching this today is that you will be at 8% Nation along with me and a lot of my friends so that we can share together, become more successful together, hear your struggles, and give you some solutions. Instead of you sitting there figuring out how you're going to make this bill or that bill, it's up to us to show you how to make this sale or that sale so you will never have to worry about that bill again. I am so incredibly excited about getting to July. I know you are too. If there is anything I can ever do to help you, or if you need any assistance, I have a Facebook page called Queen of the Bundle. Go out there, like the page. I will be able to help you if I can. And I think I can, because don't remember, the word can't is not in my vocabulary, and it shouldn't be in yours either. I wish you happy days, happy sailing, and happy selling at the same time. Yes, with that Texas accent, sometimes sailing and selling sound the same, But remember, you will never get better as long as you are bitter, and your clients will always not be interested if you are not interesting. So I'm going to sign off today with this. Remember, you cannot fail if you don't quit. Have a great day, and so very excited about seeing you again at 8% Nation. Have a good one.
Miss Galen, you go, girl. Awesome job. I told you she knew her stuff. I love her story. I love her passion for the industry specifically, and I'm excited to see her on stage in Vegas. Unbelievable job. The next speaker, him and I may be doing something special on telesales for those that come to Vegas. All right, he knows his stuff. Good buddy of mine. I'm as close to him as almost anyone in the insurance industry. Love the dude. He cares. Managing partner of North Star Insurance Advisors, his whole family. Everybody is amazing. They've been a part of every 8%, and we're going to keep that rolling forever, if you will. All right. Super knowledgeable on telesales. They built a monster. They're going to do over 30 million this year. He was doing a bunch of free webinars and giving everything away. The dude has a massive heart. He cares, and he has scaled, him and others, his partners and his family have scaled a massive, 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 massive phone sales company. All right, so I'm excited for him to actually release his story, how if you don't quit, you can't fail, and the current state of the insurance industry. Please welcome to the virtual stage my good buddy, telesales machine, Mr. Ramiz Hakim.
Hey, 8% Nation, what is going on? This is Ramiz Hakim, owner and co-founder of North Star Insurance Advisors, and I wanted to come with a special message today. You can't fail if you don't quit. Listen, in my life, there's been many, many, many situations where I was faced with the decision to bet on myself or to cash out my chips. And those that make it to the top of their niches, their markets, their industries, they're the ones that lean into their problems and absorb the blunt force that's about to go down. Those that don't make it are the ones that cash in their chips and move on to the next opportunity. I want to encourage you today not to run and hide during these uncertain times. I believe that during these times, there are 4 separate phases that each and every one of us are going to be encountering right now. The first one is the denial phase. How many of us, even still now, are in this phase of denial where we think it's just about over, it's almost done, I don't need to adjust, I'm going to stay with business as usual? Eventually, you'll move out of that phase or you're going to run out of business. See, we all thought that by Easter we'd be back to work as usual, and here we are coming and leaving through the Easter season. After that, you become afraid. Once you accept the fact that we got a problem, and now you're afraid. You begin to contract. You're nervous. You make sporadic decisions because you understand you need to make ends meet, and there may not be enough cash reserves to have you make it for as long as what you think it is. I was there not long ago. We were looking at a situation where we had 8 total call centers, a home office with a couple hundred people and 7 satellite centers. Support staff, marketers, sales agents, customer service reps, contracting, HR. How do we get people that have used to coming to work at the same place every single day for years and then overnight switch them to go work from home without a robust IT department? But you have to overcome that fear. You see, you can just quit and cash in your chips. You can cash in your chips and say, okay, I've had enough. I've made what I needed to make. let me take what's mine and let me move on. Or you lean in. And that's what we did. And because we've done that, we are now experiencing incredible growth, the highest profits we've ever seen, the highest morale we've ever seen. People are thankful and grateful, and their level of loyalty to the company is through the roof. That now takes me to the next level, which is, I believe, resourcefulness. Once you have put together a plan and a strategy and execute, you now become resourceful. There's some optimism there. Hey, we may not be clicking at all cylinders, but we're doing the best we can. And you begin getting better and better and better. And like I said, in our situation, we're a better company now during this time than any time before, which then leads to the fourth phase of this crisis, which now becomes confidence. We are confident that we're going to come out of this better than we've ever been before. We are confident that we will be a company that will be forever changed for the good. That this situation was not a setback. It was a setup to expose the inefficiencies in our company, to force us to feel some of the areas that needed to be firmed up. So we denied it. Then we were afraid. Then we became resourceful. And now we're confident. Now, in this level, where I believe North Star is right now, where I am right now, when we are in this level of confidence, it is our responsibility to begin pulling our neighbors out of the denial phase, out of the afraid phase, and helping them during the resourceful phase. Listen, if you refuse to quit, you will never fail. Of course, you're going to stumble. Of course, you're going to make mistakes. Of course you will. But see, you have a decision after each and every one of those things. You see, only the great salespeople, only the great companies, only the great IMOs and agencies are going to come out of this situation better. Everyone else is going to retract. And that starts with a decision. Are you going to double down on yourself, on your abilities, on your commitment, on your work ethic, on your discipline? Are you going to bet on yourself? And if you bet on yourself and you go all in on yourself, you have nothing to worry about. You'll never fail when you lean in to those problems. I remember getting started in the insurance business. Final expense is where I started. And I really, really enjoyed the line of work. I enjoyed the money. I enjoyed talking to the customers. But I was getting burnt out. I was experiencing no-shows. I was sitting in homes that I did not enjoy being in. I was having to call on leads and try to finagle my way into homes. And although those are important aspects of the sale, it was just burning me out. But I saw hope and there was glimmer there. And so I doubled down on myself. I went all in on myself. I started hiring people on payroll with money I didn't even have yet. I was counting on me to make sales to pay payroll. It was one of the best decisions I ever made. I put myself in a position where I had to perform, where I had to produce, where my hours were going to be 24 hours a day of work to make sure I could make ends meet. I went all in on me. And because of that, and there was many of times where it would have been so much easier to throw in the towel, cash in my chips, take what little I had left, and move on to the next thing. But we were not designed to be mediocre. You see, mediocrity is a decision that you make every day when you wake up. You will never fail, ever, if you refuse to quit. So where are you now? What you're dealing with now is the same story that many people that preceded you had to face. Now, the circumstances may be a little different, but it's really not that different. Situations will come and situations will go. The situation we're in now just happens to affect everybody. But this virus is no different than a traumatic event in your life specifically. The only difference is now it's a bit easier to feel sorry for yourself because everyone's dealing with it and the government is here to help us. Folks, that is a dangerous way of looking at this situation. Snap out of it. You're already in the process of quitting. You're staying in the denial phase. When you figure out that you got what it takes, you may need to finesse some things because you're going to learn a new skill set. But once you commit to that and stick to the plan and require that discipline from yourself, you'll never stop growing as a business. You'll always be expanding. You'll be able to employ your friends and family, give opportunities to people, and then invest back in your community. Folks, I want to give you a good word today. You can do this. I got in the insurance business when I was 19 years old. I didn't know a thing about business. What I did know was that my parents instilled in me hard work, commitment, loyalty, follow through. That's all I had. I had no sales ability. I had no training. I barely even had any decent leads to call on. But we made it happen. We made it work. And today, because we have continued to push through many of the hurdles, we're now seeing the fruits of our labor. And it required a major national catastrophe to really test what is it that you've been building over these past 10 years. I parallel this situation with the number of them before this for me personally. I have worked with carriers before where I showed up Monday morning and found out they were in receivership. That's a disaster for a business, much like this virus. Or how about the carrier that just pulls out of the market and gives you they don't tell you that they're going to be doing that. They just surprise you. That's a catastrophe. One of your lead vendors goes belly up and you were counting on them to follow through with something for you this week. That's a catastrophe. How about when you're heavily invested in television and the election cycle is beginning to take much longer than anybody expected? And so now you can't even afford to compete with some of the big retail shops in this country. That's a catastrophe. Again, the difference between some of the stuff I've outlined for you and this virus specifically is that this one just affects everybody. And really, when you go back and look at your life and what you've been through, you have faced much worse than this. And you're still here to tell about it. This is just a part of your story. This is just another one of those things that you can put another notch on your belt and say, I overcame that too. So you have what it takes. You've moved through these stages of catastrophe and trauma, and now you need to make a decision. Good luck out there. Cody, the 8% crew have put together what I believe to be the most premier group of individuals that are going to help take this industry from what it once was to what it is going to be. The voices of the past are being drowned out. The old way of doing business is beginning to shed, becoming exposed for what it is. There's hope for you. You can make this happen. And the people that you see on the top that you try to model after, that you might look up to, let me tell you something. There's no difference between them and you at all. Keep fighting, friends. It's worth it, and it will be worth it. And one day, we'll be able to sit around a table, break bread, and talk about how amazing this time was, where we felt like quitting, but we decided not to fail. See you in Las Vegas.
Ramiz, a dude tells it like it is. Awesome job, buddy. Thanks for being a part of this. Thanks for being a part of all of them. Super excited to see you dominate the stage in Vegas on this exact topic. Dude drops it like it's hot. Like, he's one of the most underrated speakers in the industry. Fluid with his words, knows his stuff. Huge thanks for being a part of this. All of North Star and Ramiz. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate that very much. All right, so time to get your ticket. Remember, we are very close to filling up the first 50 that get a free strategy call with me. When you grab a ticket today, not only do you can use VIP BOGO, Premier BOGO, level up to get a bigger ticket with half off, or you can get a bulk ticket, and email and call, and that's all good. The first 50, not only will you get tickets at a ridiculous, stupid rate, but you will get a free strategy call with me, and you'll get added to Success Society for a month. That's a coaching program. You can spend time with me every week. A coaching program, Success Society, a month of Success Society for free. Again, that's all for the first 50 people. Do not miss that. It's filling up quick. Go get it. Super excited to announce the next virtual speaker. I've got to know him really well over the last year. He was at the last 8%. Dude rolled up in a freaking McLaren outside of the Statler Hotel in Dallas. Dude is a machine, a freak at sales, at relationship building, at recruiting, at scaling. He recruited 69 people in his first 60 days as an insurance agent, period. Never done insurance before. He wrote, I believe, 60K in his first 8 weeks. I'm telling you, the dude's done some insane stuff. Good buddy of mine. We talk often. I love this guy. And he has a passion for the industry and a story like nobody else. He's going to share it in Vegas. Nate, come on now. You ready, brother? Let's get after it. For those that haven't heard, this dude can flat out speak and train. Probably one of the biggest dudes that isn't even well known yet. That's about to change. Let's bring out my good buddy to the virtual stage. Please welcome Mr. Nate Offord.
Hey, Cody, I really appreciate you having the opportunity to get on today and speak to 8% Nation. I mean, what a lineup of incredible speakers that we've had on so far, and what's in store here for the rest of the day on a Saturday. I'm just honored and privileged to even be in the presence of such powerful people and successful people, even like yourself. And it wasn't too long ago I was sitting in the front row of the first 8% Nation event that I went to that you guys had here in Dallas. And what an amazing experience, getting a chance to meet you personally and Ramiz, and have an opportunity to have Coach come into my life and start coaching me as well. So I'm just really excited. I can't wait for the event that's going to be coming up, and I appreciate all you guys taking your time on a Saturday morning, afternoon, and you know, growing. You know, John Maxwell always says you're either growing through life or you're going through life. And my problem when I went broke for years is I was just going through life, right? I didn't know any better. You know, I grew up in a home where I was told, go to school, get good grades, the better grades you get, the better job you're going to get, you know, and I was following that plan. And I just wasn't having the success that I thought I would have. I actually dropped out of college twice. You know, here's my sisters, you know, imagine this. I was sort of the black sheep of the family, or let's just call it what it is. I was the black sheep of the family. And I had 3 sisters, and they were all super smart, valedictorian, magna cum laude, you know, the whole deal, right? And I was able to memorize fairly well. So I did okay in grade school and in high school. But, you know, in college, it was a little bit different thing. I actually ended up, like I said, dropping out twice. And I'll never forget, because my mom, I don't know if you guys have like a refrigerator mom. My mom was a huge refrigerator mom, where like she had like all the stuff posted on there, right? Like where you had, you know, the awards and the accolades and the grades and the ribbons and, you know, #1 in this and #1 in that, and, you know, 4.0 and everything else. And, you know, it was pretty much even with my 3 sisters and me as I was growing up until I got to college. And then it kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I'll never forget, I came home from college one time, and my mom, bless her heart, right? On the front of the refrigerator, there was my one sister all decked out with all her accolades and everything else, and my other sister, my 3rd sister, and she had a picture of me. It was my senior picture, and it was up there in the right corner of the refrigerator, and it said, pray for him. So after I dropped out of college, the second time I got introduced to a company, and I'll never forget, because a friend of mine was all excited and hyped up and said, oh my God, you got to come down here and check this out. There's this guy who's a multimillionaire. He's helping people make millions of dollars, and, you know, they're saving the planet, saving the earth. And I was in a situation, I was naive. I didn't even know what he was talking about. And he's like, I want you to come down to this office and check this out. And so I went down to the office, and I show up, and there's a bunch of excited people there, and they're all happy, you know, and there's a room full of people, and there's a big line of products that were up there. And I was like, oh my gosh, what did I come into? But I'd never seen anything like it before. So they sat me down, they did the presentation, and they were talking about the environment and the environmentally safe products and water filtration and air filtration. And, you know, at the time I didn't care, you know, I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, environment wasn't a big issue. It wasn't a big word, or it wasn't on people's minds at that time. And so they actually were smart, and they squeezed me in the middle row between all these other people that were out there. And so I didn't have an opportunity to leave, or I probably would have. And as I sat there, I just wasn't really connecting with them until I started talking about financial independence and talking about the money. And then they wheeled in this cart, right? You know, back in the day, they wheeled in this cart with a TV. No, it wasn't black and white. It was color. And they stuck a VHS tape in there. And it had story upon story upon story of other people that had success, that were broke, pot and pan door-to-door salesmen, and social workers, and, you know, preschool teachers, and all these other people that didn't come from a great background, who were earning millions of dollars and that were successful. I'll never forget at the very end of it, there was this guy who got on there, and he was extremely captivating. And he was sitting there with his arms crossed in front of, you know, this super expensive car, and said, where are you going to be in the next 5 years if you keep doing what you've been doing? And where could you be in the next 5 years if you follow the man who built the path, who built the track to follow, taking other people down that track? Where would you be, wind up, if you just did what they did? And where will you be in the next 5 years if you keep doing what you've been doing? And a light bulb went off in my head. And I think, wow, you know, here I grew up in a home where I didn't have a lot of money. And so, you know, money isn't everything until you don't have it, right? It's kind of like air. You know, when you don't have money, you start to realize that, you know, hey, I want to get to a point where I don't have to suffer financially, where every decision isn't made upon how much money's in the bank. And I don't have to read off of the, you know, the right side of the menu versus the left, you know, when you're looking at the price versus stuff. And I got excited about it, right? I said, I got an opportunity to get involved with something where I can build something, and I can employ the efforts of other people, and I can earn income whether I'm working or not. And I got involved, and there were people around me that were having tremendous success, and I failed miserably. I mean, it was years, guys. I was in a situation, I mean, I literally was broke. I don't know if you guys ever know I'm talking about broke, like ramen noodle broke, like where, you know, it's steak one night, chicken the other, but it's just a different packet on the ramen noodles that you're sprinkling on. So, I mean, I was really, really broke. I was hopping from one friend's couch to another friend's couch. I would literally go to the grocery store to pretend to shop so I could eat a meal. And it got to a point where I started to really doubt myself, because when you have other people in your life and you're watching them have success doing the same thing you're trying to do and you're not, then you kind of look and go, well, it's got to be me. Maybe I'm not cut out for success. Maybe I'm too stupid to have success. I dropped out of college twice. Maybe there's some things I need to know. And it wasn't until I had a mentor come into my life who changed me completely, right? He took everything that I thought and threw it out the window, right? Heard him, money doesn't grow on trees. We all heard that. Money doesn't grow on trees. He said, yeah, I bet you did. They never told you where it did grow, did they? I said, no. He goes, it grows in other people's pockets, Nate. And if you take money out of someone's pocket without giving them something in return, that's called stealing. But if you give them a product or a service in return for their money, that's called capitalism. That's called profit. I was like, whoa, I never learned that in school, right? And so I had this mentor come into my life, and I had an opportunity to start working with him on an individual basis. And it was funny because I never made over $3,000 a month ever in the history of the company that I was involved with for 4 years. 4 years. People were earning millions of dollars, and I never made more than $3,000 a month. And I started learning from this gentleman, and my paycheck literally went from $3,000 a month to over $20,000 a month in 90 days. Same product, same compensation plan, nothing changed, except I had an opportunity to learn from somebody who was willing to teach me the keys to success. And I'll never forget, because he said, hey, listen, if you work with me, I'm going to teach you something that will revolutionize your business. It'll revolutionize your life. And I'm going to teach you this one thing. And I'm telling you guys, when he taught me this one thing, it was night and day. People ask me all the time, how'd you go from $3,000 a month to $20,000 a month? This one thing. This one thing he taught me. And it changed. I went from being broke to making millions of dollars. I went from being unconfident to confident. This one thing got me better in my relationships. It taught me what I needed to do, what that missing piece of the puzzle was in order for me to have success. Just the one thing. And he said, Nate, I'm going to teach you this one thing under one condition. I said, okay, sir. You can't tell anybody else. I said, okay. So I just wanted to say thank you for having me on tonight or today and giving an opportunity to speak in. What? I think, what are the comments coming in? What's the one thing? What's the one thing? Well, I gave him a condition. I'll teach you one thing without, you can't share with anybody else. I said, okay. No? Okay. Guys, there is no one thing. I just made it up, right? I made it up so you go, because that's what we all think, right? We think we need one line, one thing that can get that sale in, one book that we read, one conference that we attend, one mentor that comes into our life. Guys, there is no one thing. I learned so much information from my mentor. I got poured into him on a daily basis, sometimes, weekly, monthly time, where I had an opportunity to pick his brain and learn from him, and books that I read, Think and Grow Rich, and How to Win Friends and Influence People, and seminars I attended, and trainings I went to, and videos that I watched. There was no one thing. And that's the problem, guys. We're all looking for that one thing that's going to make or break us, that one thing that's going to change our business. And I learned from him very quickly, thinking there is no one thing. But as my journey grew and as I got more successful and as I started to look back, I realized there is one thing. And most of us fail to miss it, right? We're all looking for that one person in our organization that can make us wealthy. If we're building an organization, we're looking for that one person or that one deal that can make us $100,000 or $1 million. And what most people fail to do, including me, is realize that one thing. You got to look in the mirror. And that one thing between you making it to the top of Success Mountain or quitting is you. It's me. And my mentor drew something out for me I'll never forget, guys. Changed my whole entire perspective. And he said, look, if you look at any company, if you look at any opportunity, if you look at insurance, whether it's property and casualty insurance, final expense, mortgage protection, right? If you look at this, right, there's the product, okay? And he said the products, they don't have pink policies for women and blue ones for boys. We all get to work with the same carriers. We all have access to the same product, right? He said there's the compensation plan, right? They all pay the same. If you're in a company and you're working to a certain level and they get promotions based on a certain level, whether you're fat, skinny, tall, purple, blue, yellow, what your religion is, no matter what you are, you have the same opportunity, equal opportunity. So this is a constant. This is a constant. And this is the variable. And he said the only variable between you having success and not is, what are you working on the hardest in your business, Nate? Are you worried about the leads? Are you worried about the product? If only I had this lead, or if only that happened, or this doesn't work. Are you worried about the compensation plan? If only I had a higher contract level, if only I was at X% versus that percent. if there's people in your opportunity, people in your business, people in your field that are having success in the company that you're working with, and you aren't, the harsh reality is that you got to work harder on you than you have to worry about whatever else is doing over here. And that was a pivotal point in my life where my life changed, because no longer could I have excuses for not having success, because I was always looking outside of myself to find that one thing, man. I knew I had to find that one thing that could change my business. And it wasn't until I had a realization that the one thing was me. The one thing is you. When you really wake up in the morning and look yourself in the mirror and realize, you know what? I have all the tools that I need to create success in my life, you'll be amazed what will happen after. I know it sounds too simple. I know it sounds too good to be true. But when I walked into the insurance industry and I had zero background in the insurance industry, and I was literally calling my upline to find out what DL meant on an application, and he's like, driver's license, Nate. That's how bad I was. But I was able to realize, hey, you know what? If 100 men and women are doing it, so can I. If 1,000 women are doing it, so can I. If 10,000 men and women are doing it, what's my problem? The problem's me. So when I walked into the insurance industry without any experience, I know Cody loves to talk about my story and how I wrote $50,000 my first month and $85,000 in the first week and $40,000 deposited in my bank account my first 6 weeks. It wasn't because I became a master of insurance. It's because I realized I had an opportunity to learn from people who already had success, and I had everything that I needed to become successful because I spent 10 years working on me, the only variable. And the only variable you guys have, whether you're where you at, where you want to be in life in your business right now, or where you feel like you were like me for 4 years struggling and wanting to kill everybody else around you that was having success when you weren't, is us. And I can't stress it enough. When I work with Marlon Faulkner, I said, hey, buddy, what's your growth plan? He was failing miserably. He was broke. He was homeless. He wasn't having, he was watching me have success and he wasn't having success. And I said, you're either going through life, which I love this, or you're growing through life. What's your growth plan? And he initiated a growth plan. It was his birthday just a couple days ago, and it was incredible. It was awesome. We had a Zoom meeting, and we had our entire organization on here, and we surprised him, which is good. It's hard to surprise Marlon Faulkner. And we spent about 30 minutes sharing with him the impact that he's had on our lives. And to hear the people that he works with on a daily basis pour in about the effect that he had on their life was such an amazing experience. And at the very end, I pulled up his story, and I had emails that were saved because I do something called the Marlon, the Untold Story. And if you guys are coming to 8% Nation on Sunday, we're going to have a SWAT event, Strategic Wealth Accumulation Tactics event, the day after, which you're all invited to. We can post that up when it gets to that point. You can all come there. And we're going to go talk about the Marlon, the Untold Story. And I looked at Marlon as he was surrounded on this video chat with hundreds of agents. And we spent, 30, 40 minutes talking about what impact he had in his life. And I pulled up a paper that showed his birthday 5 years ago. And it was a series of emails. Credit card declined for leads. Credit card declined for leads. Credit card declined for leads. And on his birthday 5 years ago, on April 20th, 5 years ago, he got kicked out of America for not paying a debt because he couldn't afford to. He got kicked out of one of our other core carriers because he didn't pay a debt he couldn't afford to. He got put on Vector, and over $1,600 of his debt rolled up to me. I remember I had the conversation very well that we had with him. And I had a choice to make. Was I going to, and people were telling me, terminate him, get him out of here. It's not only going to be a problem. It's not going to be worth it. I remember Marlon Faulkner telling me, do what you have to do, but I'll tell you one thing, I'm never going to quit. Because you taught me that the only variable here is me. And I know I can become a better me. And the reason I'm getting emotional is because 5 years later, after him working on himself, he had impacted hundreds of people's lives where they were crying and in tears and said, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I wouldn't have more time with my baby right now if it wasn't for you. And I said, Marlon, don't ever forget this, and I'll tell you the same thing. If you ever think about quitting, it's just not your decision. Imagine how many people's lives would have not been affected in a positive way if Marlon thought that quitting was a choice that only affected him. Because for him, making the decision not to quit had a ripple effect that will last for generations. So I know a lot of you guys may be in a situation where I was like years ago, or Marlon was just a handful of years ago, where you feel like throwing your arms up in the air and this is not going to work. But I truly believe 5 years from now, when you look back and you're able to look behind you of all the people's lives that you had a direct impact and effect on, because you had the grit to push through and you were able to make a decision, not just based on yourself, but for future. Other people's future is on the line, not to quit. I wish I had Marlon on the day, because he called me after the call. And he said, that was the most powerful thing that's ever happened in my life. And thank you for sharing that with me on my birthday. I'm just honored to have been asked to be on this virtual 8% Nation call today. And I appreciate you guys giving me a time to talk a little bit. And I'm super excited to bring a lot of this information that I did learn from my mentor to 8% when I have a chance to speak there. So thank you again, Cody. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you for helping impact so many people's lives in this industry. You are a godsend, and I just appreciate being on today. Thank you so much.
Nate, the dude's got it. Dude's got it. Awesome job, buddy. Thank you for being a part of this. What did you learn? The dude will never quit. That's how passionate he is. What notes did you take? Make sure you're learning, slowing down, taking some notes. I'm just taking all this in. Like, I'm super excited for Virtual and Vegas. Thank you for being on this. Again, almost 10,000 agents register. Thousands are on this. And we're blessed that you are. Appreciate it very much. All right, it's only going to get, it's just going to keep getting better every time. Next speaker, he would want you to get your ticket too. All right, he is, as of about a year ago, he became my business partner in secure agent marketing. He knows marketing like nobody in our space. If you give $1 to anybody else in the insurance industry in regards to marketing, you could have spent it better. That's all I gotta say. It's a guarantee. I'm certain. Dude's a marketing genius, a freak, my good buddy, one of my best friends, got to know him really well. Huge heart, knows marketing incredibly, and has helped us take everything we do to another level. If you haven't spoke to him, you need to. He's about to bring the heat. He's got an unbelievable story. The dude's not a quitter. He will never fail, and he is committed to helping you get in front of more people. He's managing millions of dollars a month for companies, call centers, and everybody else in the marketing space. Most people trying to do marketing in the insurance industry cannot keep up with what we got going on, and it's because of this dude. If you haven't met him, you have to. Let's bring him out to the virtual stage. My good buddy, the marketing freak, the Giannis Antetokounmpo of the insurance marketing world. And he's 6'9". Come on, Landon. Mr. Landon McCarter.
What's up, guys? It's Landon McCarter. I'm Cody Askins' business partner and owner with Cody of Secure Agent Marketing. So we do all things digital marketing in the insurance industry. I was asked to put together a 20-minute sort of talk on you can't fail if you don't quit. And boy, does that sort of term and saying ring true to me as a 36-year-old entrepreneur. So I wanted to give you a quick little background of my story a little bit, and then I wanted to get into a little bit of a marketing tidbit as well. So, my name is Landon McCarter. I'm a father of 3 children, 10, 7, and 5, 2 boys and a girl. Married to my beautiful wife, Lindsay, who I'm lucky enough to be able to work with. Any of you guys that, work with Secure Agent Marketing, you'll know that she's a part of our company as well. Cody and Lauren work together, Lindsay and I work together. It's a lot of fun. My story is really interesting because I graduated Missouri State in 2003 with I'm sorry, not 2003. I graduated high school in 2003. I graduated college in 2008 and 9. We did it was right in the middle of the recession, right? So essentially what ended up happening is right when I graduated, really that was like when the housing market, was starting to take a tank. So I went and got a job at a local, it was a print shop basically that did direct mail marketing. So I got my degree in marketing, got my job in direct mail, and everybody and their mom was talking about how, terrible it was of it's a recession, it's so bad, it used to be so good, it's so hard. But I didn't know anything else, and so I just grinded and just did everything that I didn't know anything different. So I went into the market completely green and really having no perception of what the good times were, if there were even good times, because I never had tasted that. So I just, developed a work ethic. It actually turned out to be a really good thing for me because a lot of my competitors have gotten lazy and they really just didn't really want to work as hard as I was willing to work. And so I was able to put together a really good book of business. And I took the job out of college with sort of some promises to run the company. It was a small business, a couple $1 million a year. And I took the job because the owner of the company was transitioning out and he was going to teach me to run the company and blah, blah, blah. Well, I ended up having so much success with the company that he actually caused the company to be groomed to sell. So instead of sort of giving me the reins of the company, he sold the company to a new guy, which it's his company to sell, like no big deal, doesn't really matter. The only thing that I was frustrated with was that the new guy didn't really have any interest in bringing me a part of the big picture decisions or anything. It was really just go sell because that's what you're good at. Well, that wasn't necessarily my passion. I do like sales, but my passion was much more than just selling. It was growing a business, running a business, developing products, and also I like to sell, but that's part of what I like to do. So I kind of got very unmotivated working there, and I started my own company. So what I did is at the time, the only way to reach houses in the neighborhoods were to do direct mail. Well, you guys know what door knockers are, or door hangers. I started a company called Door Deals, which was a door hanging company where I had a 27-inch by 7-inch door hanger that I hung on 10,000 houses at a time, and I charged businesses 5 cents a house or $500 per 10,000 houses. I put 22 businesses on each door hanger and got off to the races, right? So, the first thing that, I could have done in that situation when he sold the company was get frustrated and, it's not for me, and just quit. But instead I just said, whatever, got some experience. I'm gonna just take this sort of frustrating situation that was, kind of not at all part of my plans, and instead turn it on its head. And that was how I ended up starting my first company. So I built that company into a 7-figure company over the course of the next year or two. Long story short, in 2012, direct mail started to and print media just started to really get their butts kicked by digital, big time. It was almost like overnight in 2012, really was when we started to, oh wow, you could actually hit houses, digitally, whether it was, through Facebook or through Google or whatever. At the time, it was Google display ads was the new hot thing. You could target areas and zip codes with Google display ads. And then Facebook came out and heavy-handed shortly after that. And so I realized that was sort of what was next. Well, I went from running a 7-figure company with my own company called Door Deals, and we franchised it. I was in 22 cities across the country. And then all of our franchisees, along with their local markets, we were struggling because direct mail and print was just going down. Response rates were going down. It was just frustrating. So, you know, instead of being frustrated, you know, by that situation and quitting and giving up, instead, that's when I started a digital company, right? So instead of whining about the competition beating me, I basically learned how to do Google display ads at the time. And I got some team members to, you know, build Google display campaigns and get that done. Well, turns out that was the best thing that ever happened to me, because once I learned Google display ads, I started to learn Google cost per click, you know, pay-per-click ads. Once I learned pay-per-click ads, I started understanding Google Analytics and understanding how important, you know, search engine optimization is. Then I started to learn search engine optimization. Well, if you're going to do search engine optimization, then you're going to have to know how to do web development. So we learned web development. So through the course of, you know, once we learned web development in Google, then we realized that social was just dominating also. So we learned social. So, you know, out of all these sort of perceived dead ends, you know, with print, really just got new opportunities in front of me and forced me to actually just learn and continue down the road. So at no point did I ever quit. But I will tell you, it was pretty frustrating to watch a print company that I built and poured my soul into all of a sudden, you know, go to the, you know, ground pretty much. So what I ended up doing was selling that company and doing the digital. Well, that's, you know, I've been doing digital ever since 2000, I don't know, 14 maybe, 2013 probably. And only digital marketing in 2014. And man, has it changed. Oh my gosh, it changes so much. Every single 6 months, there's something new to do. And you know, you can tell some people get frustrated by that. But really, what really needs to be the case is just, it's an opportunity. You know, leveraging digital tools is really a huge, huge opportunity for any business, especially in the insurance industry. So, you know, what we ended up doing was I ended up partnering with Cody and doing the digital marketing for only the insurance industry. So I built a, you know, $4 million a year company before partnering with Cody. Long story short, just ended up saying, you know what, I want to specialize in the insurance industry only. Then I was able to really learn one niche and one niche alone. And now that was, probably a year ago. And now, you know, between our different businesses, 8%, secure agent marketing, and working with all these clients with digital lead development, digital marketing, we're probably spending $1 million a month just on Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, just on insurance lead development and marketing. And boy, do you learn quite a bit about digital marketing. And so, you know, every single time I was faced with a challenge, I remember there's a lot of times that were real dark and real sad, because all that I'd worked for was seemingly going to be taken from me or crumbling out from under me. And I remember during that time, one of the things that really helped me get through those seasons was just taking one day at a time and controlling what I could control one day at a time. Because oftentimes, looking back, if I would have known what I know now, I wouldn't have been stressed out at all, because one thing led to the next. And if I would have been able to see the end of the road, then I wouldn't have been upset or frustrated or freaked out or stressed out, because I would have known where I'm headed, you know, is better than where I'm at right now. But during the time when you're going through all that and it's unknown, you don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden the coronavirus hits and you did field sales your entire life, and now you need to learn telesales or whatever, or you're starting to get into Medicare from Final Expense, you're starting to learn how to cross-sell more Medicare business, or whatever that end of the road is for you, it can be very stressful not knowing what the heck's going on. I would just encourage you to take one day at a time, take one step at a time, and control what you can control. And try and get to the point where some people can collapse under the pressure of like not knowing and having to reinvent themselves. The stress and the challenge is so overwhelming that you can't actually overcome getting out of bed in the morning because it's so stressful. I mean, I've seen people just go through nervous breakdowns because they had to reinvent themselves, because they were leaning so much on what they had done in the past to kind of carry them through. And yeah, you want to be able to, build a residual income, and you want to be able to build things that last. But the most important thing that you're building, in my opinion, is a skill set and a experience in, whatever you're passionate about. And so whenever it comes to the time where you need to reinvent yourself, or a business partner screws you over, or there's some market situation that shifts that really affects you, whenever that situation takes place, instead of you collapsing and being stressed out and freaking out and letting things crumble. Instead, you're able to overcome that, take one day at a time, focus on today. You know what? I may be facing bankruptcy, but not today. So what can I do today to do my best? And in my role and responsibilities, it's always been sell. So sales is a confidence thing. So when you're going through those situations, you can find, I can tell you right now, when you're going through those challenging situations, you're doubting yourself, you're doubting your plan, you're doubting all these things, your confidence is going to take a hit. When your confidence takes a hit, your sales ability is going to take a hit. So you've got to really make sure that you're managing all those things and taking one day at a time and just getting up and focusing on the next sale, the next phone call, the next lead, the next whatever it is. Because if you start to get focused on the big picture of where you're headed and what all you have to redo that you thought you already did once, it can be overwhelming and you can just give up and collapse. So that's probably my biggest sort of business advice for those of you that are going through, tough times or situations that you feel like you want to give up. Focusing one day at a time, one call at a time, one lead at a time was how I got through it. If it wasn't for that sort of mentality, I would have collapsed. And you certainly, you need to make yourself busy. Get yourself busy. Whenever you go through those tough times and you don't know what to do, just do stuff just to be busy. Because if you let your hands be idle and you're not productive with your time, it just compounds the problem even worse. Because then it's like, you just can't dig yourself out of that hole. It becomes a self-defeating sort of situation where the situation is it's a factor and it's real and it's weighing on you. But if it's causing you to stop working, then that's the death sentence of your career or your dreams or your plan or your path, is if you let the pressure, turn you into quitting what you feel called to do, right? So I've been there firsthand. I've reinvented, myself 4 and 5 times in this lifetime. I'm only 36, I can tell you right now, if you guys are young or old, I can tell you, talk to any businessman or woman, they will tell you that there's been times that they've had to reinvent themselves. They didn't know the future was uncertain. And the only way that they were able to be successful is they just didn't quit. They just reinvented themselves and found the next thing and just went down the road. So I just wanted to encourage you guys with that. The less heavy topic, I have a feeling a lot of the talks that you're going to hear are going to be very much personal stories, kind of like that. I wanted to bring a little bit lighter of a topic up to you along the theme of you can't fail if you don't quit. And what I want to do is I want to make that relevant to your marketing. Okay. Now, one of the biggest mistakes that people make in marketing, digital marketing or otherwise, is they take like $1,000 or $2,000 or $500 or whatever it is, and they try something and they try it one time, or they do one webinar, or they do one marketing funnel, or they build one social campaign, or they build, whatever, or they do something 1 month at a time or 2 months at a time, and they don't really give it enough time to fully mature. They kind of get scared and pull their budget. I was talking to one of my friends, Justin Brock, the other day, and he was saying the only real difference between him and a lot of his friends that do Medicare is he's just not afraid at all to spend money on all types of marketing. Like, he'll drop $5,000 a month on something because he's just been down the road so many times that his marketing spend has paid for itself, and paying for that reach will come back. And he also is smart with it. He's not just throwing money away. But the point is that a lot of times his success, he's just a friend of mine, so I'm bringing it up as an example, is just really kind of goes back to just having the testicular fortitude is what he says, to actually just spend the money and cut the check, And so what I find a lot of times is people, they'll put together a lead campaign, or they'll do some sort of something, and they'll do it for 1 month and they'll freak out, or, it's not getting a 10 times return on investment. That's what I needed, because I did direct mail leads 4 years ago and I was able to get a 3% response rate. Well, that was 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a different climate, a different time. And so many people cut their budget before they've given it enough time to succeed. That's one thing. Another thing is you with digital marketing, you have the most amazing opportunity to pivot on a dime. So if let's just call it like a landing page conversion campaign. If we're trying to get leads and we want to get qualified leads, and we're driving these landing page conversion traffics to a landing page, and we're not getting the conversions that we want, then instead of cutting the budget and saying social media doesn't work, Facebook doesn't work, you go back and you create another ad set. You change the ad copy. We've got some campaigns that we're on our 50th iteration of ad copy and campaign type for a particular project. And you know what? We finally, are finding some success. Same thing with the webinar model. Like we learned a long time ago. Well, I shouldn't even say we learned a long time ago. We've been trying to learn the webinar model and perfect that, because it's a really great way to maximize your time and budget. Because that way you can spend money on, if you're doing webinars instead of in-person events, if you can master it, then instead of spending money on travel and hotel rooms and banquet halls, you're spending that money on marketing and reaching people, because all they really want is your information anyways. And so if you can, so we really have been trying to learn this webinar model. Well, we finally have it learned and have it figured out. We've got it down to a science now, but I can't tell you how many tens of thousands of dollars we've spent on events and different types of webinars. We've done 3-part series, we've done 10-part series, we've done one webinar, we've done $9.99, price points, we've done $47 price points, we've done free price points, we've done $500 per, webinar for 3 series, and all that webinar. We've done everything, and thank God we did all those things, and half the time it made money, half the time it lost money, but no matter what, we were learning what was working, what wasn't working, and continuing down the path. Well, now we believe that we've found a model that we're able to sort of replicate and generate business. But if we wouldn't have spent that money before and failed over and over and over and over and over on our webinar models or our marketing funnels or whatever, then we wouldn't know what's working, right? So many people quit a marketing campaign or an idea they have or a passion they have because they've spent a few $1,000s on something, and they're wanting to just throw away the idea because the first $2,000 of ad spend or whatever didn't work out. Now there's you got to use your judgment. There's some times where you're just throwing good money at bad ideas, so you got to have some wisdom and walk through that. But like another example, and I'll just end with this example. I've got a client that helps customers with consulting on their invention idea. And, we've got marketing campaigns driving to landing pages, driving to offers, and then dropping, getting email signups and then getting upsells and all kinds of stuff. And we're trying to identify which part of the marketing funnel we can improve upon. And so each part of the marketing funnel has different key performance indicators you can look at. So for instance, in this particular case, we've got our campaigns built, and we know it's a landing page conversion campaign, and we know what our cost per click is, and we know how much our clicks are costing us. We know how much our conversion rate is on the landing page and what our cost per conversion is. And then we know how much of those conversions that we're getting on the landing page, we know who's buying or who isn't buying. So it's easy to determine which part of the marketing funnel is failing. If our cost per click and cost per lead is through the roof and unsustainable, then we know that our targeting is off or our landing page is off. But if our targeting is on, we're getting good clicks, good click-through rates, good conversion rates, just no sales, we know that there maybe needs to be a little bit different way of presenting the opportunity or inserting more personality into the sale, because there's less, the type of product that we're selling requires a few more soft touches to be able to actually get people to pull out their credit card. Or maybe the product that we're offering isn't really meeting the need of the audience that is opting into the information. My point is that you're never going to learn this stuff unless you spend money and build the funnels and build the website or build whatever it is, and then put money through it and then figure out where it's failing. So many people are so afraid to do that part that they never grow, and they're stuck in this situation where they aren't growing their business because they're not spending on marketing, but they're not spending on marketing because they think it's not going to work, but then they're complaining about their business isn't growing or they're growing too slow. I see that all the time. Now, I'm not saying that you need to just throw everything that you're making into marketing, but I will tell you that the center of the marketing bullseye, in my opinion, and what I learned in school, was the center of the marketing bullseye is to make your initial cash back and then earn customers and get referrals from that customer base. If you can spend money and make the exact same amount of money on that particular product or whatever and get your cash outlay back, the center of the marketing bullseye. Anytime you double your money or triple your money or quadruple your money, fantastic. But that shouldn't be the only basis of success. I've heard so many people say, well, I'll do a campaign and I really need it to return on invest like, 8 times my ad spend. It's like, well, okay, that's fine. And then I have campaigns that are 20 times your results on ad spend, return on ad spend. But that doesn't mean that a successful campaign isn't still doubling your money. Why wouldn't you, like I did a webinar the other day where we did a $47.50 price point webinar, and it was an hour long, and the registrations on social cost me like $51. I'll do that all day long. Okay, $51 to get a $47 webinar registration to then potentially work with these people in the future. Easy peasy all day, right? That's what I mean by that. So if you can't fail if you don't quit, that involves your entrepreneurial ventures. It also involves your marketing. Don't quit. Set a budget, spend the budget, learn from the budget, adjust the budget, scale once you find something that works. Once again, my name is Landon McCarter. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you guys have a great rest of the virtual event. Have a good afternoon.
I told you he's a freak. The dude is ridiculous at marketing. Landon, thanks for dropping the mic and dropping it like it's hot. If you need marketing help, that is the dude to help you. There's no question in my mind, all right? So, unbelievable job, Landon. He's gonna be actually giving away a ton of marketing secrets, like legit freaking secrets at 8% Vegas. Look forward to seeing you there. We got a few more speakers to go. Grab your seat right now. Click the link in chat, 8percentnation.com, VIP BOGO, Premier BOGO. You want to get your seat and you want to get it now. All right, so the next speaker, which makes me think about Ladies Night. Ladies Night. We're having Ladies Night at 8% Nation in Vegas at the Palms. And you want to be there. If you're a woman, if you're a lady, you want to be there, right? Ladies Night is going to be unbelievable. The room they have specifically for Ladies Night is insane. Like, it's so freaking nice. Lauren, my wife, is super. Galen, Jennifer, April, all these ladies are super excited to be at Ladies Night, to be a part of Ladies Night. Lindsay McCarter, Rachel Akeem, Patty Askins, like all these ladies are super excited to be a part of Ladies Night. So make sure that you take part in that and that you are there for Ladies Night in Vegas. All right, so our next speaker, Dr. April Trupiano. This lady she is an international expert on business and leadership. She is the CEO of AT International. She was nominated for the Small Business Innovator of the Year by USA Today. Let's keep it real. This lady's legit. Also, she's a firm believer in lifting others as she climbs. She was nominated for Woman of the Year by WIFS, Women in Insurance and Financial Services, an influencer in her own right. Dr. April has been consistently named the top 100 leadership experts to follow and top 100 insurance experts to follow. Super excited to bring to the virtual stage an unbelievable speaker, unbelievable woman, Dr. April Trupiano.
Dear 2020, none of this was in my strategic plan. Now what? I'm Dr. April Trupiano, CEO of AT International, and if you're like my clients and colleagues that I've been talking to from around the world, you're probably feeling the same way. I have been in and around this industry for 2 decades now. I hate to admit that, but it's true. And I've been where you are. I've been boots on the ground, licensed producer. What I know is in these 2 decades, we've never seen a time like this, where we are feeling so much upheaval and we don't know what's next and how to control things in our business, in our life. And I have such a heart and a passion for this industry and for those of you who serve in this industry, that what I want to do today is I want to give to you. I want to serve you. So I'm going to share with you practical tactics and strategies that you can put in place right away so that you can lift yourself, lift your teams, lift your clients in the midst of the storm and see your way through to the other side. Our signature program, Solopreneur to CEO, teaches financial services professionals just like you to think, act, and work like a CEO instead of an eternal solopreneur. And you know what I mean, guys, that hustle, grind, hustle, grind, hustle, grind, gotta get it done, do it all myself, make sure it gets done by myself. And, you know, then you end up with 60, 70-hour work weeks and not much time left over for a life you love. So we teach systems and processes and how to automate and outsource and how to grow your team with as little pain as possible and create tools to make success virtually foolproof. Now you can see here that there are 9 areas where we focus, so it's very comprehensive and very effective. Today, I want to focus on the cornerstone of this work, and that is lion-hearted leadership. Now, it's such a critical component, and yet in this crisis, it's the one that's the most challenging because a lion-hearted leader is expected to be certain and clear. And yet right now, I know you'll agree that we're surrounded by everything but certainty, right? Everything is uncertain. And we're expected to be strong. And if we tell the truth, we're probably, a lot of us, feeling pretty vulnerable. And we're supposed to be resilient. And what I know is that a lot of you are feeling really drained. And it's no surprise because you're using up a lot of your personal resources and reserves with no time to refuel and rebuild those reserves. So I want to give you a foundation on which you can begin to build back your sense of certainty and your feelings of resilience and strength. Because one thing I know is that this will pass. So it's not a question of if, but when. And how you come out on the other side will be a telltale sign if you're truly an 8%er. So let's dive in by first understanding the crisis cycle. Now, one thing I want to make very, very clear, we are not in a new normal, okay? Everyone walking around saying this is our new normal, I wish they would just stop saying that. If it's you, I'm asking you, stop saying it. If you know somebody who's saying it, tell them to stop saying it, okay? Because if we keep saying that, it only makes us feel like our normal is going to be constant crisis, and that's just not true. Now, what we have done is we've passed through this initial phase called the crisis, right? The onset of the crisis, the heart of it, the moment in which you knew that you had to act fast and you had to keep asking what's most urgent now and now and now and right now and for the next day and the next day and the next day. And then we started to settle into the next phase, which is stabilization, where you've probably been asking yourself, you know, how do we quickly adjust our systems and processes and move all of our logistics to continue operations? And this is called crisis response, you guys. This is not called a normal. There's nothing normal about where we are yet. We're not finished yet going through all of this. So this should last about 1 to 4 weeks. We're pretty far into this. So that's about where we are. It may take a little longer. Everybody's different. But the next phase is going to be survival, where you're asking yourself, how do we push through and stay financially solvent for the next 6 months? Where can we modify personnel, products, service models, things like that to stay in business? How can we become agile and lean and still take care of our team and take care of our clients? Now, after that, you've got to move to the next phase and begin re-envisioning your success. So pull out that strategic plan that you shoved in a drawer because you got really frustrated with all that's going on. You got to grab your leadership team and start asking, how do we pivot? Pivot operations, pivot revenue channels, pivot our referral streams. How do we reset our 2020 plans? And where can we adjust all of those objectives and outcomes that we set out so that we're back on track in alignment with what we wanted to accomplish? Because look, I'm not trying to sell you pie in the sky. I'm not a fool, but I want you to know it is going to be a modified version. But make no mistake, just because Q2 is thrown into the hopper and it got thrown out the window doesn't mean you have to throw out 2020 in its entirety. This is where we start to envision the comeback. Now, these 2 phases are going to be your temporary normal. It's not the new normal, but it's a temporary normal. And we're going to have to just adjust. It'll start, right after that stabilization period, whether you've already begun that or you're most of the way through that stabilization. But about 60 to 90 days from the onset of everything we're dealing with is when you're going to be going through these two phases. And don't wait too long to get to the re-envisioning, because otherwise you'll find yourself scrambling again. You want to be ready for that moment when you can get back to business the way you want it to be. The last phase is recovery, and this phase is going to take you probably till the end of 2020 and maybe even into Q1 of 2021. And this is where you're going to look at, how do we reset our vision? How do we reset? How do we focus on profits again to make our comeback? I want you to push through. I want you to pivot, and I want you to profit. This last phase is going to move you forward about 90 to 120 days from the onset. And then, as I mentioned, it's probably going to go into 2021. But make no mistake, it will be part of your greatest success story when you come back from this. And this is when we're going to get to some sense of a normal, but it will be a modified normal. Because truthfully, nothing we ever do, think, or feel will ever go back to the way it was before the crisis. It'll all be in the context of the aftermath of what we're experiencing. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not minimizing this situation in the least, but I keep asking my clients, what good can you see that might come out of this period that you're going through in your business? So I'm going to ask you to think about that too. I'm asking you to look through this and see beyond this moment. Imagine how you'll use what you're experiencing and you're going through to impact your business, your families, your communities, your teams, and your clients. Now, because I only have a short amount of time with you today, I do want to make sure that I give you some realistic things you can do to put you back on track to being that lion-hearted leader that I know that you are. Because here is the way our teams and our clients are seeing things still. They've got the news on too much. They're listening too much to what's going on social media. They're scared witless. And this is how the world looks. And they're wondering, how bad is this going to get? So it's up to you to go out there and tell them what you and I know, that the sun's going to shine, the earth is going to spin, we're all going to be okay. And so consequently, you need to reassure them. And so in that vein, I want to give you these tactics for leading yourself and your teams and your clients. Now, I call these inspirational catalysts because while they are leadership moves, they are catalysts to inspire your teams, your clients, and your peers, and ultimately lift your own eyes off of the moment that we're facing and into the future that lies beyond it. So the first strategy I want to share with you is one that I know that you're familiar with. I know that you know this, and it's trust. But what I want you to understand is that right now you've got to build a new level of trust, a higher level of trust than you've ever had with these people. They have to know that you're the source of stability, reliability, and that you are the source of sincerity and integrity. So give them facts to conquer their fears. Let them know that they can count on you, that they're going to be okay. You got their back and you're there for them. How do you do this? Here's what I'm telling you guys. Communicate, 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 and communicate some more. I keep having people ask me, what's a good communication strategy in all of this? And while we're laying out some logistical, tactical pieces of it, the one thing that is true for everyone is err on the side of too much communication. If you feel like you're communicating too much, do it anyway. Let them decide what they want to put aside or pick up on later, whether it's an email or a phone call, because the moment you go radio silent is the moment that they'll think it's really time to start worrying. The next strategy is perspective. Give them perspective. You have got to be their true north right now. They're counting on you to tell them that it's going to work out and that things are going to be okay. They're counting on you right now. Your team and your clients need you more than they need the company for which you work. They need you personally. And frankly, I know that you know that others around you need you too. So keep the perspective that this is a season. Give them hope by having faith in that and sharing the faith that we're living in a crisis, but not a long-term condition. This is having an 8% nation perspective, and an 8% Nation mindset. So what I encourage you to do is to ask them, what do you want to remember? Do you want to remember panic, paralysis, and fear? Or do you want to remember strength and courage and resilience? So share your perspective beyond what's going on right now and ask them, what do you want to remember? The next strategy is compassion, but you got to show unprecedented compassion. Guys, look, people are grieving. They are grieving losses of dreams. You know, maybe they just started their business and they're thinking, gosh, will I ever get it back on track? Will I ever be able to really do this now? They're experiencing a grief for loss of hope and loss of business, real business revenue. They're grieving loss of control and loss of knowing what's next, knowing what to do. And perhaps worst of all, loss of life. Look, I have two dear friends who have lost an 18-year-old son suddenly and an aging parent. And nobody's ready for that. And it wasn't due to what's going on right now, but they can't even have closure. They can't have a proper funeral and have community surround them and comfort them. So, you know, this is a time of grieving for a lot of people. Allow for lapses in what might otherwise be for them a go-get-em personality, you know, or lapses in their patience level or their tolerance level. Because look, stress is high and escape is virtually impossible right now. So what to do? Send a note, send a handwritten note. Let them decide if they want to leave it in the mailbox for a few days, but send the note, check in on them. Ask these two questions. How are you doing? And what can I do for you? Pick up the phone. Every day I'm picking up the phone and calling people, former clients, people on my team, people that I care about, and just asking, how are you doing? What can I do for you? How can I help? And I'm encouraging you to listen carefully and listen intently so that you can hear what their heart is going through right now and offer some real useful encouragement. The next strategy is support. Offer them unparalleled support, because you right now may be their only lifeline, okay? And they are working in makeshift offices. I mean, spare bedrooms, laundry rooms, walk-in closets, garages. I mean, I've heard it all, you guys, with endless distractions and new levels of unpredictability in business and life. So be a supportive sounding board. Listen. Give them resources and give them ideas. Things like how to handle this phase of the crisis in the areas of things like how to remotely work, how to work remotely logistically, helpful tools for working remotely, ways to manage their teams remotely, ideas on how to grow their centers of influence virtually so they can hit the ground running when we get to the re-envisioning and recovery phases. The next strategy is flexibility. I'm sorry, connection. The next one is connection. And I want you to think about connecting virtually just as you would in person. In this time of self-isolation, many people do not do well. I'm somebody who's worked from home for almost, gosh, I don't know, 19, 20 years. And so I'm accustomed to this, but there is still a sense of isolation when you can't be around the people that you love and go and do the things you do. Their rhythms are off, their schedules are off, their energies are off, their priorities are challenged, and their certainties are just uncertain. So connect with them and have some social time. In fact, be a little more social than you might otherwise typically be. Show your humanness here. Great idea. Schedule virtual lunch dates or virtual coffee dates, virtual happy hours, virtual take your pet to work days. You know, let people show their pets on screen. Let them see you. Lighten it up, laugh together, lighten the burden of isolation and unpredictability that a lot of people are feeling in this time, which is anything but business as usual. So don't even discuss business, okay? Just talk with them and be social. And by the way, this is a really good way to do a wellness check-in with your team and your clients. It's much harder to hide feelings of depression or anxiety when you're looking at the whites of their eyes. Now we're at the strategy of flexibility. And I mean extra flexibility, because in this moment, people are all dealing with all of that incredible stress, which I've been talking about, attention, an inordinate amount of distractions, kids homeschooling, spouses not accustomed to them being home during daily routines, and really no way to escape home or work because there's no geographical transition or separation. And you know this because you're going through the same thing. Now, I encourage you to offer them some wellness time, some extra time off the clock, and make sure it's paid time. Persuade them to do one thing every single day to feed their mind, feed their body, and feed their spirit. So, for their mind, maybe read or do crossword puzzles or Sudoku or study a new language. For their body, walk or do yoga or stretch or do what I call a gratitude walk. Get outside and really just be thankful for all the good things that you can count right now. Do something for their spirit, like meditate or engage in faith-based activities, or do something creative like artwork, anything that feeds their soul, okay? And I encourage you to do the same. The next strategy, dialogue. Foster an environment of open dialogue and frequent feedback. Ask for it. Engage your team and maybe even some of your clients in how to adjust operations to serve them better. Because now more than ever, let me tell you, they want and they need to be heard. They need to know that you're interested in what they're experiencing and what their insights and input might be on while they're going through it. So get your team together in weekly virtual huddles to see how things are progressing, see how they're doing, and encourage them to share ideas about what they're noticing. Encourage ideas about how you might innovate things. Because a lot of times when you're out of your normal environment, like that workspace that you go to every day, and you get out of the routine of things, you can really come up with some really innovative things. Embrace knowledge transfer, document, make sure that you can look back and implement some of these ideas that come from this out of the ordinary circumstance that we find ourselves in right now. Ask them things like, what are you realizing about this experience? How could we use that to improve the way we do things when we get back in the office? And here's a lead up move. Make sure you do this in small groups, because in large groups, the bystander effect takes over and people will hide out and let someone else do all the talking. But in small groups, people are naturally more participatory and you can certainly call them out easier. Now, the last strategy I have for you is to keep all eyes on the vision. Now more than ever, you've got to keep reminding yourself why you are in business in the first place. Why do you do what you do? Why it's worth to go through what you're going through right now to get back to business. Remind your team of the same things. And here's another a tactic you can use is to take it a step further and write your manifesto and share it with clients and team members and even the community if you want to put it out there on your website. Ours is on our website. If you go to atinternationallc.com and go under the Who Are We tab and go under the Our Beliefs tab, it'll show you, it talks about what we stand for, what we value, and what drives us, and who we are for our clients. And feel free to read it and model it in some way. Let them know above all that we are in this together. This is truly a once in a lifetime instance where the entire world is in it together. And that includes you, and it includes me, and of course it includes them. Encouraging a sense of unity could be the very thing that keeps them from feeling so alone and so helpless, and hopefully less isolated. Now, most importantly, what I have to say to you is keep looking through this crisis and asking yourself, what good can come from it? As bad as it may seem for some people around the world, and look, I have friends and family and offices in Italy, and I know that it's really bad for some people. But looking through it, what good could come? And, I can think of several things that are good about this. One of them is that we're finally embracing fintech and digital transformation. Yay! I've been talking about it for 10 years, and I see people's perspectives are finally opening up. And another thing is that, it proves that your clients really need you right now, not a robo-advisor or an insurance website or any other online tool that they can find, because they can't replace you as the trusted advisor, and they can't get the kind of service and advice and reliability and stability and support from any of that they're going to get from you. So while others right now are either still scrambling or sitting back waiting for someone to tell them what to do next, you keep putting one foot in front of the other. And to quote the 8% Nation mantra, which I love, you cannot fail if you do not quit. So keep taking action, small or large, toward making your own comeback shortly. Now, here's one action you can take in just a few seconds. Go and get yourself registered so that you and I can meet in person at the 8% Nation Insurance Conference. Go to 8percentnation.com and get your tickets today so you have an unprecedented edge in these unprecedented times. I'm Dr. April Trupiano, CEO of AT International, and I can't wait to see you in person, face-to-face, at the 8% Nation Insurance Conference. I'll see you soon.
Dr. April, unbelievable job. If you don't quit, you can't fail. She is an unbelievable woman with an amazing message, an incredible speaker, one of the best female speakers on the planet. Give it up. Awesome job. Thanks for being part of Virtual, and really look forward to seeing you speak on that massive stage in the Palms, in the Pearl Theater in Vegas. All right, next speaker. The next speaker knows his way around events. The next speaker knows his way around tickets because he always pays to be at events and to better himself. He believes in self-development, personal improvement. He believes in writing your goals down every single day. All right, J.D. Frost & Company is the headline sponsor, the main sponsor of 8% Nation 2020 Virtual and Vegas. All right, I've personally got to know J.D. Frost over the last year and 2 months. He may not realize it's been 14 months to the day, almost to the day, since we met in Miami at 10x3 in Cardone's event. And I've really enjoyed getting to know JD, his money knowledge. He is an unbelievable CPA, unbelievable at helping people manage money. He can actually, they do QuickBooks and accounting and bookkeeping and payroll and all these things for companies, all right? He's helping people, you know, get access to loans and the stimulus money and PPP and all this other stuff. Like, the dude is a genius at just managing money and the finances of companies. I'm telling you what, you want to pay attention to this dude. I saw him speak at his event, NugaCon in Chattanooga, Tennessee last year. Unbelievable job. Please welcome my good buddy, the headline sponsor. Take some notes because everybody wants to manage their money better and everyone needs to be working with J.D. Frost. I am a President's Club member of his company and pay them every month because of how much value they bring and how much they've helped me understand the financial world. I'm 29. I don't really understand the financial world that well. This dude has helped us understand and helped us scale our companies through understanding all the aspects of a financial statement, etc. All right? I think I've given him a good intro. I don't know about you. What do you think? I think this dude is legit, and I'm super excited to bring to the virtual stage my good buddy, the headline sponsor, 8% 2020, the money freak, J.D. Frost.
When you're looking for a CPA that's going to help you grow, you want to find somebody who's knowledgeable. You want them to be proactive. You want them to be intentional and be a planner. And then you want a CPA who has a network. That's the ones that you want to work with, are the ones that do utilize it.
But my money red, that you do. So I don't do this shit for nothing. Ooh, not at all. Oh, I told her I got 99. Oh, yeah, sorry. So I don't do this shit for nothing. Not at all. On a prayer love. I still motivate.
Hey, I'm J.D. Frost. I am the co-founder and managing partner of Croft and J.D. Frost & Company. I am a CPA. I'm a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a father. I'm a son. I'm an uncle. And I have been an accountant for my whole life. I've never done anything different. I've always known that I was going to be an accountant. And the reason that I know this is because my dad's an accountant. My grandfather's an accountant. My great uncle is a CPA. My brother-in-law is an accountant. And my whole life growing up, I knew that I was going to be studying accounting. And the reason that I knew I was going to study accounting is because that's what I was told to do. I was told, you need to be an accountant. I remember my grandfather, actually, my great-grandfather told my dad to be an accountant and his son to be an accountant because he said, look, if you were ever handicapped or injured in some way where you had to be in a wheelchair, he said you could still be an accountant. You could still earn a living. And so when I was thinking about going to school and I was thinking about what I was going to study in school, I was just told, you're going to be an accountant. And I didn't really like it when I got into school. I wasn't very good at it. But I kept going. I kept studying. I kept going to class. When I got into intermediate 1, 2, and 3, I struggled. It was difficult. And I would wonder, like, why in the world am I doing this? Like, what reason do I have to be studying accounting? I finally graduated. I made it out with a decent GPA. And then I started working in public accounting. I went to an accounting firm, started working there, still didn't really like it. I just did it because it was good living. I had a nice salary. Our family was starting. I was married to Lindsay. We had a daughter. But I was doing it just because it paid the bills. It was effective. It got me into some cool networks, mainly locally. I learned a lot about businesses. I was able to see so many different things about different businesses and how they operated. But I was just doing the job. After working there for 3.5 years, I got burnt out. I don't know if you've ever heard, but in tax season, accountants go through tax season, and in tax season, you work your butt off. You work all the time. Lots of stress, lots of demands. I was wondering, why in the world am I doing this? And so when I got done at that time and I had reached my limit on accounting as a job, I went to work for my family's business. And when I went to work for my family's business, I decided to go ahead and study to pass the CPA exam. I was burnt out in the public accounting, but I was going to go into the private industry and see what that was like. And while I was in the private industry, I thought I'm going to have more time to study for the CPA exam. So I started studying, but I never really finished studying. I kept taking parts of the CPA exam, failing. Why am I doing this? I would ask myself. I should just quit. Like, my dad told me I should be a CPA. My grandfather told me I should be a CPA. This is what I've chosen to do. Why am I continuing to go down this road? Is this really something where I'm going to be able to help people? Why am I doing this? Would study again, would study some more, would try a different way of studying. And when I finally sat down and thought about it, when I finally started to think, why am I doing this? I never thought that I would have the opportunity to help somebody change their life through accounting. While I was sitting there studying all those years, and yes, it took me years. I was doing my MBA, starting a family, working full-time, and studying for the CPA exam. But the thing is I never really made it a priority. Accounting was just kind of a given. It was just something that it was basically given to me that that was going to be what I did. And I want you to write this down. To accomplish anything, you must write down something. To accomplish anything, you must write down something. And until I started to realize that, I did not know how to properly prepare and pass the CPA exam. Until I got serious about it, I was not able to actually pass it. And so what I did when I finally passed it is, I'll never forget it. I had to go to classes on Saturdays up in Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm from Chattanooga, by the way. That's about an hour and 45-minute drive every Saturday for 16 weeks straight. Hour and 45 minutes there, study for 8 hours, go to class, lecture style, hour and 45 minutes back. In the midst of studying for an MBA, in the midst of working full-time, in the midst of starting a family. But I never started to pass the exam until I started writing down my notes, rewriting my notes. And everybody learns differently. But I wasn't holding myself accountable with my studies. And so when I finally passed the exam, I realized that I had to write down what I wanted to accomplish. I decided once I passed the CPA exam that I'd go back into public accounting. And when I went back into public accounting the second time, that's when I started to fall in love with it. That's when I started to see that I could possibly make a difference in somebody's life. But I got back into the same old grind. Tax season, 80-hour work weeks, partners, clients, their problems, my problems. Why did you not get this done? Where is my answer? Why can't you figure this out? Over and over and over and over again. Why in the world did I sign up for this? Again, I came back. Am I just a glutton for punishment? And by the grace of God, I was actually given the opportunity to start my own company. And the reason I was given that opportunity is because I didn't get a raise that I thought I deserved. So I started J.D. Frost & Company in September of 2012. And when I started that company in 2012, one of the very first clients that I got that decided to follow me, he's still my client today. He said, Frosty, I don't care where you work. If you work out of your trunk, you're always going to be my CPA. And then I had another client follow and another client follow. I started picking up more business. And I finally realized, why am I doing accounting? And why I'm doing accounting is because I finally came to the point. To where I knew I could truly change a person's life with accounting. You see, we start all of these jobs. We think we get into a career. We study psychology. We study this. We go to college for one thing, and then we end up doing another thing. But right now, we're still doing that same thing we've been doing over and over and over again. Like when I was working for the other firm, I was in the same routine. Are you caught in the same routine? And why are you doing it? Why was I studying accounting? I was studying accounting to begin with because somebody told me that's what I should do. That's what I should be doing. But what I realized when I started my own business And because I never quit, is that I really can change a life through accounting. I never thought of it that way. Being able to relieve somebody's stress, being able to relieve their anxiety, being able to have the ability and the trust and the passion to truly change a person's life through the numbers, that's an opportunity. That's one I'm going to take advantage of. That's what I want to do. That's why I want to be a part of this thing called accounting in your business. In anybody's business. But until I started to have that realization that I truly was changing somebody's life, I was only doing accounting for me. I was only helping people because I was getting paid to do a job. As I continued on into the accounting firm and forming my business and creating this new way of doing business, I wanted to revolutionize the accounting industry for clients, for employees, for owners. That's our mission statement. After about 5 years of doing it, I realized I looked like the same exact firm. I was still doing it for me. Just like when I was keeping that job for me. And until I went to a conference called 10X, until I attended a virtual conference like this, until I went there and saw other people that really needed help, true help. Not only just with their numbers, but they needed somebody that could do the numbers, but also help them breathe. This past year, I completely changed my company. I had a partner that I really didn't get along with. And we had to split ways. And even as I think about it while I'm even talking to you now, I think about the fact that if that had not happened, I would not truly start to look into myself about why I'm doing what I'm doing. It was a difficult experience to split, because when I split, then one person quit, another person quit, another person quit. We had 12 people quit. My whole management team was obliterated. My debt skyrocketed. My business was losing money. I had to start making changes. I had to start looking to myself. What happened here? What did I do to cause this to happen? When you are having to come down to the very last dollar to make payroll, you have to start asking yourself some real questions of why you're doing what you're doing. And you start to realize and question yourself on if you failed. Did I fail here? I don't want to fail. I hate failing. I kept failing that stupid exam. I had to figure out a way out of it. I had to figure out some way to move past this, to move this business in a new direction. And it started with the interaction with the clients. It started with the actual help. Who am I actually helping? It started with helping my team more and getting outside of the fact of why I'm doing this and to stop doing this just for me. But I couldn't fail. I wouldn't fail, and I wouldn't quit. I started changing our actions. I started meeting with the team on a daily basis. When you meet with your team on a daily basis, there's something that changes because you're listening to them, you're encouraging them, advising them, developing them. You're starting to take time and make them a priority. And as I did that, I stopped looking at while I was doing this for myself, and I started doing it for them. All of a sudden, I was doing this for other people. Novel concept. I wasn't there yet. When this started happening, our business became more profitable. We started making money again. We started covering debts. We started making payroll. I got some additional advisors. I didn't quit. And the reason I didn't quit, and I know this more now today than I did even then, or even yesterday, to be honest with you. The reason I didn't quit is because I wanted to have the opportunity to help other people. Accounting doesn't mean the numbers to me anymore. Accounting means helping other people have the ability to breathe in their business. You know, numbers, money, financial statements, bank loans, stimulus packages. The coronavirus causes people to question their money, to question the economy, to question where things are right now. I was talking with somebody today who was crying on the phone. I need help, JD. I need help. I don't know where to turn to. I've got 2 kids. I had to close my doors and I need help. Okay, I can help you. I'm going to get you connected with a banker. Let's get on the phone. I dial them in. We get on the phone. That banker lays out a plan. Oh, your PPP application, it's tied up. Okay, we need to resubmit that through another bank. What banks do you use? We laid out a plan. I wasn't doing accounting anymore. I'm helping people. We got off the phone with that banker, and the client, she said, man, I finally feel like I can breathe. That's better than a big deal, a paycheck. That's better than what I want out of this. That's the reason I do what I do. Why do you do what you do? Why are you getting up in the morning? And why are you not quitting right now? If I had quit when I was studying for the CPA exam, if I had quit while I was in college, I would not have had that conversation today. I didn't fail. And having that realization will change your life. I know it changed mine. Remember, if you don't quit, you won't fail. And one of the best things I've ever heard is failure and success live right next door to each other. And in this time we're in, we are right next door to success and failure every day. But if you can figure out that and have the realization that what you're doing on a daily basis is truly changing people's lives. When you start to develop the mentality of, I'm truly helping people, and stop doing it for yourself, you'll be able to help people take a breath. Thank you.
JD Frost, awesome job. Huge thank you to this dude for being a part of 8% Nation 2020. Awesome, awesome, awesome speech there, buddy. Appreciate your time and really looking forward to you being a part of 8% Nation Vegas. The next dude is well known by everyone on the planet, is a sales aficionado, is the Wolf of Wall Street. And we're doing an exclusive Wolf dinner with this dude in Vegas for anybody that buys the Fire ticket level. Hence, reminder, Fire ticket level. This is almost over and you need to grab your seat. Once again, let me remind you, VIP BOGO, Premier BOGO, bulk orders, and the Level Up coupon. Click the link in chat, go to 8%nation.com, grab your seat. Do not miss it. I want to spend time with you in Vegas. Yes, you in Vegas. All right. Now, I'm about to bring this dude out. There's a movie made about him where Leo played his role. He grew a company to like 49 million a year. The dude is a genius at sales. I've personally enjoyed getting to know him and enjoyed getting to watch his stuff. I'm telling you, this dude knows sales, and I'm super excited that not only we're saving him for last for the virtual event right now, but that we are going to be having him on stage in Vegas. I'm about to interview him right now. So get ready. Feel free to add questions in chat. Make sure you click the link to grab your tickets while you're listening. I'm about to ask him some questions specifically on how we can make you better at sales. Because if you don't quit, you cannot fail. Is he ready? Awesome. Let's bring him to the room. Let's bring him in. The Wolf of Wall Street, Mr. Jordan Belfort. JB, the Wolf is in the house. Dude, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it, buddy.
My pleasure.
8% Nation, we have the Wolf of Wall Street, Mr. Jordan Belfort in. We're doubling down, right? Because he's going to be in Vegas with us, but we're doubling down and we got him on virtual as well. Huge thanks to you, buddy, for spending some time with us and doing this with us. I don't think anyone needs, like an introduction per se. If they do, I would say just go watch the movie, right? I mean, would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, the movies, is mostly true. I mean, some of the things that are in the movie are not true, but the things that you think would not be true are true, and the things that aren't true, it's like the opposite, But it gives you a good feeling. Listen, the bottom line is that, in the context of what we're talking about today, the secret to my success, on Wall Street and throughout my life has been my ability to take people who maybe are not natural born closers and very quickly turn them into superstar salespeople. And frankly, on Wall Street, stockbrokers are glorified salespeople. That's what you're doing. So Wall Street is, people think of Wall Street, think of analysts or investment bankers or Gordon Gekko. In reality, yeah, there are those types of people out there. But most of all, you have people on the phone, calling away, closing deals. So there you go.
Let's jump into that. I love that. So do you believe that there are natural born closers?
Yeah, of course there are natural born closers. I mean, I am one, and I've seen many. Obviously, there are different degrees of it. So, imagine like anything else, there's a continuum. So, yeah, there's natural born closers, and there's like natural born closers at the highest level. So I was that guy that was the uber natural born closer. And what that means to me is that, in some way, my brain, the way it's wired, the experiences that I've had, intuitively, I know exactly what someone needs to hear, what I need to look like, how I need to say things to essentially get someone to agree with my point of view, which is buy from me, that what I have is value. It makes sense for you to part with your hard-earned money. So a natural born close, without really even thinking about it, just intuitively knows what the other person needs to hear to get them to say yes. Now, obviously, you can unpack that a lot more. What does that mean then? We can really break it down to, as minuscule little chunks as you want here. And that's actually what I did. Because what happens is, if you ask most natural born closers, hey, what do you do? How do you close at such a high level? They'll be like, oh, well, I just, I'm a good people person. Or, oh, I overcome every objection. Or, I work hard, knock on lots of doors. They really can't verbalize it. And if you can't verbalize it, you can't chunk it down, then you can't teach other people. So while, I was an amazing salesperson myself, and I always looked at that as my superpower, my real superpower was that I had the ability to transfer that skill to other people. And that was really how I made all the money. It was by taking people who were not natural born closers. In fact, some were just terrible closers, and I made them great. And I took people who were great and made them into the top 1% in the world. So wherever they were, you can ration yourself up.
Yeah, and is that what you're doing now, right? Mostly training those that aren't natural born closers or that are to be simply better at their craft.
Yeah, I mean, I go around the world and I do, for the most part, my business really consists of a couple of things. Number one is actually recruiting. Companies hire my company to go out there and find the top producers of tomorrow. Competitive landscape in the past, right? So watch this in the past, it was full employment, you had to get great closers, right? So it was very easy for me with my brand to go out there and find the kids coming out of college or those that are just out there floundering in the workplace, haven't found the right place to work yet. And because my brand, I can attract them, then train them, and then deliver them to a company. That's one aspect of it, right? In a post-COVID world, now what you have is a real problem for employers. Is that, think about this. This is a really interesting thing. You think, wow, now the employers have the pick of the litter. Everyone's out of work. There's so many people looking for jobs. Okay, great. But what happened? Let's slow that down for a second. When companies laid off the bulk of their workforce, if we focus on the sales aspect, who did they lay off? The bottom 80%, the top 20%, the top producers kept their job. So what you have now is a huge pool of people who are not at the top of the heap. So you need to be really, really careful as an employer right now who you hire, because you might end up with a bunch of mid-level and low-level producers that you really can't build a world-class sales organization around. So I have systems and psychometric tests that are proprietary that sift through people. And I also have this intuitively, my team, after so many years, they're just spotting out the people that really have what it takes and that are dedicated. And then we actually train those people using a system called the straight line, which many people know about, which is the system I've been teaching for many years of how you step-by-step become a world-class closer and deliver those and onboard those to companies. That's my system.
That's awesome. So when and there's a lot of individuals and companies that are going to be watching this, that what should they look for when they're hiring people?
Well, number one, you got to realize that the typical interview questions out there are they're all well known, and most people, just to put it bluntly, are, what do you do when you're going to an interview? You're full of shit, basically. You send your representative. It's like, you always say when you're on a date with someone, you don't really know the person you're dating until 3 months, because for the first 3 months, they send their representative. It's like their best self. And then only, wait, what? I can't believe, I was lying at first, you know what I mean? So there are questions, and what we do, especially, so there's two sides. Number one, there's psychometric testing. That's actually my own proprietary test based on what I've seen over the years. This was something I created in conjunction with psychologists, and it's really intense. So it's 30 ways to ask the same questions to get to the truth of it. And then based on that, you see what certain competencies are, that predispositions. For example, someone might not be great for cold calling, but they'll be a world-class closer. They'll be the guy that you want to close. Other people might not be great at closing, but they're amazing at managing the long-term relationship, which is equally important for lifetime value of a customer. some people are meant to just be more in face-to-face sales, others out there. So you got to know, so all salesmen aren't built alike. So this really sifts through all those people. Then through behavioral interviewing, you can really narrow that down even further. And then once you have those people, and there's two other parts. Number one is onboarding. So when, the biggest danger point for any salesperson is the first 30 days. They have to show up already trained. So I'm a big believer. Like, I look at every company, say, what's your biggest pain point in sales? Attrition. First year attrition of a salesperson is the death knell of every sales force. If you can get a salesperson trained, onboarded correctly, and they don't leave that first year, you are literally at the top of the heap when it comes to sales. Bottom line. The issue that I see, even with really successful companies, for example, I do a lot of work in logistics and pharmaceuticals and auto. They will have 60+% attrition rates, and they're still making a fortune. That's how insane it is. Sometimes I had a company that had an 85% attrition rate. They were hiring 300 salesmen a year and blowing through 85% of them before I got involved. All right, and they're a $1 billion company. So just imagine the impact it has on a company's bottom line when you can choose who are the right people to actually hire. B, make sure they're trained to a razor's edge on your industry-specific items before they show up. Onboard them correctly, and then also coach them. We also coach them afterwards, free of charge for a period of 2 years to make sure they perform. So to me, that's a formula for success. Of course, skill set, that's part of the training, but you got to get the right person as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk through like finding the right people, sifting through, and you and your team, when you do, how do you end up identifying the right person? Do you use like a DISC assessments? Is there a certain?
No, I use my own. No, this doesn't work. I found that this doesn't work at DISC. I think it's mostly. No offense. I just think that my system, my test is proprietary just for sales. So if you're looking to hire psychologists or office workers, don't use what I do. I specialize in one thing and do better than anyone in the world. That is, I know salespeople. I know how they tick, and I spent years unpacking that into a scientifically proven formula of how you spot out someone. This is just a predisposition to succeed. It does not mean they're going to succeed. They need to be trained. They need to be onboarded correctly. And it's that first year in the life of a salesperson. The reason that's so important is because of the way the belief systems work. Success begets success. When someone goes into sales and they fail in the beginning, they start to develop limiting beliefs about themselves, their capabilities, and it becomes a sort of self-defeating cycle here. So it's critical that the first experience that someone has in sales is a good one. Now, granted, there's many people, and I made my living taking people who were failing and making them succeed. But if I'm talking just from the company perspective and an experience at a company, the key is you want them starting off on the right foot. So to me, the worst thing a company could do is to put people out there in the field or on the phone who are not ready, who don't know what they're doing. A, it's destructive to your brand because they say stupid shit. They say, they do stupid things, right? And two, you find people who could have succeeded with the right training and if they had the skill sets to close and knew the product well enough, yet you self-sabotage because they start off with the wrong foot, they never get going, and that spreads throughout the sales force. And that's why you have so many subpar sales forces out there. So it's not like it's just finding the right person. It's finding the right person, making sure they're trained correctly, onboarded correctly, and there's especially that year one attrition is the crucial part for anyone who owns a company, and also for you, the salesperson yourself, because the bottom line is how you perform in the beginning is going to set the stage for a cycle of belief building that compels you to being a top producer.
Absolutely. I totally agree with everything you're saying. From a confidence standpoint, you can just totally crush it. I love that. I love that. That's really good. Well, I want to jump to the straight line for a second. For those that don't know maybe what that is or what that means, can you break that down and explain that for a quick second?
Sure. So the straight line, that's the actual sales training aspect to what I do. And I think it's probably the most well-known system in the world. It's been, obviously I'm gonna have the benefit of a movie where Leo DiCaprio is with my logo, straight line in the background, sell me this pen, right? But what the straight line really is, it's a backwards way of looking at selling. Meaning rather than saying, it's like, okay, I'm standing at the front. What do I do here? I got to close this person. It's imagine a person that bought. What would they have to hear? What things would they need to know? What would they want to see before they said yes? So you say, what elements have to line up in another person's mind to get them to say yes? And when you have experienced this, you'll quickly find out there are just a few things, not a million things. There are 3 things, core elements that must line up in every person's mind before they buy a product. And then there are a couple of ancillary things as well for the tougher closes. So that's one part of it, is what are these 5 core elements that must line up? What are the things that you have to say to essentially get them to line up? So the straight line, essentially, imagine it's the shortest distance to 2 points is a straight line, right? So the philosophy is that at the beginning you have the open, at the end you have the close, and the straight line represents the perfect conversation. Imagine like an objectionless close where the person was a lay down. They were almost pre-sold before you ever opened up your mouth to speak. And as a salesperson, if you knock on enough doors or make enough calls, eventually you're going to find people who just, oh yeah, great. Oh my God, they're almost pre-sold to the easiest closes of all. So that represents that perfect straight line sale, an objectionless close where the prospect agreed with everything you say. And the only problem is that those are few and far between. In the real world of sales, people have objections. They have questions. They interrupt you. They cut you off. They have concerns. So you as the salesman want to keep them on the straight line. They want to go off the straight line. So what we have is this methodology that gives you boundaries above and below the line. How far the conversation can stray off of perfection before you lose control of the sale and start spiraling off to what I call to Pluto, where you're talking about the price of tea in China or things that have no relation to the sale, or down here to your anus. Not a good place for salespeople to be. The point is that what I realized, there was this magic moment I had when I couldn't get my guys, this is 30 years ago, right? When I was trying to train my first 12 salespeople, and I was already teaching an amazing system. It didn't have a name, but I was a great sales trainer even then. But I had switched from selling average moms and pops to the richest 1% of Americans. And the sale was infinitely harder. So it was a really tough sale. So the system I was teaching, the old one, yeah, it was good enough to close average moms and pops. But take the same type of sale to super rich, the system broke down, it collapsed. So I had to invent a new way of training salespeople, because here's what was happening. I was calling the same, and I was closing 50% of the people I spoke to. My junior partner, Danny, was calling these people. He was closing 30%. Yet my 12 average kids who had barely clawed their way out of high school, they were closing 0. Same leads, same script, same phone calls, selling the same product. I'm closing half, they're closing 0. I couldn't understand it. And that went on for a month. And I finally cracked the code in this one evening, and I realized what it was something very elemental. It was really simple, actually. What it was, and it's easy to learn, is that I had a certain way of talking, a certain way of looking, a certain way of the energy I exuded, that literally from the first few seconds of the conversation, when I get on the phone with a prospect or face-to-face, they would perceive me in a certain way. And based on that perception, which was that I was sharp as a tack, enthusiastic as hell, and an expert, most importantly, an expert in my field, they'd say, wow, this is not the average bear, not the average guy. And they'd say, this is an expert, and they would defer to me. They would let me control the flow of the encounter. Because what we do, we've been conditioned since we're yay big to defer to experts. We let experts guide us. We seek out experts to solve our problems. So by getting yourself into that position where you're perceived sharp, enthusiastic, an expert in your field, people defer to you. And once they do, they essentially hand you control of the sale. Well, guess what? Now you can start lining up the elements in the same way every time. So I had this philosophy. I said to my guys, don't you get it? Like every sale is the same. And they were like, what? Like, how could every sale be the same? I'm like, guys, every sale is the same. See, to me, because I was taking control, I can move it down the same path every time. Yes, people have different needs, different values, different pain points. They say different things, but the same core elements must line up in a prospect's mind before they say yes. And with the straight line system, once you're in control, you can then line those elements up in the same order every time. It's almost like picking the lock of a safe. The way you crack a safe cracker cracks a safe. He puts his ear, spins it one way, click, he hears a number. Does he try to open the safe? No, he knows there's more numbers. He spins it the other way. He hears the second click. Spins it the third way. Here's the third click, and then he tests it. That's when you ask for the order. If he got all three numbers right, the safe opens. If it doesn't, what does he do? Oh, damn, it's uncrackable. No, he goes back to the beginning and he tries the three numbers again. So with the straight line, we have a very similar tactic we call looping. We loop back and try again. And every time you essentially run these patterns, you're cracking these numbers of his buying combination. You ask for the order is essentially seeing if the safe will open, and when it opens, victory. That's the shortest way to explain it. And it's so simple to learn that when I teach it to companies and to people, like they have these about a 30 or 40% uptick in close rate in a matter of days. That's just in days, and much more after. It's a very simple system. And the reason it's simple is because it had to be, because my guys were basically morons. They were not NASA scientists. They were kids that barely graduated high school. They came from poor families. They could barely walk and chew gum at the same time. In the movie, it was very accurate. They were that fucking dumb. All right. So because of that, I had to invent a system that was so simple and so intuitive, so easy to learn that even a moron could learn it because they were morons. Bottom line.
Yep. Well, I mean, and I love how simple you make it, right? Getting in control earlier, you know, following the straight line. If they give you an objection, obviously you're pivoting back. I mean, it makes a ton of sense. That's one of the things that I'm glad we're covering, because the theme of 8% Nation is that 92% of insurance agents fail. Well, the 92% that fail, the most common thing that we hear from them that they have questions on is objections, and being able to overcome objections, and objections just startling them and scaring them, you know. And so I love that you're addressing that.
Remember this. So that one little point here is that objections are smoke screens for uncertainty. If someone says to you, let me think about it, or let me call you back, that's very different than saying, no, I'm not interested. See, no means no. In my mind, no, I don't want it. As a salesperson, there's one thing everyone here takes away from this outside the critical importance of being in control of the conversation, is that as a salesperson, as a top producer, your job is not to take the word no and turn it into yes. That's not how salespeople make their money. I don't turn no's into buyers. I turn let me think about it into buyers. I turn bad time of year into buyers. I turn let me speak to my wife into buyers. I take objections. It's very different than no, I don't want it. I'd rather knock on the next door, make the next call. I'm not trying to convince someone to buy something they don't want or need. I want people who need my product, want my product, can benefit from my product, right? But they are skeptical, and as they should be. So when someone hits me with an objection, what I'm saying to myself is, perfect. They're interested. It's a smoke screen. They're not certain yet. So I will answer the objection, whatever that objection might be. But by answering the objection, all I've done is given myself the right to speak more. So, you know, if someone says, I want to speak to my wife, and I haven't answered why, well, you really don't need to speak to your wife, blah, blah, blah reason why. If I then try to close the sale, I have no shot. But because the wife was just a knee-jerk reaction, okay? Now, in some industries, maybe they actually do. So, so in some cases, probably not the best one to use. Better is let me think about it, all right? Let me think about it means I need to think about it to become more certain. So someone says, let me think about it, I will answer the objection, but I'll never ask for the order afterwards. I answer the objection and then loop back and create more certainty about the product, about myself, the salesperson, meaning I'm trustworthy, dependable, you want me in your life for the long term, the company that stands behind, in this case, the insurance product, and then I will ask for the order. So an objection only gives me the right to speak more. When I answer, the answer to the objection, the rebuttal, gives me the right to speak more. It's when I say after that, that's going to get the job done.
That's good. That's really good. I want to transition now to one of the things that I'm always studying and wanting to learn from successful people, and I know agents that are part of our conference are the exact same way, is the daily habits, the routine of those successful people. What are some of your daily habits or routine or that you recommend for others?
When it comes to selling, you know, to me, I never would sell, oh, I'm going to go out and sell for an hour. I'm going to dial up for 30 minutes. It doesn't work. You need to have blocks of time dedicated to doing it. This is the biggest thing. Number one is that if I'm going to go out there and I'm going to cold call, I'm doing it for 2 or 3 hours, block of time. I'm not going to do it for 20 minutes. You know, I got free 20 minutes to make a few cold calls. If I'm going to go out to knock on doors, I'm going out for 6 hours, whatever that amount of time is, I set a time. Number two, I don't ever, here's a big one, I don't ever take good days and use that as an opportunity to stop early. Wow, I made 2 sales today, done. No, if I made 2 sales and I'm hot, I'm going for 6 sales. Yeah. In other words, I set time frames. I'm gonna knock on doors till X time, or I'm gonna make calls until X time, and I am literally going to make every single call till that clock hits. I don't care how bad I'm doing, how negative people are towards me, or how awesome I'm doing. I am unabated going through that time period. And third, with every single call, every single pitch, every single knock on the door, whichever way you're doing it, right? Every call, I'm as excited as my first call. See, this is the problem a lot of salespeople have in terms of that inner game, is what happens is throughout the day, you're saying the same thing over and over and over again. So you almost start feeling silly about that level of enthusiasm, of excitement. And so when you go into a typical sales room, there's a dull, yeah, how you doing, Mr. Jones? And yet in the morning, in the first pitch day, they're like, hey, how you doing? And they're really upbeat. What you don't realize is that this person, whoever you're calling at that moment, they're hearing it for the first time. Every pitch has got to be like your first pitch. So I've learned, I've gotten to this habit over the years of triggering this positive, empowered state in the beginning of every sales call. So I treat every sales call like it's my first sales call. Those are 3 examples of habits I have when I'm selling. And also, I do massive preparation. I would never sell something without knowing what I have to say before I'm going to say it. I script out everything beforehand. I know my language patterns, the logical cases I'm making, how I'm going to make the emotional case. I want to know all about my product, the product knowledge that's necessary, all the benefits, the features that are associated with those benefits. I'm going to have comparisons and metaphors and examples to use. I'm going to have all of that stuff memorized up here and in front of me if I'm on the phone. Obviously, when I'm in person, I'm not like looking behind me, you know, so I'm not doing it in person. But the point is I prepare myself. I don't wing it. That's crucial.
That's really good, yeah. And you embodied that, you know, whether you're selling coolers on the beach or meat out of a freezer or stocks, you know, I mean, all those things you said, you embodied, you know, I mean, you just mentioned perfectly in line with the theme for this virtual conference, which is if you don't quit, you can't fail. And a lot of agents out there.
I think that a lot of people really don't understand, like, you know, what rejection really means in terms of, so the very, like, sort of the simple way of looking at it is like, oh, they're not rejecting me personally, they're rejecting blah, blah, and we've all read that in books. That doesn't really go very far with most people. They still feel terrible about it. They still feel like they still feel futile. It's an exercise of futility. Let me give you a better way of looking at this, okay? And that is keeping track of exactly how many cold calls you make in a day, how many presentations you make in a day, and how many of those ultimately lead to closes. Once you know those numbers, let's say you know you got to make 100 dials or knock on 100 doors to get one sale, and that sale is going to make you $5,000. And I'm just completely making up numbers here, right? Those numbers could be anything, right? So that means that I make $5,000, right, over 100 door knocks. That means I'm making $20 for every time I knock on a door, not $5,000 for one close. So I don't look at it like I make $5,000 every time I close a sale. I make $20 every time I knock on the door. That means the no's are as good as the yeses. Someone says, have a nice day. I'm like, that's $20. That's $20. So when I don't close the sale, I make $20. Every call's $20, $20, $20, $20. Rather than saying I'm making nothing and I only make money when I close, it's not true, because it's just simply a numbers game. Once you know your numbers and you really keep track of it, you realize, hey, if I knock on hundreds, I know I'm going to eventually close a sale. It might take me to the 98th knock or call, might be the 50th, might be 300, and I'll close 3 at once. But those averages work. So once you do that, you can start attributing a dollar value to the people who don't buy from you. And that's a really, really empowering way to look at things.
You just heard it from the wolf himself. If you don't quit, you can't fail. You know, only 8% of insurance agents succeed in their first 3 years. What's your thoughts on that? What does 8% mean to you, and how can the 92% become part of the 8?
The 8% means you're not being trained correctly or onboarded correctly. Listen, there's no doubt. I wear 2 hats. I recruit for companies and I help salespeople get jobs, right? So there's no doubt that if I test people, you get people with higher aptitudes or lower aptitudes. What I will tell you is that the great equalizer in all this is the straight line system. I could teach someone the straight line system was a very low sales IQ and scores very poorly on a test. And then I'll retest them and they actually will score the exact opposite. It will dramatically raise their competencies and change their beliefs, because those two, what very few people don't get is that your psychology and your skill sets, they play into each other. They're very much interrelated, because when we think we're great at things, we actually work harder at them. We enjoy them more. For example, when, it's one thing to try to motivate people saying, you're great, you're capable of greatness, you're going to achieve, just work hard. Like the problem most motivational speakers is they just motivate, and they focus on the inner game of success. The problem is if you motivate people to work really hard, go out there, kick ass, but you don't give them the tools to succeed, they get negative results. Those negative results reinforce limiting beliefs. So what happens is, like when I had all these kids that come to me and they were never successful before, they never made a lot of money. But then they say, wait a second, I'm looking at all kids who are just like me, all making over $1 million a year because they learned the system, they learned the straight line. So they called the straight line system the great equalizer. It equalized you with people who were better educated, had more natural ability, but by learning the system of influence and persuasion, it equalized you. So if you're in that 92%, you don't have to be. Sales is a learnable skill. It takes work, dedication, and mindset. But once you possess the skill, guess what happens? You start saying, wait a second, so my past results don't necessarily have to equal my future results. I didn't know this. When you learn this skill, it's powerful. And you sound better. And people will remark saying, wow, you sound really good. And you start to gain that self-confidence, and it feeds on itself, and actually changes your own belief systems about selling, about persuasion, and about your ability to succeed in that landscape. So it's a huge plus. That's the first thing I do is I literally learn a straight line and master your craft. The rest of it is going to become really easy once you do that. In fact, I'm giving it, and by the way, because of the corona, I normally don't do this, but I'm giving everybody a free training here. So on this call, I'm giving you guys a free module. I have a very high-level, robust corporate training program. So on this, everyone here, this is free. And it's not the sort of free where you have to enter your credit card free. I mean, it's just fucking free. It's my gift to you, okay? There's no catches. So enter your credit card. I hope you forget about canceling. No, it's not that. It's just free. So if you go to my website, jordanbelfort.com/8% you can get this training for free. It's powerful and it's life-changing.
Wow. Thank you for doing that, buddy. That's huge. That means a lot, man. I got one last question for you. What's I'm big on goals. You know, I write down my goals every day. What's JB's goal, man? What's your goal now? What's your end game? What's your big goal?
My goal is to really build the largest recruiting agency in the world right now. And I believe that there is going to be such massive, I'm sorry to say that I believe there's going to be massive unemployment that's going to stay for a while. I don't think it's going to be this wild, instant V-shaped recovery. I believe one day we will achieve our past glory here, but I think there's going to be some pain. The beauty is that salespeople who know the straight line system will always be able to get a job and always make a lot of money. Yes, everyone has lean times as well. There are no guarantees in life, but this is a skill set. It's a required skill. And just so you understand, the straight line was invented for distance selling. It specializes in distance selling, meaning over the phone. Or like this, it was invented as a phone-based, so you didn't see someone. And by the way, even though we can see each other, it's not the same as in person, where there's a certain energy exchange with body language. It's still not there yet with the technology. It's just not, okay? So you need to learn how to use your tonality, how to use certain facial expressions, even on a Zoom call like this, but the straight line is like built for distance persuasion. So right now, more than ever, it's a system that is like I look at it as a required course. When you choose to take it, that's your choice. But until you do, you're going to be feeling a lot of pain in this new economy that's going to emerge, unless, of course, you're one of those lucky, natural-born closers who has it all figured out. And even you could benefit because it'll show you why you do what you do so well and make you that your best day is every day. Bottom line.
Unbelievable, buddy. I know we're running out of time. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being on the virtual 8% Nation. Super excited to meet you at 8% Vegas, buddy. Thank you so much.
Put the link up so everyone can see the link here. So jordanbelfort.com/8% Nation.
We will put it up, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time so much.
See you soon.
Thank you. JB the Wolf. Was that a good interview or what, man? That dude, you can tell that dude knows sales. Just the way he talks, right? His certainty level, which I talk a lot about certainty. His certainty level is an 11 on a 10 in his ability to close sales. And I love being able to tie that into our theme and the brand and everything we're trying to do to help insurance agents and how you need to be winning right now. If you don't quit, you can't fail. Unbelievable job. Huge thanks to the Wolf for being a part of this virtual conference and 8% in Vegas. I also want to take a second to thank you for attending. All right, we had almost 10,000 agents register, thousands on all day right now, and I'm grateful that you stuck with us. Before we go, I got a couple other things that you do not want to miss. I want to thank all of our sponsors. Our headline sponsor, huge thank, the biggest thanks to JD Frost & Company, my good buddy Jonathan Frost, JD Frost. Huge thanks to him. Also, Senior Security Benefits and Galen Hendricks, Liberty Bankers Life and Adams Life Brokerage with Tibbet Hayward, Heartland Financial, and One Life America, Mr. Tegray Moot. Good buddy with Tegray. Landed in Secure Agent Marketing, obviously, are definitely going to have a booth and be there, and you got to make sure that you try us out for marketing. Ryan Palomini and Level Up Advisors, that academy, you definitely need to check it out, especially for getting better at annuity sales. Western Marketing and my good buddy Tyler Finken. Excel's Testing Solutions with Nathan Wright, back again. Senior Marketing Specialist, Miss Joanne Ray, unbelievable, she's awesome. Senior Life Services, my good buddies Rory, Henry, James, Grant, Jennifer Walker, who's a part of the company that spoke today. Senior Life Services out of Vero Beach, huge thanks to them. I'm a big fan of that company. I absolutely am really good friends with all those people. Lightspeed Voice with Steve Moore. We actually have a discount for Lightspeed Voice in our Telesales Mastery membership, right? They have an unbelievable phone service, that's great. White Glove, unbelievable seminars, Mr. Brad Swinehart, thank you guys so much. National Western Life, my buddy Paul Garofoli. Also Elder Care, Ms. Jennifer Harris, always been good friends with her and our family. Thank you so much for being a sponsor and a part of this. Senior Life, Mr. Mitch Connor, Ron Powell, everybody there that's a part of Senior Life. And then also United Senior Professionals, Mr. Todd Turnwald, who's doing some big things. North Star Insurance Advisors, they've always been a part of everything we do, and grateful that they have been. Again, I'm a big fan of North Star and love North Star. Star Agency with Stephen Blaylock, and then also Secure Insurance Group with my father, Mr. Brian Askins. We're going to have more sponsors as we get closer to the event. But as of right now, I want to thank all of our sponsors that are part of 8% Virtual and that are part of 8% Vegas. All right, I've had an unbelievable time. Hopefully my energy level has stayed at a 10 the whole time. I love doing this. Like when everybody else is retreating, it's a time and a chance to give back. It's a time to help people. It's a time to move forward. It's a time to, right now, for you to progress your business. The whole theme of this, if you don't quit, you can't fail. And the purpose of that is a lot of insurance agents right now, as you watch this, are thinking about quitting. A lot of them didn't even watch this to the very end, right? It doesn't take that much. To go out and succeed in the insurance space where 92% are failing, where there's more millionaires in this industry than any other industry in the world, it's very difficult, it's tough, but it ain't easy, right? I don't want to see you quit. I don't want to see you fail. I want to see the 8% Nation statistic grow. I really, really do. Also, don't forget about all the ticket deals. Thank you to all of the hundreds of people that have taken advantage of tickets today. They flew off the shelf. It's been crazy quick. This is your last chance. You will regret it if you do not grab a seat for 8% Nation Vegas today. I want to spend time with you. I want to pour into your business. I want all these speakers to give you valuable nuggets that help you grow your business. I want the 8% Nation to become a family, an experience that we can level everyone up and we can continue to help out this entire industry move in a positive, progressive way, okay? And that starts with you. And if you're not attending stuff like this in our industry, you're not helping the industry move forward. The best way to do that is to get to Vegas. Please, I'm begging you to come spend some time with me. I love putting this event on. It's gonna grow. Whether you're there or not, we will have 10,000 agents in the future, and I want you to be a part of it, okay? So make sure VIP BOGO, Premier BOGO, and all these other deals. Again, huge thanks to the first 50 that got a free strategy call and free month of Success Society, and the other first 100 that got access to tickets and Success Society free for a month. Do yourself a favor. I've never invested money in myself that I regret. I'm telling you, I'm sold on the fact that investing in yourself will always pay off. The one reason why our businesses and our brands have scaled as fast as they have the last 2 years is I've put more money into marketing, advertising, branding, and the event space than anyone else in our industry. Like, I'm fully freaking committed, and I promise you it will pay off for you. Believe in yourself and start to invest in yourself. Thanks for being a part of 8% Nation Virtual, the first ever virtual conference, and we're gonna do it again next year, all right? I look forward to seeing all of you in Vegas at 8% Nation 2020. Thank you so much for being a part of this. See you soon.